right on that, and it's just in the queue. So with that, let us go to Senator Coons.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member, Mr. Secretary, National Security Advisor. Good to see you again. I know from our service here together that you agree that China is the greatest national security threat that we face. And one of the key reasons is their repeated threats to take control of Taiwan by force if necessary. And Taiwan, as we both know, is not just some faraway island. It produces 90% of the semiconductor chips critical to everything from F-35s to iPhones. And its geography makes it indispensable, both to global commerce and military power. Do you agree with that?
Taiwan?
Good morning.
Yeah, it's not just strategically important in terms of where it's located. It also is the message that it sends to the world if something were to happen to it.
Agreed. That's why for decades, really with leadership from the Senate in a bipartisan way, we've provided arms to deter the PRC's potential military aggression.
I started early.
You introduced the Taiwan Peace Through Strength Act of 2023. In January, Congress pre-approved a $14 billion arms package for Taiwan. It's been 6 months. We haven't received a notification. Have you advised President Trump to proceed with this?
Yeah, it's under consideration. But I don't know if you were here a moment ago when I discussed. We just did $11 billion in December, which was, I think, the largest sale in history. It's certainly, I think it was more than the cumulative amount under the Biden administration. And I recall during 6 years of the Obama administration, there was zero gone to Taiwan. So some way you would argue that we're trying to make up ground.
So why hold off on it now?
Well, so the other 14 is being reviewed. It's under review. It hasn't been, I think it's been noticed, but it hasn't been reviewed. I mean, it hasn't been approved yet.
So
it's under review under the White House.
Mr. Secretary, my concern is that President Trump has said publicly that arms sales to Taipei are a great negotiating chip with China. And my concern at a time when the PRC has been far more aggressive than they were in previous years, centerline crossing, circumnavigation of Australia, aiding Iran and Russia in their war goals and aims, frankly, literally helping Iranians target U.S. service members. I respect the importance of our having an open negotiation and relationship with the PRC, but in the meetings you were in Beijing, did the president offer to condition arms sales to Taiwan in order to placate Xi Jinping?
Well, look, I'm not going to discuss what was the president's words in a meeting, and not suffice it to say that, you know, that specific question you just asked, that's not the context in which the president has raised this in the past. When the president says it's a great negotiating thing, what he's really saying is it's because China, as you can imagine, always mentions this. Like, this is a top priority for them. They are constantly talking about Taiwan arms sales, but that in no way is what is holding up our decision-making or the White House's decision-making. It is something the president will have to decide on the timing of when and how that is executed on. It's been approved by Congress. It's been noticed. The money's available. And as I said, we are just coming off the heels of a very large sale in December of last year. So there are a variety of reasons why these things don't happen immediately.
Well, I'll just assert, Mr. Secretary, that there is more reason than ever for the administration with congressional support to continue providing robust military capacity to Taiwan, given that the PRC is more and more regionally aggressive. You also introduced and passed legislation in 23 prohibiting any president from unilaterally withdrawing from NATO. I assume this was because you recognize that our alliances are a key advantage against Russia, against China, against other adversaries. Do you still consider Article 5 an unconditional commitment?
Yeah, so let me address that holistically, if it's okay, because I think we have time to do it. First of all, you're right. I have, throughout my entire career in the Senate, and through much of my time now in this administration, been a supporter of NATO. I see its utility. The key, and I'm just being honest with you when we talk about this, one of the key arguments that I would always use on behalf of NATO is the fact that it allows basing rights that we could use in a contingency operation in a time of conflict, in a time of need, that we just have had. So when you have countries in this alliance, because understand, at the end of the day, we are providing basically the defense backbone of an entire continent of rich countries. These are not poor countries. These are rich countries. And the utility of NATO for us is that it provides these basing rights. Now we are living in a world in which some of these countries, I point to Spain as an example, openly brag about how they've denied us the use of these bases.
I know we did.
I'm sorry.
No, we did. I just got antsy.
If what we get out of NATO is the ability to use bases, and then we have members of that alliance that are basically denying the use of those bases in a contingency, it calls them to question the entire thing.
Forgive me, I have one more question I want to make sure we get to. Is it not true that some of the challenges in our NATO relations have only come after President Trump threatened to seize territory from a trusted and reliable and
No, I don't think
contributing
that's
partner?
fair. Yeah, I don't think that's fair.
I think he
Really?
publicly said both.
I know,
that
but
he
I don't
would
think-
use tariffs to coerce Denmark into giving up Greenland.
Yeah, but just to tell you, look, if you go back and study the history of it, NATO tensions
Oh, my God, my
and
nose.
debates within U.S. or whether we should be in NATO. In the 1970s, it was the reverse. It was the administration trying to stay in NATO and Congress trying to get us out.
Yes.
I happened to see a speech. They were playing it after he passed away on C-SPAN. Jesse Jackson at the 1988 Democratic Convention calling for the United States to get out of NATO.
I
So
was
these
there.
debates
Stop.
over NATO, you were
Stop.
asking.
As Joe Biden.
Stop
Joe Biden
it.
didn't support that position then, and I
Stop
don't support
it.
that position.
But
Let
my
me move
point
to
is
a
that
last
these debates
question.
about NATO have been
Fuck up,
ongoing for a long
Marco,
time.
You fucking
There's about
disgusting pig.
1,100 vetted,
Colleen, trying to
vetted
just
Afghan
drag
allies being held
fucking
at Camp
Jesse Jackson
Assalia
into
in
this argument.
Qatar.
You fucking
And that
dick.
includes 400 children and 150 family members of currently serving active duty U.S. service members. They've been stranded there for a year and a half. And there is talk of sending them either back to Afghanistan into the waiting arms of the Taliban or into war-torn and now Ebola-infected countries like the DRC. And these are people who they or their immediate family members served alongside U.S. soldiers at great risk. Can you commit to working with me and others in this body to support the relocation of these vetted individuals
Jim.
to the United
Jim
States,
Purdue. Yeah, he does.
especially those who are family members of currently serving U.S. soldiers?
Yeah, I can't. First of all, as you know, we're under an executive order now after the National Guard attack here, and so that happened last year. So we can't admit any Afghans at this point into the country. That said, you just pointed to them being sent back to Afghanistan. Our goal, we've worked on this, and we'll work with you on it,
Please.
is
Oh,
we have
really?
talked to multiple countries. Now, I don't know of any single country that's going to take 1,000 people. But we've talked to multiple countries about taking several hundred of these people and allowing them to move to a safe location. As you know, we are operating under not just those restrictions, but broader restrictions about immigration into the United States after 25 million people entered this country
Stop
illegally
it.
over a 4-year
You know
period
that's a
leading up to
lie.
this
The
administration.
president just-
But I'll
That's
work
a
with you to
lie.
find the right places for them to go. We want that to happen.
The president just raised the refugee cap exclusively to allow Afrikaners into our country. I would welcome a chance to work with you to find safe third countries for these
Yeah.
Afghans. And I frankly think we ought to be
Afrikaners. Why don't we
revisiting
find
our
a safe
refugee
country for
policy,
them?
because the refugees
Oh, I
who've come
know,
into our
their
country in the
country.
past are the most vetted
It's
and
not,
often the
Neil.
highest
We
contributing.
know
As
this.
you know, my childhood church
is a complete-
hosted a South Vietnamese family, and
I really hope the rest of the world understands this guy is a complete aberration, and it is not who we want. He does not represent the thoughts of most Americans. Doesn't matter if he technically won the election, because this is not something that the Americans would stand. That's not what we want. We don't think of NATO as our personal police force. We never have. So I also want to encourage that Americans know what's happening. We're not stupid. And we've been fighting some of these things for decades. This isn't new. But now it's amplified. And we're in the fight for our lives, really. So I hope that people outside of the States also recognize that we absolutely understand what is wrong with this. And it's everything that members of my family and other people have fought against since their birth. Anyway, I just want to say that because sometimes I think that people outside of this country think that we're just like, ho-hum, yeah, we agree. We think NATO's our police force. No, we don't. We never have. No, it's not you, Neil. I'm just trying to say that that's kind of a sentiment that's out there. And I really want to speak against it because, frankly, I find it offensive. Because this is definitely not. Like, we are caught. We are caught in this. You're caught in it too. But we're not, this is not okay. This is not okay. Yeah. Anyway.
the
well,
five
not
of them
you. I'm just saying
become
in
great
general.
Americans, entrepreneurs, contributors.
And some
It
of
is
us want it,
refugees
but I
from
don't know who
oppression
those people
overseas,
are.
whether from Cuba
They
or
want a lot of
Venezuela,
bad things.
Vietnam, or Afghanistan, who have long contributed to the United States. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Senator Paul.
I can't believe we're here.
I'd like to revisit for a moment the boats that were blowing up in the Caribbean.
And I hope it's a
and
chance for
Pacific
Americans
that,
to really
referred to as
face the
drug
music
boats.
on their
I
past
think it's interesting that
injustices.
the
You know what I
three
mean?
secret
Like, I really
criteria
hope that
we're
happens.
using to blow up the boats doesn't include
Really
whether they
hope
have
that
drugs
we
on board.
understand
I
how
would
wrong
like
we've
to add
been
that
on
the
the world
statistics from the
stage.
Coast Guard also say that when we interdict alleged drug boats in the historic way, the way we've always done it, about 1 in 4 don't have drugs. We make mistakes. We see something suspicious about the boat.
Make mistakes.
We stop them, and they don't have drugs on board. I would also like to add that drugs is not a criteria for blowing up the boats that are called drug boats, but neither is arms. So in order to blow them up, we don't have to say that they're armed or have drugs. And I think a lot of people would have questions, which I still do. I am glad to hear today, though,
No,
that
we didn't.
the
didn't
administration
consult with
and
anyone.
negotiations are willing
He's
to
a
trade
rogue
sanctions
leader.
relief for removal
He's
of
a
enriched
rogue.
uranium.
He's not normal.
I've said for a long time and argued for a long time
He's
that
not
sanctions
normally
in and
what
of
we want.
themselves rarely, if ever, are of any value. I've yet to see any Chinese behavior that's changed because of sanctions. I've yet to see any Russian behavior change because of sanctions. I've really yet to see any Iranian behavior change because of sanctions. However, sanctions do have some leverage and ability to exact change if you remove them. So the removal of sanctions might actually have some hope. So I support the administration in this. Now, there are many Republican critics who have been vocal on the airways recently saying, oh, no, we can never negotiate with them. These are terrible people. Well, you don't really negotiate with really friendly, good people. In a time of war, you're going to have to negotiate with an adversary. So I do commend and supportive of the idea of this. And the other thing is it's very verifiable. You don't even have to wait for verification. You could say the trade sanctions end as soon as we get the 440 kilograms of enriched uranium. Now, it has to be dug, I guess, some of it from under a mountain of rubble, but at the same time be very verifiable. But what I would argue and what I would advise is that you really, why not offer everything? Offer all of the relief of virtually all of the sanctions if you get it. Now, you can wait if that's what you want, is the enriched uranium out and a promise. Now,
Marco Rubby-Dub.
the rabid hawks will argue, well, we're not going to negotiate with terrorists. We're not going to negotiate with bad people. Then they'll continue to have
Marco
enriched uranium. They'll
Rubby-Dub-Dub.
continue to enrich uranium. So I do think that the argument that there hasn't been a military solution to this is largely proven by the fact that even though we've militarily
Teresa.
obliterated their military, all of that is true. It's as Fred Ickley wrote
Hey, Jane.
in Every War Must End, that military victory doesn't always translate or lead to political resolution or to things that you want done. What we really want done is no more enriched uranium, and you don't enrich uranium, you give up on these hopes. But I would say that as we are looking at trading sanctions, you say there's some you can do on your own, there's some that are congressional. I would be bringing in the leaders in the Congress who can give up on these sanctions and hopefully try to get their voice saying yes, if they will give up. Because if you give up a few piddling ones that that won't change things, that the White House has the ability to do, and you still have all these congressional sanctions, if you're on the other side of that equation, you might say, we're not giving up the one thing we think is leverage, the enriched uranium, for maybe a little bit of sanctions relief. So I would say really go all in on it, because it would be verifiable. You don't have to wait and prove it. You would have to prove in the future whether
Rednecks it.
But I think that is a good step forward. But it's also important for people to have a discussion of what diplomacy is, and that diplomacy doesn't always have a bad name.
Great.
And, frankly, I'm glad to hear that the administration is negotiating, and I wish you luck. And I'd love to hear your response in general.
Well, first of all, the
you
president's made clear the
luck.
priority is Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. And what do they need to have a nuclear weapon? They need a couple things. They need the ability to enrich, that has been substantially destroyed, but could always be rebuilt over time. And the second is the ability, and highly enriched uranium, that's 60%, that could quickly be enriched to 90% weapons grade. The second point you make is about sanctions. So that's the goal here. And the sanctions First of all, there's a combination of sanctions. There's sanctions that block direct sort of activities that generate revenue, and that's problematic beyond the nuclear program because they also use this revenue to fund sponsors to sponsor terrorism like Hezbollah and others around the region. And then there's the frozen assets, which are related to sanctions, but these are Iranian assets that have been frozen that they don't have access to. So what I would argue, and again, I don't want to get ahead of myself because we're not engaged in this conversation with them yet, but if you get into a situation in which the reason why there are sanctions are because the nuclear program, and so if they comply with what we're demanding on the nuclear side of it, zero enrichment, get rid of the enriched uranium, they're complying with these things, then I think that's the place where the frozen assets could be discussed. The more they give, the more they would get.
JCPOA.
I think ultimately we will still face other challenges related to Iran.
That is the fucking JCPOA. That is exactly what the fucking JCPOA is. So we threw out the agreement. There was IAEA oversight over Iranians' enrichment. I've read the reports. Yeah. Come on now. Are we stupid?
Separate from the nuclear program,
stupid?
like what they use their money on, which is to sponsor Hezbollah and to sponsor Hamas.
He's also
and to
a real
sponsor
piece of
terrorism
shit.
around the world.
I have
But
an
on
article
the nuclear
on Bill
question,
Pulte
which
I'll
is the
read for
president's been
us.
focused on now, no nuclear weapon program. The sanctions that are directly related to the nuclear program, the more they give, theoretically, the more they should be willing to get. What they're not going to get it as a down payment. They're not going to get it as a signing bonus. And I would also point out that negotiations on nuclear matters are highly complex, highly technical.
I bet there is.
So it will take some time to work through that, as is sanctions, by the way, highly technical.
there
and
is.
in many cases, multifaceted. There are UN sanctions, there are US sanctions, there are US congressional sanctions. So there's a lot to unravel there.
He is the fraud.
Is benefit from the idea of trading sanctions relief for activity. And if you don't ever trade them, if you just have them on the book, then I think they're of little value in changing behavior. Thank you.
Senator Booker.
Thank you very much. Mr. Secretary, you and I talked a lot about Africa, and I raised concerns about a lot of the cuts. We're seeing globally an increase in tuberculosis, an increase in malaria cases. We see a continued ongoing on the continent HIV crisis. And the United States has pulled back from a lot of its investments in those areas. Now with the crisis with Ebola, we see that the challenges that have been brought about as a result of our surveillance, early detection, and the like. So I'm just very concerned about what the administration's strategy is, because we're clearly seeing here that what goes on the continent of Africa directly affects our public health as well.
Oh my God.
Well, first of all, I don't agree with that assessment. I mean, first of all, it's not about cutting back. As if the response here is not just how much money you spend, it's what results you're going to get. Now, let's talk about Ebola for a second.
That's the
Ebola,
dumbest
the
thing I've
outbreak in
ever heard
Ebola was
anyone
in a
say.
War-torn, isolated, rural area in the DRC. That's where that began. Since that time, our response has been very quick. Very rapid.
Well, so you're saying you did not cut early detection, Pierce? I'm not talking.
I'm saying that whatever you're pointing to as the cut is not the reason why there was an Ebola outbreak.
I'm not connecting the two. I'm simply saying.
Well, you are connecting them. You said that our
They
cuts
are
not
I'm not
connected.
trying to get in an argument
They are
with you.
connected.
I would really like to actually have my questions answered. So very quickly, we cut early detection when it comes to infectious diseases on the continent. Factually, this is not an opinion. We made those cuts. We cut early warning systems on the continent.
It had nothing to do with the Ebola outbreak.
So
What?
I don't need to tell you, Secretary Rubio,
You fucking
that
idiot.
we're living in a place where an infectious disease crisis anywhere is a threat to public health everywhere. The United States has made major
travels.
reductions in these areas that have put us more at risk. If you're talking about this clearly Ebola crisis, there's other things and other cuts we've made, and you see it factually. Even our own State Department personnel that I've
cuts
talked
exacerbate
to are saying we're
crises.
less prepared for a global outbreak
Hello?
than we were before.
This isn't
And my
hard.
worry is, specifically in a budget hearing, is this budget makes even deeper cuts into the kind of things that can prevent the next outbreak, or, as we've seen with unfortunately with COVID, have us more prepared.
Yeah, I don't agree with that assessment. I don't know who told you that at the State Department.
So
just
let's
as an
move on.
example,
My time is limited. If
I
we're
know,
not-
but that's an
we-
important
we can't
question.
even
I don't want to
agree
eat
on-
up your time, but
No,
I need to answer
you-
that because I just don't agree with that.
Mr. Secretary, you can't even agree on the facts. We
Because
made
they're not
those-
that's not accurate. I mean, again, you look at what we've entered into with these
It's
countries.
not accurate that we cut early detection.
Because those have all been repurposed in different arrangements that we now have with these countries. As an example, when
Well,
we
I would like, for the record, because we're not going to cover it in my short time, If you're telling me we are as prepared or more prepared before the Trump administration came in, I'd like to see the facts.
I think when these reforms are finalized, which we're on the verge of doing, we're actually going to be better prepared. We are responding today faster, not just to humanitarian crisis, but to outbreaks than we were before. We are responding in some cases within 72 hours, are able to move funds to task, which you weren't able to do in the old system. And we're also building the capacity
Mr.
of
Secretary,
nation states through these
Mr. Secretary,
compacts.
may I please reclaim my time to shift gears? The Strait of Hormuz, I was listening to their conversations you had with some of my colleagues. We've now seen the Strait closed for months, and you explained that we're going to see an opening of the Strait, and that ultimately the exchange we will get for that is after that fact we will release certain sanctions. Is that correct?
No, that's not what I said. What I said was that if they open the straits, we will lift our blockade. The straits and the blockade are what are interrelated.
And so for the nuclear program, in exchange for getting rid of the fissile material out of country, I imagine, is what the highly enriched uranium, we would release sanctions. Is that correct?
Well, it's not just that. It's also their enrichment activity. They would have to, they would have to make very severe and significant concessions
Gosh, this really
on
sounds
what they
like the
intend to enrich.
JCPOA.
And already with the March relaxing
But with the
sanctions,
Hormuz Strait thrown in.
allowing Iranians to sell oil to the Chinese, estimates have been between 10 and $50 billion.
Okay. This sounds a lot like the deal we made under the Obama administration, except for no one had closed the the Strait of Hormuz. That's what this sounds like to me. Wow, that seems like a not better deal. Because one way or another, well, we're paying for the closure of the strait, but we're gonna pay for the strait. You and me. No problem. Hey, Pep, how you doing? I mean, really, people. This is just incompetence. Les incompetents. That's what this is. They are incompetent. This is a complete lack of the understanding of diplomacy, the understanding of strategy, the understanding of geopolitics, the understanding of how you cut something off at the pass by engaging with them versus bombing. And then just to negotiate another deal worse than the first, because now the fucking Strait of Hormuz is in play. Literally. This is idiocracy. This is complete, like, Marco is acting like he's the smarty, but he looks like a fucking idiot. Hi, Sharon Brown. He looks like an idiot. I know. He's just lying to save his ass because somehow he thinks this is going to make him president. I swear to God, you guys, that's what this is all about. This little bitch wants to be, not that one, but Marco wants to be president. That's what he wants. He wants to be president. And somehow Marco has got it in his Delulu head that he's on his path. When in fact, what he's going to be is held accountable for crimes against humanity because of the closure of the USAID programs and the cuts to general aid. That's a good point. Rubico probably isn't incompetent. He's actively and maliciously dissembling. And that's true. I understand that this is intentional. He's not just stupid, But if you really step back to the 30,000 foot view, as they love to say, it feels really stupid. Doesn't it feel really stupid? Like, maybe I'm just like completely wackadoodle, but I think when you look at this from a distance, it looks really bad. Oh, yeah. No, I know he's an active participant. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to imply that he wasn't. But there's, this is, even if you just take, this was one deal, this is the next deal. Oh, this deal is worse for us. You know, like that's stupid just on the face of it. Yes, right now it's intentional, but that's also just stupid. Although I don't know about the Strait of Hormuz. I don't know if they really calculated that. I really am curious if we'll ever learn about the discussions about the closure of the Strait of Hormuz and whether or not that was likely. You know what I mean? Like, it's so interesting. It's odd how little the Secretary of State is involved in evidently foreign policy stuff. It's so good. It's a good point. It's a good point. Anyway, yeah, but thank you. That was the nuance that I needed. But anyway, oh yeah.
They got from that relaxing of sanctions. How much money might we see in a deal in our relaxings of sanctions in order to get rid of the highly enriched uranium and stop their enrichment?
Well, let me just tell you on that portion, the sanctions that were released on Iran were boats on the water. And so that oil was already out in the marketplace. It was sold at market rates, but the sanctions covered, and to the extent we've been able to enforce them, we have the revenues of those sales. So yeah, the Iranian oil was unsanctioned so that it could be sold, but the revenue would have to flow back to blocked accounts, which our sanctions were able to go after. We've also seized, I believe, 6 vessels in the Indo-Pacific that involved Iranian sanctioned oil on top of it. So that wasn't necessarily a trade. They didn't get $50 billion directly as a result of. They might have gotten some of it. They certainly didn't get the majority of it. They are now losing hundreds of millions of dollars a day in revenue because of the blockade. And the blockade exists because of what they're doing in the Straits.
Right, and I guess the conclusion I have, and my time's expired, is that the Strait of Hormuz was open before this unjustified war. We're now scrambling to try to find a way to get it back opened again. Not only is it causing economic havoc to our country and to residents all around this nation, families trying to make ends meet, but you see on top of that, the Iranians finding ways to leverage that, as we allowed them to do with the Chinese for tens of billions of dollars. And so my point is, before we even get to a nuclear negotiation, this regime is getting money to rebuild, purchase more drones, cause more havoc. And this is before we're even trying to get back to.
But I apologize. I don't understand how they're getting this. What revenue are you referring to?
Well, there's 2 sources of revenue we're seeing. One is the revenue from the Chinese, that's factually documented. And number 2, the revenue that you're proposing that they should receive by releasing all of their highly enriched uranium, as well as in making a commitment about their enrichment capacities.
Yeah.
Hold on. And that was the exact deal that you guys vilified, that the president and you vilified President Obama from having.
Yeah. No,
So
I don't
here we
think those
have
are
a
not the
worse situation where
Those are not the same
our
deals.
adversary and our enemy, who's causing havoc in the region, who is funding proxies and terrorists, has discovered, thanks to you all, the power of shutting down the Strait of Hormuz.
No, they didn't
which
discover.
is
They
all-
knew that a long time ago, and they've done it before.
Clearly, we all knew that a long time ago. That's why this
And they intended to do this at
ill-conceived
some point
war
in the
should have
future
never
as well.
happened.
Oh,
Yeah,
We
but-
have made our adversary
how you do
in a
your
stronger
strategy?
negotiating
Could
position.
happen.
We are the strongest nation on the planet Earth, and we're in a stalemate with Iran.
Yeah.
And now we're begging to get back into a deal that you all
We're not
trashed
begging.
in the first place.
There's
Yeah,
no
you
one
are.
begging. I don't
Clearly,
Fuck off.
this
You
is
are.
a
Senator Booker, your time's up.
But
Senator
can I just-
Rubio, since he's
I do
gone
want to
over, you
address
can
some of these points because they go to the heart of the matter. No one's begging for anything here. The Iranians might be begging because their economy's losing hundreds of millions of dollars a day. That they are losing. Understand, Iran had street protests going on before all of this started. All of those factors, economic factors in Iran, are far worse today than they were 6 months ago when those protests were happening. They have hyperinflation. They're
Okay, that's a question I have because I was listening to NPR this morning, and one of my questions is: so, are there still people on the streets in Iran? Is there still? Of course, I'm sure. Pepper, don't you think? I mean, I would imagine that was. I would imagine that was in the intelligence report. My goodness, right? It's a leverage point. It seems fairly obvious. I don't know. Well, maybe not. But yeah.
Currency's completely devalued. They're struggling to make
there
payroll
anyone
for
in
their
the
government
streets?
workers. Iran is in a very serious situation.
Oh, I
And if
don't
it was
know,
up to the
Teresa. I
political
didn't
class
hear
there,
it.
and I understand everybody there is sort of radical in some way, but if it was up to the
Yeah.
people that actually like go to elections and wear
This
the
is
suits
it.
and you see on TV, they'd probably make a deal tomorrow. It's the issue
That's
they're
it.
facing is that the supreme leader and the IRGC Corps are a little bit more immune from those pressures until they can be convinced otherwise. And I think that's the direction that they're moving in, because the reality, I don't know where you're
And
getting this perception that
Pezeshkian,
Iran is stronger.
resigned.
Iran
What's
has
up
no
with
navy
that?
left. They've lost a substantial percentage of their
civilian
defense
president.
industrial base. That Iran has lost a substantial percentage of their missile launchers, and their economy is far worse today, and I mean
Then
far
why
worse
aren't
today
they
than it was 6 to 9 months
capitulating,
ago. And they are looking
Marco?
at hundreds of billions of dollars
Then
of
why aren't
reconstruction
they
costs just to get to where they were.
Mr. Lolo,
capitulating?
you keep telling us how we're winning this war. The president
Yeah.
keeps saying,
Well, the war's over
completely
now.
What?
annihilated. The war is not
Oh,
over.
stop.
And yet the American people see how
You
we're
fucking
losing
idiot.
at the pump and with their costs,
I guess
and
they
yet
just
this thing
don't
still
care at
hasn't
this
been
point.
resolved. Every day he tweets out, oh, we've obliterated them, we've annihilated them, they're going to surrender. But yet we still find ourselves spending billions of dollars a week
Yeah, Senator
on a war
Booker,
abroad.
you've gone way over.
I know, but
It would be nice if we had
Stop.
hearings where people
Thank
had to
you,
be held
Senator
accountable.
Booker. Senator Scott.
All right. Secretary Rubio. So first off, do you think it's important to Americans that the Iranian regime doesn't have nuclear weapons and ability to
Oh my
destroy?
God.
I think it's
you know
important to the
what?
world.
I can't with you.
The whole world. I mean, this question about the Straits is a great example. Imagine what's changed here is they're no longer getting free oil from Venezuela. And number two, the main reason why they have oil energy blackouts is because they didn't invest a single dollar back into their plants, back into improving their plants. And they could have bought this equipment from any company in the
little
world,
personal
but they didn't
hard-on.
invest in it. Instead, they invested it to build tourist hotels that now sit empty because there's no tourism into Cuba. So Cuba's a little
Yeah,
bit more
because you're
complicated
gonna
than
bomb
Venezuela, but it's a
people.
mess.
Thanks for what you're doing.
Yeah, the horrible. That's a good one, Josh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Rubio,
That's
I
a
trust
good
you're
one.
familiar with then CENTCOM Commander and future Secretary of Defense Jim
Oh, here we
Mattis's
go.
famous quote about the importance of funding our
Here we
foreign
go.
policy apparatus. In 2013,
was
in
deep.
response to
Yeah,
a
he
question
was.
from the now
It was
chairman
good.
of SASC, General Mattis pointed out that if you don't find, and I quote him, if you don't fund the State Department fully, then I need to buy more ammunition ultimately, end quote. Unfortunately, despite his service in the first Trump administration,
All the tiny Peters.
the second time around, you seem to have taken the message as a blueprint rather than as a warning. The budget that you're presenting today cuts the State Department by about a third, after you previously
Oh, yeah,
tried
let's
to enact
talk about the
steep cuts
budget,
and
which is what
eliminations
we're here
last year,
for.
many of which were already rebuked by Congress on a bipartisan basis. Time and again, this administration uses our military as a first tool of choice, manufacturing new crises and new conflicts that worsen the situation for folks abroad as
Hey,
well as for American
Paul.
people
How
back
you
here
doing?
at home. And now you're here to justify a budget request that further undermines
Settle in,
our
Paul. I'm gonna
diplomatic
be live for a
apparatus.
minute.
The tools and professionals that are critical for not
big
only
day.
preventing crises before they begin, but those who will be responsible for negotiating our way out of Trump's war of choice in Iran and whatever other nightmares he dreams up with. So based on how this administration has conducted itself over the last year, our adversaries are learning that the United States is not a reliable negotiator. They're learning that we will quickly turn to
Time
using force
changes.
before working to alleviate crisis points and prevent war. I'm very
After daylight
concerned that
savings.
that in turn increases the risk of our adversaries jumping to use force first, increasing risk to American citizens and American interests around the world. We saw that instinct for the military option in the Caribbean and in Venezuela. And now we're seeing threats of it in Cuba while we're still engaged in the Middle East, where President Trump is blowing a shocking amount of money and failing to uphold his solemn duty to put our service members at risk only for the most serious and imminent national security threats to American people. Mr. Secretary, you also wear the hat of a national security advisor. So with both that hat and as Secretary of State, do you agree that this administration has spent more on Trump's war in Iran than you are requesting today for this entire State Department budget request?
Yeah, I can't speak to the Department of War would have to speak to you about the money and what they calculate are the costs. I can't give you an accurate answer on that because that's
Okay.
not the thing that I look at.
I would think you would have some
Awareness.
insight because you are on national security.
Well, I've
advisor
seen the
also.
testimony that Secretary Hegseth and others have conducted in front of their oversight committees, but I just can't. I don't want to give you an answer that's not accurate.
Okay. Well, this week, let me put out some numbers that I have. This week, the cost of President Trump's illegal war of choice against Iran are likely to balloon past $35 billion by the rate from DOD's own May calculations. and surpass your FY 2027 budget request of $35.1 billion for the State Department and related programs. That's an astonishing figure, worth repeating. In just 14 weeks, President Trump will have blown through as much, if not more, money in Iran than he thinks Congress should spend on U.S. diplomacy for the entirety of the next fiscal year. This administration's distorted priorities have unfortunately revealed some stark lessons for our allies and partners as well. The United States' use of force first will make them less secure, as they'll be caught in the crossfire, left scrambling to protect themselves and their people. Mr. Secretary, do you agree that under Operation Epic Fury, our allies and partners in the region have expressed concern about their security and the threats that followed from this administration's uncoordinated actions?
No, I think our allies in the region have been very cooperative, some obviously very aggressively cooperative, like the UAE as an example. Kuwait's been fantastic. Obviously, no country likes to have their oil and their energy infrastructure hit, but I think it's a reminder to them of the threat that Iran poses. And the one lesson when this is all said and done is it's reminded them of, despite all the friendly talk that you've seen in the past, how dangerous Iran is to their own interests, how the billions of dollars Iran has spent, despite sanctions. Iran found the money to build drones and rockets. And luckily, we've taken a lot of them out, but they still have some, and they still have the ability to
My
launch.
question is about our allies in the region expressing concerns.
Do they
because
not?
you see, public reporting in early May
decision.
revealed that Saudi Arabia denied
they a
U.S.
danger
basing
to
and overflight
humanity? Are
related
they
to Trump's
not?
ill-conceived plan to escort ships through the
God.
Straits of Hormuz, and they're still not supportive of this risky tanker escort plan. And the Strait is still worse off today than it was before Trump initiated this war. And that doesn't even touch on
Yeah, we
the
don't face
wider
any-
global lessons being learned by our allies and partners.
Yeah, we don't
just came
face
home
any-
from the
any-
Shangri-La dialogue, where I heard from folks across the Indo-Pacific and especially in Southeast Asia who are being hit hard by the same rising energy costs that are devastating American communities. And frankly, this administration insists on using military force as a first resort instead of a last resort, no matter the deadly cost of self-defeating impacts. Your budget request here would sadly perpetuate that trend and undermine the roles and responsibilities that you should be fulfilling as Secretary
can
of
I-
State. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Okay, I didn't get to answer any of that.
That's
I
right.
didn't ask the
Bitch,
question.
shut the fuck up.
Well, she didn't answer the question. She just want me to answer?
Just
Can I
shut the fuck
answer
up.
anyway?
I didn't
You
ask
may.
him a
Okay.
question.
Well, but she made a bunch of points. I get to answer them, right?
No.
First of all, I don't understand this thing with
that's
that. Let
not
me tell you,
fair. This isn't
we were just- Maybe you
kindergarten,
weren't here.
okay?
We were just talking about it. We did a peace deal with Azerbaijan and Armenia. We just signed the TRIP agreement yesterday, actually, or last week. We signed it. Last night I officialized it. That was diplomacy.
That's
We-
great,
we
but the Trump
prevented-
administration
well,
has still
no.
blown through more
When do I
money
get
in
to talk to you?
14
Do I get to
weeks
talk in
than
this
this
committee?
entire budget that
Senator
you're
Duckworth.
requesting.
Senator Duckworth.
It's not his
I'm going to let
time.
Senator Rubio reply
He's a
to the
witness.
statements that you made
Oh,
at
fuck
his
off,
request.
Yeah, that's the
But we've got a hard stop at 12:30.
Okay,
Yeah.
but I know, but she said a lot of stuff. I get to answer some of it.
have
All
that.
right, so the first is
Oh my
the second is
God, what a
India,
baby.
Pakistan. We ended that war. We were involved in helping broker that. Thailand, Cambodia, that's diplomacy.
Yeah,
We've
okay.
been very engaged in fact, as I sit here now.
By the way, I'm just making a tinfoil hat prediction. Okay, so this is my own opinion. This does not represent journalistic reporting in no way, shape, or form. I believe we are trying to do some kind of military coup in Pakistan. I believe that is happening because the Trumps have a very close relationship with the head of the military of Pakistan. And they're the ones who have been kind of leading the negotiations and things like that. So keep an eye on Pakistan because I think we're up to no good, which of course is a given, but I mean it this time for reals. I think there's something going on with the head of the military of Pakistan. Thank you for coming to my tinfoil tea party. Thank you.
Speaking to you, I've got the Lebanese government and the Israeli government
And
meeting
he's
at the
letting
State
the Rubio
Department
campaign.
starting at
That's a good
8:30
one.
this morning for the fourth time after engaging last week at the military level. So we're carrying out now. We're carrying out diplomacy all over the world constantly and very successfully in many cases. Now let me make one more point that you raise about the budget request, guys. We understand how this process works. Okay, you guys understand. I know because I've been involved all the time. We OMB produces sort of timelines for every agency. We put forward a budget. We say, this is the money we've been allocated. This is how we would spend it. There is a congressional process, which I'm sure you're aware of. And in my time here, 16 years that I was here, I don't ever recall us
Really?
once ever taking the president's budget and passing it into law.
Interesting.
I'm not walking away from the budget. We can make it work if that's the budget you give us. But I have a sense, I have a suspicion, right, Senator Schatz, that we're going to have to work with you guys, that we're going to have to, well, that we're going to have to work with you guys on a budget request that meets your priorities and ours. That's how it works. You guys are the appropriators.
Oh my
We have to
God.
work within we will tell you what we care about, we will tell you how we're going to spend the money, but ultimately you will provide us a spending bill, and we will work through those parameters. But we have given you what
My
we can live with.
tinfoil
We
TED
can make
Talk.
it
Thank
work.
you, Jane.
But if
That
you
was a
wanted,
good one.
if you're obviously going to have
Hi,
changes
Mr.
here in
Spock.
Congress, but this stuff about diplomacy and the money spent on the war, diplomacy's always cost less money. We don't buy missiles, we don't buy rockets, we don't buy large airplanes and aircraft carriers, but we've been very effective. And I can give you list after list of places where we have had an impact in either de-escalating crisis before it started or ending active wars. And I'm very proud of the work that we've done in that regard, some of which haven't even been publicly discussed in some cases because they weren't high profile. And my last point, we remain heavily engaged in areas that maybe not at the core of our national interests, but nonetheless are related to our national interests. You think about Sudan for a moment and the Quad. This has been a very frustrating situation to put together, but we helped convene a donor conference that got pledges for when that is resolved. We've put a lot of time and energy in a situation that now, unfortunately, has turned into a proxy in the Middle East because of the UAE and the Saudis on opposite sides of it. In Libya, where our work in Libya now it's still divided, but they, for the first time ever, have a joint budget.
How's the Sudan,
For the
Marco?
first time ever, are cooperating on energy deals that are going to be beneficial to the people of Libya. So I just don't think it's fair to say we're not actively
says,
involved in
"I
diplomacy
voted."
on last year's budget and spending,
I
because we are, and
voted.
we have been, and to great success.
Thank you. Senator Curtis.
Thank
My
you, Mr.
voting
Chairman.
sticker.
Clock
It
setter,
proves I
thank you for
voted.
resetting the clock.
Well, I guess it doesn't prove.
Mr. Secretary, thank you for
Shows.
being here. And I'm always
I
truly
voted.
impressed with your ability to navigate around the globe so articulately and explain the
'Cause I
positions.
voted.
Like you previously, I chair the Western Hemisphere Subcommittee. One of the focuses that I've had is on Taiwan and Taiwan's relationship in the Western Hemisphere.
clear your throat,
We
sir.
actually had our first subcommittee hearing
Please.
on
Drink a coffee.
Taiwan's allies in the Western Hemisphere. And as you well know, Honduras switched diplomatic recognition away from Taiwan in 2023 in exchange for a lot of promises
this is
from China.
boring. You're
no
boring.
surprise, those promises
Who from
have not been
Taiwan is
fulfilled.
paying you for this
The
moment,
current
sir?
president during his campaign
Who in Taiwan do you
talked about
represent?
returning back to Taiwan and restoring that relationship required, and that we have foreign service officers in Asia and China that can speak that language. I think it's absolutely vital that our diplomats be able to understand the people
Yay
in their
for
own language
voters.
as to the abuses that are going on there. Given your previous experience on this bill
I guess I could
and
take
the
it off my
department's
forehead. It's
focus
probably
on the
distracting.
CCP's repression, do you still support this provision? And can you just speak to how important this is?
Yeah, well, I think obviously the Uyghur language is not a widespread language around the world, but it's incredibly valuable in an important part of the world. And so I think we want to see a language proficiency. That's generally been a challenge writ large over a period of time. And one of the goals of the consolidation is to be able to drive language school more effectively, more quickly
wow.
to
Didn't
foreign
know that,
service
Max.
officers before they're deployed. Obviously, proficiency in certain languages are very difficult. They take longer periods. Some languages are harder to learn than others, especially if the base of the language is, like, just to give an example, it's easy to learn Italian if you speak Spanish. It's much harder to learn Mandarin, and or the Uyghur language for that matter. So, but language is a priority for us. And it's one that, by the way, in our
Really? How
recruitment
about
tools, one
just
of the things we also look for is
getting them
whether
out of slavery? I don't know.
potential
Can you
candidates
start
already
there?
bring an existing
also?
second or third language, which is a
Yes,
huge
and?
benefit.
Yes, and just very quickly, do you want to clarify, use this opportunity, the president had a tweet about speaking with Hezbollah yesterday. Do you want to clarify for people what happened and
Yeah.
anything that you'd like?
Well, we received communications via the Lebanese government and the speaker over there on behalf of Hezbollah as early as Sunday about that they would restrain from attacking Israeli territory if Israel did not take new strikes in Beirut. And so it came from Hezbollah, but through Lebanese authorities.
I think that clarification is important. Thank you for being here today. I yield.
Thank you. Senator Rosen.
Thank you, Chairman Risch, Ranking Member Shaheen. Thank you, Secretary Rubio, for being here. Secretary Rubio, I applaud the administration for facilitating a ceasefire last year between Israel and Gaza that will keep Israel safe and from further Hamas attacks and the suffering of Palestinian civilians. But I have serious questions about transparency, about the funding for the so-called Board of Peace
Yes,
in light
thank
of
you.
recent reporting that
We have an
suggests
article
donor
about
funds have
that.
been deposited into a private JP Morgan account with no independent transparency mechanisms in place. As a member of the Board of Peace, Executive Board, and Secretary of State, you should be in a position to provide us with some answers. And You, as a former senator, know our role here, trying to get answers, and my team's been asking for a contact with the Board of Peace for several months just to do our due diligence, but we've received no response. Can you tell me exactly who my team should be reaching out to, please?
Well, I can now because the Board of Peace has finally hired some staff. It's going to be a very lean operation. They're working out of the Institute of Peace Building. So for some period of time, they really were not. It was just a very lean operation.
So do you have a name for my?
I do. I just don't have it on me, but I will get that
That's
to
fine.
you.
We will-
But
we will-
I think they just hired staff like in the last two
We will
weeks.
follow up with you. Thank you. I have a few other questions.
Where's
Can you tell
the
me how
money?
much money is in the World Bank administered Board of Peace Fund? Do you have a?
I don't have the answer because there's not U.S. dollars that have flowed. These are donor funds.
So can you tell me
what?
how much money is in the JP Morgan account?
Yeah.
I'd
But again, those are not
who has
U.S.
the-
government
I
accounts.
don't care.
Those are-
Who has
That's the
who
Board
has
of Peace.
oversight?
Well, that's the key here. That ultimately the oversight over the funds of the Board of Peace will be done, and especially when it comes to U.S. dollars, will be done by you in Congress. We have not committed those funds there yet, although we've made a pledge until they've stood up the Board of Peace administratively.
Congress will have oversight ability. Thank
Well,
you.
on the U.S. dollars.
Of the U.S. dollars. Can the money in the JP Morgan account be used to compensate the president or his family or anyone directly?
No one's talking
connected
about
with
doing
the
that.
president? And you said you
Yeah,
just
watch
hired some
Jared
folks and it's
Kushner,
going to be
bitch.
lean. About how many full-time personnel do you expect?
I think they ultimately want to get up to 15 or 20 full-time. I think they've started at 5,
And
if
so
I'm
is-
not mistaken.
is
I
the-
could be wrong, but those are the numbers I recall.
Well,
So is the
then you're
50 million in
stupid.
U.S. taxpayer money that your department wants to give to the Board of Peace, is that going to be used to cover this?
But I think that 50 million was reversed. We ended up not doing that as a result of the way it was constructed. The Board of Peace is now built out as an international, non-governmental organization.
We will follow up with you on that once you give us a
What?
contact after this.
what
Thank
now?
you. So Secretary Rubio,
the
during your
executive
confirmation and
director?
budget hearings last year, you committed to me you would support women and girls programming at the
What?
State Department. But under your leadership, you've
dissembling.
terminated dozens of awards supporting women and girls. You
Word.
shuttered the Office of Global Women's Issues.
Oh, my
GWE,
God.
you fired the entire staff. You said repeatedly that regional bureaus will now be responsible for programs to support women and girls, but my staff has asked every single regional bureau if they have a plan to do this, and not a single bureau can provide me with an answer. And so, Secretary Rubio, I'm just so disappointed. I want to believe that,
Disappointed.
you
Are
didn't
you
lie to us,
disappointed?
lie to me, and so I want to give you an opportunity to explain how women's issues have been integrated into the
well, I don't know.
bureaus. Do we have an outline?
I don't know
of the
who's
plan?
telling you that at the regional bureaus, because that's not accurate. Now, some regional bureaus have a larger mandate on women's issues than
So
others.
is
As
there
you
an-
example, like in Europe, it's probably less intense
Can you tell
than
me
in
who
Africa.
on your team we can reach out to then to find out? Because we're not getting, they're telling us they don't know.
Well, the regional bureaus tell you they don't know.
That's
Not only
correct.
does every regional bureau have someone in charge of women's issues, or at least in charge of that portfolio, but most of our embassies, especially in some of these key
So can-
places,
Can
are
we follow
advocating
up,
this.
and can I call you
Yeah,
and
of
have a
course.
conversation? Because somehow there's a
Yeah,
communication.
because we didn't eliminate the program. We simply felt that there's a difference between the women's issues, for example, that you would face in Africa versus what
We
you
know
may be
that.
facing
Could
in
you
some
name
part
a
of
We know
single
Asia.
that, you
program
stupid ass.
that you've stood up in the last, since the
Give us a
GWE office
program.
was closed? Do you know
Well,
of any?
first of all, almost every single one of our programs that we do now, our humanitarian response to crisis, our food programs that we distributed, all of them have a women's component to it.
So- Really?
Primarily
Wait,
because
can
in
you
these
show us that
societies, women
plan?
are the
Follow up
first
with
ones
your team,
affected.
please,
Can you
so
show
we
us
can
that
get some
plan?
clarification, 'cause
Yeah, we'll follow up.
No,
but
I
we have
think
the right
she's on the
people
Shield.
Each of these bureaus has someone or
She's
more
on
than one
America's
case.
Shield.
more
The
than
last one
person.
here is, there is a International Women of Courage program. You and the First Lady have championed. Are you going to commit to maintaining that?
The which one, I'm sorry?
The Women of Courage program. You and the First Lady have championed that.
Yeah, well, we had an award ceremony last year.
So-
I don't know if one is scheduled for this year yet.
Thank you. With the remainder of my time, I'd like to remind the American people that as the Secretary of State,
Tom,
your
that's a good
main
one.
duty as America's chief diplomat is to maintain our relations with foreign nations. This is why I was shocked to see that you were at a party with President Trump in Miami instead of accompanying Vice President Vance to Pakistan for negotiations.
What
to
party
end
was
the
I
war.
at? I was at a party?
It's publicly reported, and there's photos there.
But
In
what
fact,
party?
Steve
No,
Witkoff
but you're
and
going to say that. I'm going to
Jared
answer it. I'm going to answer
But
that
let me
question, because
finish
that's an
my
absurd statement.
If-
I was not at a
As soon as I
party.
finish my paragraph,
All right.
he can answer.
People are going to
In fact,
slander me. I'm going to answer
Steve
it.
Witkoff and Jared Kushner, both of whom were never confirmed by this body to be America's diplomats, accompanied the vice president in the negotiations. Even Iran's foreign minister was not there, yet was there, and you were not. I just feel that's embarrassing for us, and it's embarrassing for you. So, Mr. Secretary, Congress represents the American people. We have the power to confirm who represents America abroad. We confirmed you to be our Secretary of State. We confirmed you to be in the negotiations that are happening. And it's just unthinkable to me that you are missing high-stakes negotiations or that you're not involved. It's sad.
Senator Rosen, your
Thank
your
you.
time's up.
Yield back.
But
so let me just-
Senator, Secretary Rubio.
You're
should have the
100%
opportunity to
inaccurate
reply.
and 100% wrong. Here's why. Number one, the Vice President of the United States was there, and he wasn't confirmed by us, and he was elected by the American people. Okay? He is the second in line of the presidency of the United States. He was president. Mr. Witkoff is the president's envoy for negotiation for peace deals. Mr. Kushner is a private citizen that serves as an advisor on these functions.
ridiculous.
They were the team that we sent to Pakistan.
Don't
I
you
was
think
not
you
at
should
a
have a
party.
security
Where I
clearance
was is next
then?
to the president. Because in the midst of those
getting
negotiations,
so
I was in
fucking
communications with
clutching
them.
your
And in
pearls,
fact, I
Marco.
think there is media reporting from that evening on how on multiple occasions I went into a back room, I came back out and spoke to the president and was constantly updating him. On that evening, I spoke to Mr. Kushner and our negotiating team and Mr. Witkoff on at least 6 occasions, including twice on a secure line from the phone they had access to over there. So you don't know what you're talking about. You're just
Senator
making
Rosen,
stuff up.
he has the floor.
I know your
please.
staff wrote up this cute statement for your TikTok video, but it's not true, and it's not real. That's not what happened. Okay? I'm the National Security Advisor and Secretary of State. I was co-located with the president in the midst of a high-stakes negotiation so that I could immediately inform him about events occurring halfway
so now
around
that's what
the
you were
world. I
doing.
was where I
Okay.
needed to be at that
All
moment
right, well,
because
the
we had a very
story's
capable
changing.
team on the ground in Pakistan, led by the Vice President.
Okay.
Led by the Vice
All right,
President
pearl
of the United
clutcher.
States.
Thank you.
Clutch those
Senator Cornyn.
pearls. Clutch those pearls. Are you going to clutch those pearls when
Secretary
you're
Rubio,
seen in Nuremberg?
I've
That's
heard
what I
some
wanna
of
know.
my colleagues here on this committee
Witkoff
suggest
was
that the
voted in
U.S.
by what?
started a war with the Iranian regime 92 days ago. I happen to believe that the Iranian regime started a war against the West and Israel and has been at war with us since
Uranus
1979. What's your view?
shines.
Well, if you go back to 1979 and the taking hostages and build it out from there, I don't know the numbers, if we can even
I'm
add them up.
getting good
It's
and high. This is
incalculable.
awesome.
Thousands
Thank
of
you,
people around the
everybody.
world, including many Americans, have been killed because of direct Iranian action. All the IEDs, those roadside bombs that maimed and killed our soldiers, were all the mastermind work of the IRGC for decades.
Okay.
The IRGC sponsors terrorist attacks all over the planet. In fact, they
So-
were involved,
so
for
that means
example,
we
in the bombing
can
of a
too?
Jewish center in Argentina.
If
in
they jump off a
1993 or
cliff, are you going to
1994.
too?
They're
You
consistently-
promise?
It's now, we have people convicted in the United States of America, and one was arrested yesterday, Iranian agents plotting the assassination of American political leaders, including the President of the United States. They've been waging
What's in his
nonstop,
box
not to
in the
mention
morning?
their massive sponsorship
doing?
of Hamas,
Doesn't
of
he?
Hezbollah, and all the
Seems
activities those
awfully
groups
triggered.
have undertaken. So you're absolutely right that,
mean-
that the Iranian system has been waging war on the West. But why is
He's just missing his junior league pass with his cardigan and his pearls. I'm telling you now, that is just, that's the image I need. I need him as a member of the junior league. No offense to junior leagues. Oops. Cornyn looks so deflated and depressed. Good. No.
anybody in the United States in specific for over 3 decades, but why is anyone surprised? They openly chant death to America,
Okay,
death
but
to Israel.
are they in the
openly say
street
Israel's
now?
the little
Okay,
Satan. but we're the-
I'm sorry, everybody. I'm nagged by this question because you remember how we were seeing images of people in the street in Tehran and other parts of Iran over the last few months, or however longer than that, perhaps. Are we seeing anybody in the streets now? I mean, it's a serious question. I don't think maybe I've just missed the reporting, which is completely possible, but is anybody seeing something that I'm not seeing? So I guess what I'm saying is do we have a situation where now we've really done it and now people in Iran can't even leave their homes for fear of being killed by either our bombs, Israel's bombs, or their own IRGC misfires? I just, I just can't stop thinking about what the actual people in Iran are doing or not doing in the midst of all this ridiculous bullshit with the lie about saving people when it's clearly not about that. Yeah, I know. Kushner, you're right, Teresa. Of course. I mean, it should be absolutely unacceptable that Kushner, as a private citizen, is allowed in one of the most sensitive negotiations in the world, with undoubtedly access to secrets about our own nuclear capabilities and that of foreign countries. I mean, this is cuckoo banana town. This is cuckoo banana town. I can't even. It's ridiculous. Yeah, I know they really, yeah, I know. They really are, they're very upset. It hurts their feelers. Dear diary. Today, the IRGC said some really mean things about my ears, and I'm very upset about it. I hope Susie Wiles likes me. God bless Papa and Mama. I mean, I understand that. I guess what I'm saying is wouldn't you? This makes sense. I'm not saying this doesn't make sense, but I mean, don't you think that he would have inevitable access to some very sensitive information? Don't you think, even if it's just for the other country? I mean, does that make sense? I just think that I feel like that is something that is just kind of like bothers them very much. Anyway, I don't know. I just think it would be like so unacceptable. Attacking a country that has a 30-mile long mountain range on the strait that is perfect for a natural seaside fort maybe wasn't a good idea. Yeah, that's a good one. There you go. What is that? Don't attack Russia in winter. Never launch a campaign in winter or something like that. I can't remember what the saying is now. Yeah, Legos really, really get them too. Oh my God, Josh, this is it. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. This is it. Jared's laptop. Holy mazzoli. Get somebody grab his BlackBerry. Yeah, that's true. He's probably on the Signal broadcast. What the hell? This is cuckoo bananas town. I'm sorry. This wouldn't. I mean, I guess part of me is like, at least all of this is covert or overt now, and it isn't as much covert. That's Scorpion. That's Scorpion Bitcoinin right where it counts. That's right, Teresa. Poor Cornyn. Boy, they really fucked the goose on that one, didn't they? I cannot. I mean, running against Ken Paxton, he practically looks like a bottle of whiskey. Like, he looks like he's just a bottle of cheap ass whiskey. Never go in against a Sicilian when death is on the line. We should watch that. My fave part is how little Narco wants to be both respected for the positions he holds in the administration and really snotty, like he'll never face consequences, right? This is it. Yeah. Yeah, let's send our own private citizen to hang out at I mean, right? Why can't we have one? If they just went to Jared, fuck, man. Anyway,
Big Satan.
get this one
So
over with.
I
We
think at
got
some
more to
point when
come.
people say this
You're not going
repeatedly, you believe
anywhere.
their rhetoric and their actions back their
Oh
rhetoric.
my God.
There's a
We got
very
another
dangerous
stuff
regime.
coming up at
And the
11
notion that they will
o'clock
ever possess
Pacific.
nuclear weapons, that people that are willing to conduct those
So
kinds of
strap
terrorist
in.
acts would ever possess a nuclear weapon is unthinkable, unbearable, and unacceptable. And it's not going to happen under President Trump.
So ever since since the Iranian nuclear program started, and they basically blocked the IAEA and others from doing
They
the
didn't,
inspections
though.
that would be required in order to monitor.
They didn't. The IAEA did have access. I read their reports. I read at least one of their reports. Sorry, I should say that differently. But I read the last report that they were having. Yeah, of course they had traditional, access issues, but they actually were able to inspect things. So this is just a fucking lie. Like a provably false lie. You can go to the IAEA website right now and find all kinds of reporting over the last few years of Iran's, or, whatever. Like they've done, oh my God, I can't.
Their use
Horny.
of enriched uranium.
Challenges.
Oh, wait.
Now we're talking about
go
our
back.
allies in the Asia Pacific region really
I want to not miss him.
Have to come after not just they agree to certain things, but they actually do certain things. And let's be clear about this, because I don't think this is talked about enough. If what Iran wants is nuclear energy for their country, there are mechanisms to do it. There are countries all over the world that have nuclear energy, but they don't enrich. They certainly don't enrich the 60%. And they don't do it hidden in a mountain, deep buried underground somewhere. If what they want is nuclear energy, they
Okay, so maybe what the answer is, Marco, the diplomat from Dairy Queen, the Dairy Queen diplomat, then maybe what you do is establish the modern day, I don't know, what do they call it? SALT? The SALT Treaty? Strategic Arms Limitation Treaty or something? I don't know. I might be wrong about that. But you know what? That's what you do, bitch. That's your fucking job. That's your only job. Your only job. Well, I mean, you have the NSA, which is ridiculous, but your job is to fucking diplomat. You're supposed to be diplomating. And so what a great diplomat does is negotiate treaty agreements that help that ideally help all the countries involved, and also establish working agreements so that we don't blow each other up. And even under the worst circumstances, those things tend to hold up if they're done right. So I guess, little Marco, the challenge to you, my larger-eared friend, is that you need to buckle down and read your diplomacy textbook and find out how you negotiate an arms limitation treaty with many countries. Okay? I mean, it's not that hard. I mean, it's hard, but it's not like that's not your job, because that is your job.
can have it. There are mechanisms for that. The problem with Iran is not that they want nuclear energy. The problem with Iran is that everything they do is consistent with the activities of a
Everything is
nation that seeks to
stupid.
develop a nuclear weapons capability.
Thank you,
Time's
Senator.
expired.
Senator Schatz.
Thank you, Chairman. Secretary, thank you for being here. Tomorrow, I'm going to have you in the Appropriations Committee, and we'll walk the list that that we talked about a couple of weeks ago on a conference call, so I won't cover that. I want you to sort of answer the China watchers who saw that visit to China and saw that NVIDIA is now going to sell H200s. I understand that's not our highest technology, but it's better than what China has, and that's why people are worried. And that, I mean, it's pretty plain that the president violated one of the 6 assurances. I understand that the ambassador and you and others have sort of followed up to kind of smooth the edges, but I mean, it's pretty clear. He says, we discussed arms sales in great detail. It depends on China. It's a very good negotiating chip for us. So what do you say to China watchers who say, they got some pretty good deliverables and we didn't get much?
I don't see the trip. There were some deliverables, you know, the purchase of additional Boeing aircraft, which of course is beneficial to the Chinese as well, but helps our company, some of the agricultural concessions. But the trip was largely, for the most part, about the fact that the 2 largest, most powerful countries in the world have to have direct interaction with one another. And this was an opportunity to do it. He will reciprocate by visiting the United States later
that what
next
he's
year.
drinking?
Separate from that,
I think he's drinking
I don't know if you were
that,
here at the outset in my opening statement, or maybe it was in
Zuma.
response to one of the
Zima?
questions.
Zima.
I think 2 things are clear.
What's the
Number
one
one
that,
is
like,
that
the
we're
clear-
entering into a period of strategic stability
Clear
that I
beer?
think serves the interests of
whatever
both
it
countries,
is.
because the last thing we want is a largely
couldn't drink
destabilizing
it.
event in the
Maybe.
Indo-Pacific.
Even the
But the
smell
second
made me
is that
wanna
there are clear
vomit.
differences of priorities. There are clear irritants in that relationship that are long-standing and that are going to be long-term. As in, critical minerals dependencies, things of this nature. So it's one of those relationships that's going to require very deft diplomacy and mature decision making.
Sure, and this is why I like our engagement. Like, that makes sense to me, but it seems to me that if the main objective is to kind of touch gloves and initiate conversations, then why give away any of the things that they're already seeking in exchange for essentially nothing? I mean, you're basically saying it's better to talk than not to. It's better to engage than not to. It's better to be in a period of stability than not. I agree with all that. I just don't understand why we would want to sell them our second best chips, and why we would start to at least complicate the question of our assurances regarding Taiwan. I'm going to move over. We're going to stay in the Asia Pacific region. The Marshalls, the Philippines, and Tuvalu have declared a national emergency on their energy situation. South Korea says its energy crisis is a war-like situation. You've been around a long time on this committee and now as secretary. It is always the case that something in the Middle East undermines our ability to project power in the Asia Pacific region. But it's not just a question of opportunity cost and attentional challenges. Now we're talking about our allies in the Asia Pacific region really taking it on the chin with energy costs because of the Strait of Hormuz. What do we say to them? Just hang in there?
Yeah, no, a couple points. It's one of the steps that we've taken and some of the things that we've done around the world, whether it's the release of strategic reserves, whether it's not popular, but, we got questions about here earlier today, but making available for a limited period of time both Iranian oil on the water, though they don't enjoy the revenue of it, and some of the Russian oil on the water as well.
Where's the revenue going for that?
The third point, though, that this points to is
I wonder where the revenue for Iranian oil sales is going. Is it the same JP Morgan account as the Board of Peace? Do you know they're putting it in a JP Morgan account versus the World Bank established account for the purpose of the Board of Peace? Like, literally, the World Bank has a fucking account set up for the Board of Peace, but all the donations have gone into this private JP Morgan account. Like, on what planet is that normal? Who gets revenue from the Iranian, and who gets revenue from the Russian oil sales? Wait, man. Oil sales. Okay, but I need, wait, what? Oh, wait, let me see if this is, let me wait. The Treasury Department will increase, wait. Taking additional action against Iran's military oil sales, which is enabling the regime's ability to fund the rebuilding of the armed forces. Okay, so what is the action? The department will continue to increase pressure on Iranian oil sales to deprive the Iranian regime and its military of the financial resources it needs to threaten U.S. allies, blah, 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 blah. We will not allow the Iranian government to increase its oil revenue. Okay, but what are you going to do? This is just, they're not doing anything. They offered a reward. Rewards for Justice is offering a reward of up to $15 million for information leading to the disruption of the financial mechanisms of the IRGC and its various branches. That is literally all they're doing. So that's a lie. It's a lie. Either the IRGC is getting the revenue from those oil sales or they're not. It's either true or it isn't. Okay, they froze some cryptocurrency, $500 million. Ouch. The blockade, they think that's part of it. Okay, wait a minute. Here we go. I'm going to link this document in the chat so you have it. I apologize. Okay, wait a minute. Energy. So what are you doing? So what are you doing about it? This is, oh my God, I'm going to link this. This is the most ridiculously stupid memorandum I've ever seen. I could be wrong, but I think I'm reading something really dumb. This is from May 28th, 2026. And I'm going to tell you right now, literally all this fucking memorandum says is we're going to write a very sternly worded letter. You know, we're going to, I mean, this is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Oh my God. Yeah, Jeff Sessions. I have an appointment for CD counseling on Thursday at my mental health clinic. They have a weekly support group. Yay, Paul. Oh, we're sending so much love for you. Hang in there, Paul. You got this. Really, I'm so happy you're here. Thank you for coming and always sharing. I really appreciate you. Thank you. I really appreciate you. Didn't JP just move an office? I don't know, Tom. That's a very good one. That's a very good one. Maybe they'll open a Deutsche Bank. Yeah, maybe Alito's son can open them some kind of, no, I don't know what he does. Oh my God. Hey, Dan, how you doing? How you doing? Anyway, so yeah, check that out because this is all.
It's a much deeper one, and that is that while the Straits of Hormuz provides about 20% of the global oil supply, it is probably 80 or 90% of the supply in the Indo-Pacific, given
I think
the
we
geography
still need
and
an
so
answer
forth.
to the question.
So one of the things that I
Where's
think
the
is going
money?
to come about as a
Where
result of all
is
this in the
the
long term
money?
is more diversification and where they're going to get their energy from, including from the United States, potentially, certainly with Japan and some other countries in the region will benefit
But you know
from
that the sort of project
It takes
timeline-
time.
It
Yeah.
all takes time. So
Understood.
that's like cold comfort if you're running a country and your gasoline and your fertilizer and all your input prices just skyrocketed because of President Trump's decision to go to war with a country clear across the world.
But
It's
see,
just
I
cold
don't,
comfort.
and I understand your point, but I also think in all these questions, we're getting a lot of questions about us. I don't think it's fair because ultimately, the people who have closed the Straits of Hormuz are Iran, and they're doing so in violation of every international law you can imagine. The Chinese are against it.
Is that like
We have,
launching
I think, a record number,
kind of
140
asymmetrical
co-sponsors at the
attack?
United Nations on this resolution that hasn't come up for a vote yet to condemn what they're doing and to
Look,
reopen the
nobody's
Straits.
defending what Iran is doing. I think what we're saying is this was not just predictable, it was predicted.
Yeah.
This was what everybody said. You don't have to be some
Remember
expert in foreign
Tulsi
policy. You don't need to
toenails?
get into a skiff. You could literally put this into an LLM and say, what'll happen if we take kinetic action against Iran? And the first thing that would pop out is, well, they'll probably close the Strait of Hormuz. So it's really shocking to me the degree to which this administration expresses shock that the thing that everybody said was going to happen ended up happening.
But here's the point I would make on that, and that the reverse of that is, so that the alternative is to say, well, then we have to go ahead and let Iran develop a nuclear weapon, or they'll close the
No,
Straits of
Marco,
Hormuz.
that's actually
I mean,
not
at
it.
some
It's
point, you
not
have
a
to take action on
zero-sum
this
game.
situation, understanding there'll be a
It's not
reaction
a
to it. But it cannot be.
zero-sum
Iran will always have the ability to
game.
threaten the Straits. You don't need much sophistication to, if you threaten commercial vessels and shooting them, they're going to stop moving. Dropping mines, by the way, it's not just Iran that can do it. The Houthis could do it in the Red Sea, and they're not nearly as advanced.
And wait, Marco, this is actually, thank you for bringing that up, Marco. Thank you. Thank you for bringing that up because my very question for you is, sir, Mr. Diplomat, the dime store diplomat. I know my hair's a little dirty today. Sorry. Hey, Mr. Diplomat, why aren't the Houthis bombing ships in the Red Sea? Don't you think, wouldn't you expect that if the Iranians, were in need of additional support since they're this, sponsor of terrorism, which, indeed they are, but I would argue so are we. And so I kind of wonder, why hasn't that happened? Don't you kind of wonder why that hasn't happened? Something isn't right. Is it that Iran doesn't have the capability because we have bombed them into the Stone Age, as your boss likes to fever dream? What's going on here? Because since the beginning of this kerfuffle, I have asked myself that question. So when are they going to close the Suez Canal? And they never have. Now, I'm sure there's Institute of War people, study of ISW people that have better answers than I do. But I do truly kind of wonder, like, why wouldn't you just pull out all the stops, kind of thing? I don't know. It's an interesting question, and perhaps I'll research it and see if there's an answer out there in the more academic world of war, which seems like an oxymoron, but whatever. Okay, sorry.
Large as
Thank
Iran
you for
is.
coming to my.
I think this is a more fundamental
rabbit hole.
challenge, and that is, are we now forever limited doing it? Do we just have to let Iran go ahead and develop a nuclear weapon because
Oh
of
my
their threat
God,
to
girl,
close the Straits of
stop.
Hormuz? That's an untenable situation.
You are a broken record. That's you.
But I'll see him tomorrow, so don't worry. You didn't.
Yeah, okay, that's good.
Tomorrow's a probe.
I know we're supposed to have a hard stop at 12:30, but.
No, we'll do it.
Senator
Let's go.
Cruz has been
Confident
patient. I hope
bit.
he'll give us.
Only because it's him.
One
We'll
more
do it.
bite
Let's
at
go.
the apple.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, you're gonna
I will
regret
say,
this,
Mr.
Marco.
Secretary, since you
I never liked
left
you.
the Senate, I've been obliged to serve Cuban coffee in my meetings because you left me as the only Cuban American left behind. So come by if you want a cafecito.
Is that it?
Let me start
Hi,
by saying
Heather. How are
that President
ya?
Trump's decision to strike Iran was the most consequential decision
All
of
right,
his
is
second
that
term as
it?
president.
Is that all? Is
And
that
I
all
wanna
you
commend-
got, Ted? Okay, great. All right, Fabs, love it, love it. All right, hold on because we're not done. Oh my gosh, kids, let me tell you what's about to happen. We have so many things we need to watch. Hold on, I need to just pull up my little cheat sheet here. Do 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 do. Okay, so we watched that. Do 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 do. Oh, that's at 11. Okay, fine. Let me just try one more thing. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Wait, I can't even see. Cheryl, how are you? Welcome to the show. Welcome to Wake and Bake. Boop, boop, boop. Hold on. What do we got? Oh, shit. That's not on yet. Okay, that's fine. There's a Dr. Oz. I'm sorry, I shouldn't call him that. There's an Oz person. There's an Oz bean that's going to do a little presser on what damage he's about to do to the rest of us. Oh my God, he's so annoying. Let's see here. Let me just make sure we're not missing anything really, really good. Okay, good, because you know what? I have stuff I need to read, and that will take about an hour, actually. So, yeah, quack Oz. Quack Oz, quack Oz. All right. I'm going to read something that's a little bit of a throwback, but it's in relation to our Bill Pulte conversation earlier. Haggard. Timu Talleyrand. I love that. Yeah, so we'll join that. I'm sure he'll be just on time, right? Yeah. Okay, so this is from November of 2025, but I believe this is a relatively good piece. We'll find out as to Bill Pulte and just why Bill Pulte is a bigger piece of shit than you might think. He's a bigger piece of shit than you might think. All right, so again, this is Mother Jones from November 2025. So settle in. Mama's going to read to you. There he is. Doesn't he look like a charming gentleman? Oh, boy. Central casting. I think that's what they call it. Yeah. All right, let's catch up on who is Bill Pulte. So again, November 2025, keep that in mind. If you had never heard of the Federal Housing Finance Agency, a small niche of the government that oversees much of the mortgage industry, this might be the week that put the FHFA on your radar, all because of its director, a 37-year-old official named Bill Pulte, who this week's Washington main character, non-Epstein division. Over the past few days, news stories have revealed a slew of criticisms and even an agency investigation into the dubious moves he has made in recent months as he has tried to ingratiate himself. Yeah, Blanche is at 4 Eastern, right? Is that going to be real? I mean, is that going to be visible, or is that closed? Teresa, is that open or closed? Dr. 28 grams. Including claims that he fired more than a dozen ethics staff who questioned his actions and that he presented bad ideas to the president that have embarrassed the White House. Yep, that's right. Well, it pays to be a billionaire. That's all I have to say. Pulte arrived at his job running the FHFA amid a flurry of criticisms that he is both a Nepo baby and unqualified for the job. Pulte is an heir to a real estate and construction fortune and has no professional experience in the mortgage industry he is now tasked with supervising. Yet, since taking over the FHFA this spring, he has anointed himself as something of a mortgage fraud expert, digging up old documents and using them to accuse the president's political foes, from New York Attorney General Letitia James to California Senator Adam Schiff and Fed Governor and economist Lisa Cook, of financial crimes to his millions of Twitter followers, before referring them to the Justice Department for investigation. And we all saw how that came out. They tried 3 times to get Letitia James. That failed. The Lisa Cook thing, have we gotten that decision from this, from the, oh no, really? At Fannie Mae? Acquaintance who survived reductions in force just canned at Fannie Mae. Fuck. I'm so sorry. Oh man, that has got to be just a really difficult place to be these days. All of the people he's accused of such crimes are prominent Democrats, even as journalists revealed that mortgage data points to similar errors committed by 3 GOP officials in Trump's cabinet. Pulte's claims made news. Trump even used the accusations against Cook to fire her from her job at the Federal Reserve. Oh, that's right. I think he had to reinstate her or something. And that was resolved by the Supreme Court, I believe. Oh my God, I could be wrong about that. I'll have to check. Still, though none of Pulte's allegations became criminal charges, Letitia James is now facing a claim unrelated to what Pulte dug up. That has been dismissed. They beg the question of how Pulte was accessing the private data behind his accusations. During the recent government shutdown, Pulte flew down to Trump's Palm Beach Golf Club to present his idea for the president's demand, a 50-year mortgage. This week, the Wall Street Journal revealed that an ethics team at Fannie Mae, one of the mortgage giants Pulte oversees, had begun to investigate exactly this question. They started because some of their internal staff had expressed concern that senior leaders at the FHFA were pushing them to improperly access mortgage loan paperwork. The ethics watchdog then escalated their inquiry into the Internal Oversight Office at the FHFA, who passed it to federal prosecutors. Not long after this, many of the people, Blanche is an open hearing. Fuck yeah, we're going to watch it all day long, baby. It's Lolo all day. We'll just take potty breaks. No. Get the catheter. We're going in. No. Not long after. This is great because I have so many articles. So if we have downtime, we can catch up on so much good reading. Oh, this is exciting, actually. I'm ready. I've got 2 cups of coffee because the beautiful people at Phil's made a mistake and they gave me 2 cups and they're so nice and I love them and they wouldn't take any money for it. Okay, the other not long after this, many of the people who had touched the investigation got fired, including a dozen members of the Fannie Mae watchdog team, its chief ethics officer, and the top investigative official at the FHFA who had alerted prosecutors to the ongoing inquiry. Yet Pulte claimed the Fannie layoffs were merely part of a bid to end DEI programs. Justice, apparently DEI is justice. I don't know, and accountability. All right. Sounds good to me. This week, the Associated Press revealed that around the same time that this probe was ramping up in October, Pulte was making other questionable moves at Fannie Mae. Emails show that he asked the company's head of marketing, a confidant of his, to share confidential pricing information with officials at Freddie Mac, Fannie's main competitor, in a move that could open up Fannie Mae to allegations of collusion to fix mortgage rates. When senior officials at Fannie Mae questioned the conduct, they too were fired. Somewhere in the middle of all this, Trump directed Pulte to think about ways to use Fannie and Freddie to ramp up housing production and address the country's critical housing shortage. During the recent government shutdown, Pulte flew down to the Palm Beach Club to present his idea for the president's demand, a 50-year mortgage. Politico reported this week that Pulte went to Trump with a 3-foot by 5-foot poster board that discussed the idea in a few pictures and captions, and claimed if Trump did this, he would be among the great American presidents. 10 minutes later, Trump took to Truth Social to post in support of the idea with a photo of the poster itself. Soon, the White House was flooded with calls pillorying the idea. A 50-year mortgage could actually make the housing crisis worse and raise costs to households in the long run. The thing that became clear from this latest episode, if it wasn't already clear, is that Bill Pulte doesn't know the first fucking thing about how the mortgage markets operate. One person who was familiar with what happened told Politico, after publicly humiliating the president with his moronic 50-year mortgage plan, it's safe to assume that his days are numbered. Well, hold my sawdust, because here he comes. None of these criticisms or revelations have seemed to slow Pulte or make him question his actions. The day after the Wall Street Journal revealed the probe looking into how Pulte is accessing private mortgage data, the FHFA director accused yet another prominent Trump critic, California Rep. Eric Swalwell, of guess what? Mortgage fraud. Well, it turns out there was more to that than, meets the eye, but that's a whole other can of worms. All right, because then what I want to do, hold on, let me just do this. Let me move this over here and this over there. And let me show you. Oh my God, we missed you. I need a bigger boat. Yeah. Oh, what's that? I'm not sure I want to know what that is. All right, hold on. Let me just find the next. Bill Pulte. Okay, so now let's pull you right into modern day. And then fast forward to today. Because guess what? Guess what, kids? Housing official, this is from 56 minutes ago. Housing official who targeted Trump's enemies is named Director of Intelligence. Yeah. The guy I just read about. Oh, and that article, the Mother Jones article, didn't even get into the controversy that he's having with his own brothers or cousins or something. There's a huge fight, I think. I could be wrong, but there's a legal fight about the estate, the Pulte estate, because they build houses and shit like that. I mean, this guy's a mess. This guy's a fucking mess. He's a mess. President Dump on Tuesday named an ally with no background in intelligence. Well, he didn't have any background in mortgages either, but look how that turned out. To oversee the nation's spy agencies, taking the helm as the U.S. remains at war with Iran after a fresh round of peace talks stalled. This is the guy who literally fired everyone who was trying and had the job of holding him accountable for ethical conduct. Let me say that again. This is the guy who literally fired everyone in his agency last year who was investigating him as part of their job, as part of oversight of his performance. He fired them all. Yeah, I'm going to do Mullen, though. I think I'm going to do Mullen. Yeah, I think I'm going to do Mullen. Because I want to see what Muffinhead has to say about his budget. Because he's going to answer questions real dumbly, and it's just going to be, well, it might be frustrating, but then again, it might just provide some comic relief. I don't know. Nothing's funny anymore. I mean, I know that. It's all gallows humor at this point. How depressing. Okay, anyway, let's talk about this bitch. Bill Pulte is currently the head of the Federal Housing Finance Agency, as we just learned. And in that position, he has helped Trump administration compile information to fuel investigations, right? We read about that. As acting director of national intelligence, Pulte will be the highest ranking intelligence official. The highest ranking intelligence official overseeing this is a nightmare. This is all just one nightmare after another. One nightmare after another. All of our intelligence is going to be up for sale, folks. I'm just going to tell you that right now. This guy is a fucking flim-flam man. I don't know how and I don't know when, but this bitch is going to sell fucking secrets. Overseeing a vast network of 18 agencies, including the CIA and the National Security Agency. You thought Mike Flynn was bad? Mike Flynn says, hold my whiskey. He will also be the president's principal advisor on intelligence issues and will manage the daily intelligence briefing for the president. Dump announced on social media that Pulte will remain as director of the Housing Finance Agency, as well as chairman of Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. Oh, so wait, so he's chairman over both? Okay, wow, I didn't. Wait, so literally he's chairman over the agency that is his competitor? Technically, I guess. With the appointment, the president is further shrinking his circle of top leadership. Marco Rubio also serves as national security advisor. Sean Duffy served as transportation secretary and also the acting director of NASA. And TURD Blanche is the acting attorney general and the acting librarian of Congress. What could go wrong? Dump announced the decision in a social media post saying Pulte had deep experience managing the most sensitive matters in America, the safety and soundness of the markets, and over $10 trillion at Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, a substantial increase from where it was just 12 months ago. Oh, he's a floor wax and a dessert topping. So does this mean, this is a good question. Did they evaporate or escalate? I don't know. Do we need them this week, Max? Do we need those? If we need them, we'll pull them out. If we don't need them, we can just let them simmer on the back burner until we really need them. Fucking hell. I can't. I can't. I can't do it. Don't make me do it. There's nothing to it. Don't make me do it. Listening during travel to town. That's cool. Thank you. Thank you, Tom. Wait, no, Val. I couldn't see. God, my eyesight. Not good. Not good. All right, here we go. What did I do here? Okay. The Director of National Intelligence was created after 9/11. So this to me is another thing that can go away and is a cabinet level role that requires Senate confirmation. We really need to pare down our intelligence services and just make the world a better place, period. But naming Pulte in an acting capacity allows the president to bypass that process for now so he can do all kinds of damage. Don't worry. It was not immediately clear if Pulte will be Trump's permanent pick for the job. Well, we'll have to see how he does. Mark Warner of Virginia, the top Democrat on the Senate Intelligence Committee, slammed the decision, saying in a statement that Pulte was not only unqualified, but he was chosen precisely because the White House believes that he will provide the narrative it wants, not the intelligence we need, Warner said. Pulte was chosen for his willingness to advance the president's political agenda rather than his experience. Yeah. Well, that's one way of putting it. That should worry Americans, Warner said. That is how intelligence becomes politicized and sold to other people. How inconvenient facts disappear, how agencies charged with protecting our democracy instead become tools to manipulate it, and how Americans are left more vulnerable to terrorist attack. Senator Majority Leader John Thune from South Dakota said he had just heard about the decision. She didn't even go to our school. Trying to get more information about the current state of their thinking about that position. And again, if he's somebody that wants that position permanently, he's got, as you all know, a lengthy road ahead of him, Thune said. Well, Thune, don't get too comfortable because they have that little recall thing. Don't think you're immune. I don't know. We don't survive 3 more years, so I don't understand. I don't know what the impetus is for the next phase, but I'm ready. I'm ready, and I'm ready to go. Ready to go. We're ready to go. On the rooftop, shout it out. La 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 la. During his first term, the director of national intelligence was filled on an acting basis for roughly 9 months. Trump moved Joe McGuire, who was the director of National Counterterrorism Center, into the role after his first director of national intelligence, Dan Coates, resigned. Trump then tapped Richard Grenell, who had served as his ambassador to Germany, to serve in the job in an acting capacity. His selection of Grenell was criticized at the time because Grenell's a fucking Russian asset. Oh, wait, no. Because of his lack of experience in intelligence. He served about 3 months in the job before the Senate confirmed a permanent replacement. John, hold my beer, Tulsi. I knew it would be you first, Ratcliffe, who is currently the director of the CIA. Pulte will take over from Tulsi Gabbard, who announced she would step down at the end of the month because of her husband's cancer diagnosis. Gabbard, who has long portrayed herself as skeptical of U.S. military interventions abroad, has kept a low profile since the U.S. and Israel launched an air campaign against Iran on February 28th. Well, she's busy planning her escape. At congressional hearings after the start of the war, Gabbard, unlike her counterpart at the CIA, declined to say whether she believed Iran posed an imminent threat to the United States, saying her role was merely to relay the best intelligence to the president. Lots of DCIS, DVT. What does that mean? Barry. Lots of different acting DNIs fit in these 3. Yeah, exactly. Right. It's kind of a little bit of a puppy mill, isn't it? Gabbard lacked major influence in the administration and was not part of Trump's inner circle. Because she was kind of culty. All right. That's why. According to multiple sources with knowledge of the situation, she also clashed with CIA Director John Ratcliffe, who has enjoyed a closer relationship with the president. He's a drinking buddy. After Gabbard resigned on May 22nd, her deputy, Aaron Lucas, initially was named to serve as acting intelligence director. Lucas has extensive experience in the intelligence world, having worked as a CIA officer for years. Pulte was confirmed by the Senate to the Federal Housing Finance Agency in March 2025. Unbelievably. 3 Democrats joined. Oh my God. I do remember this. Oh my God. I remember it. I was like, really? Oh, Angela Brooks, I love you. Why did you do this? 3 Democrats joined Republicans in supporting his nomination. Angela Brooks of Maryland, Ruben Gallego of Arizona, and Alyssa Slotkin of Michigan. Those 2, not surprising. In that role, Pulte has targeted Trump's Democratic political enemies. We've already gone over that. Actually, this updates it. Pulte, let's see, made 2 criminal referrals against New York Attorney General Letitia James, alleging intelligence fraud several months after Trump's Justice Department failed to prosecute her for a 3rd time. James's lawyer, Abby Lowell, called the allegations baseless. In May 2025, Pulte sent a criminal referral for Senator Adam Schiff, which ultimately stalled. The handling of the Schiff investigation was reviewed by the Justice Department prosecutors, and the GAO opened an investigation. Christine Bish, a Republican operative who was subpoenaed in the Justice Department investigation, said she received a federal grand jury subpoena and was then repeatedly questioned by federal investigators about her ties to Pulte, as well as Ed Martin. Oh, that's right, they're buddies. A Pulte associate who previously headed the weaponization working group and now serves as the pardon attorney. Oh boy. Oh boy. You know what? We'll take the expensive champagne. Bish told NBC News in an interview in November that she received a message from Pulte asking for her cell phone number in July 2025, and then received a phone call from Pulte's chief of staff about the Schiff investigation. I ended up getting a call from his chief of staff saying, "We need you to go send the file." Dude, you've already got the file. The president just put a picture up, Bish said, who added that she never spoke directly with Pulte, only through direct message. In September 2025, House Democrats asked for an inspector general to investigate Pulte over mortgage fraud allegations he made against Lisa Cook, accusations she denied. 2 months later, Eric Swalwell said Pulte alleging that he used positions to concoct fanciful allegations of mortgage fraud against the congressman who recently resigned following sexual misconduct allegations against him, which he also denied. He dropped the suit in March. Pulte was also a driving force behind the controversy around Federal Reserve headquarters renovation, right, which Trump had suggested had been mired in issues and necessitated an investigation into former Reserve Chair Jerome Powell. 2 previous reviews by the Fed's independent inspector general, however, found no wrongdoing. 2 previous reviews. You can look them up. I did. During Trump's surprise tour of the construction site along Powell, Pulte was one of the few top allies who attended. The Justice Department dropped the probe into Powell in April, though U.S. Attorney for D.C. Jeanine Pirro left the door open because she might need something that she can point her finger about. Because, you know, what we know about Jeanine Pirro is that she really, oops, where is she? Hold on. I can't see her. Where are you? Oh my God, that's worse. Where did I put you? Where are you? Oh man, the timing was going to be so much better if I just had this right. Did I not put you on here? Oh, maybe I forgot. All right, sorry, I got to get used to these graphics. Okay, anyways, enough about that. Oh, okay, so there you go. There's Bill Pulte promoting people. I mean, I can't even. I'm flabbergasted. I'm fair. Yeah, she is. But I haven't. I had a little. I have a little picture of her. That's why I was hoping to see. You know. I was hoping to see what we had. I was hoping to see what we had. Yeah. And then I've got to find a link for the TURD Blanche shit. Okay. Let's see. God. All right. Wait, what date is this? I don't want to read that. I do want to read this one. How late am I? Oh, this is only June 1st. Excellent. Eagle Ed. That's right. Oh, man. He's such a dick. Okay, let's read this. This is from yesterday. Hegseth strikes female and black Navy officers from promotion list. It's a piece from the New York Times. Oh, boy. Yep. It's pig's breath. Oh, boy. Okay. In a move that disproportionately targets women and minority officers, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth recently blocked the promotions. Pirro left the door open and a trail of accessories and clothing over to that puddle of wine next to the refrigerator, dribbles of which we can follow. Oh, I need to get the box of wine. That's one I need to upload. Damn. Okay, I'll do that. Yeah, here we go. Pig's Breath recently blocked the promotions of 9 Navy officers who had been selected by a board of senior Navy admirals. The net result of Mr. Pig's Breath intervention is a slate of 22 nominees to be one-star admirals that bears little resemblance to the broader force these officers will help lead. 3 of the officers removed by Mr. Hegseth from the promotion list are women and 2 are black men. An additional 4 are white men. Mr. Hegseth's actions, which appear to violate the rules governing a promotion system that is supposed to be apolitical and merit-based, were described by 5 current and former defense officials who spoke on condition of anonymity. No female officers were included on the new one-star list, which was released publicly in late May, despite the fact that women make up about 21% of the active duty Navy. The list appears to include only 2 non-white officers, even though sailors who identify as racial minorities make up about 38% of the active duty Navy. Pig's Breath removal of the officers from the one-star list is highly unusual, said the current and former defense officials. According to Pentagon rules, the defense secretary is supposed to pull officers from the list only for moral, mental, physical, or professional failings that raise questions about the officer's fitness to lead. Mr. Pigsbreath's actions are the latest in a series of firings and personnel interventions that appear to be driven by his anti-diversity politics, his racism, and misogyny. I mean, let's just call it what it really is, okay? Yeah, that's not anti-diversity. Rather than the officers' performance, taken together, they could reshape the military's top ranks for years to come. Sean Parnell, incompetent, the Pentagon's chief spokesman, declined to say why Pig's Breath pulled the officers of the Navy one-star list. Military promotions are given. Wait, no.
Military promotions are given to those who have earned them. Hello. I mean, I don't know if you've looked around this place, but pretty much we all deserve to be here, if you know what I mean. The department will never consider the color of a service member's skin or their gender as a factor of promotions. That's like almost like discrimination. Because let me twist it for you. Can I twist it for you? Let me twist for you why, being color and gender blind is really being an ally. Yeah, let me tell you why that is. Because all these millennia, we've just been able to ignore women and people we don't like. Yeah, it's called the patriarchy. Look it up. Okay? So, I don't know what your problem is, and I don't know why you're whining about it, but we actually are doing you a favor. We're doing you a favor. Okay, so you're welcome.
That's what he said. I don't know. That's a recording I got my hands on. Since taking office, Pig's Breath has fired or sidelined nearly 36 senior military officers as part of a broader campaign designed to purge the Pentagon of leaders he has disparaged as foolish, reckless, and woke. Imagine not wanting to be awake. I think that's such a funny, flex. I don't know. It doesn't really fly. He has consistently refused to explain why he has chosen to fire officers or pull them from promotion lists. Well, because he doesn't have to. His boss doesn't give a shit. His scrutiny has fallen heavily on female and minority officers who have borne the brunt of the dismissals. Nearly 60% of the senior officers, nearly 60% of the senior officers Pig's Breath has fired are female or black. Senator Jack Reed of Rhode Island, the top Democrat on the Armed Services Committee, said in recent Senate testimony. Women and minorities currently account for fewer than 20% of all generals and admirals. You are hollowing out the military's bench of experience and highest performing senior officers while making young officers wonder if they should continue to serve, Mr. Reed told Pig's Breath at another recent hearing. Among those dismissed were General Charles Q. Brown Jr., the second African American to serve as chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and Admiral Lisa Franchetti, the first woman to lead the Navy. There she is. Is it Franchetti or Franchetti? I'm not really sure. Yeah, see the joke, but think about the delivery before delivering it. See you at SCOTUS, Pig's Breath wrote on Shitter about the trans ruling. Yeah, of course he did. Of course he did. It's a little bit above. Oh, darn. Okay. Okay, wait. What is 10:20? Okay, good. We've got some time. All right, I'll scroll back up. Earlier this year, Pig's Breath also removed 4 colonels, 2 black men and 2 women, from the Army's list of nominees for one-star general over the objections of Army Secretary Daniel Driscoll. Driscoll insisted that the officers had a long history of exemplary service and had done nothing wrong. Officers selected for one-star rank are chosen by a board of admirals or generals who review hundreds of personnel files over the course of meetings that can span 2 weeks. Only about 5% of those eligible for promotion to one-star are chosen, making it the most competitive board in the U.S. military. The lists are then reviewed by the service secretaries and the defense secretary, who under Pentagon rules may strike names in limited circumstances, like the emergence of new information that raises questions about the officer's qualifications for service. The unpredictability of Pig's Breath's interventions has created an atmosphere of anxiety and mistrust among the military's top ranks, military officials said. Well, that seems like a great idea for a work environment for a high-stress job like military during a war. Yeah. That seems like a recipe for disaster. I don't know. The lack of information has exasperated Republican and Democratic lawmakers alike. In April, Representative Austin Scott, Republican of Georgia, pressed General Christopher Leneve, the acting Army Chief of Staff, on whether Mr. Pigsbreath had pulled the names of officers from that service's one-star list as first reported in the New York Times. Quote, I'm less worried about the race and gender than if he did it or didn't do it, Mr. Scott said. Did he pull 4 names from the list as has been reported? General Leneve, who has taken over after Mr. Pigsbreath fired his predecessor, General Randy George, said that the congressman would have to ask Pigsbreath. I don't know. Well, if I could get anybody over there to respond, I would, Mr. Scott replied. And that's the Republican. 2 weeks later, when Pigsbreath appeared before the House Armed Services Committee, he acknowledged that he had pulled names from the Army one-star list, but declined to explain the specific grounds for their removal. We don't talk about that out of respect for those officers. Really? How much respect did you have to just willy-nilly pull them from, come on. Give me a break. How disgusting. How dishonorable to speak about your colleagues that way, that's so fucking dishonorable. Instead, he spoke broadly of the need to correct for years of gender and demographic engineering that he asserted had blunted the effectiveness of U.S. troops on the battlefield. Did it? Are you kidding? Are you spitting in the face of all of those veterans? You're calling them some kind of engineering experiment? People should be so offended by these clowns. In a break with protocol, Pigsbreath also urged senior Navy officials to include Captain William Francis Jr., a Navy SEAL who serves as Pigsbreath's special assistant, on the one-star list. Oh, okay. Oh, so if you scrub balls, you get a promotion. Okay, that's fair. Current and former Navy officials said Captain Francis's lack of command experience made him ineligible for promotion under the board's rules, and he was not selected, officials said. At a recent House Armed Services Committee hearing, Representative Chrissy Houlihan, Democrat of Pennsylvania and an Air Force veteran, asked Pigsbreath whether he had ordered the Navy to add a special operations officer who lacked the necessary command time to the Navy's promotion list for admiral. I'm not aware of what you're referring to, Pigsbreath replied. His response was, at best, misleading. At worst, a lie. The officers struck from the Navy one-star list seem to have been targeted because they took part in some diversity-related event years or even decades earlier. Oh my God. The minute this administration attacked diversity in January of 2025, the minute that started to be rolled out as a formal, that to me was like, holy shit. Like, you're trying to erase people. You're not just, showing your racism. You're trying to erase people. And now, bit by bit, that's what they've done. They're just chipping away. So, that to me was such a somber moment. I really, I'll never get over that. I'll never get over the shock of that. Really, so crazy. One highly respected officer whose promotion was pulled had served as a surface warfare officer, completed the Navy's Advanced Nuclear Power School, and was selected to be a top aide to a 4-star admiral in the Pentagon. She was singled out by Pigsbreath shortly after her name appeared on a website that said it was working to purge woke military officers. The site noted that the officer had worked as a diversity liaison officer 2 decades ago, responsible for helping the Navy recruit and retain women and minorities. Another female officer targeted by Pigsbreath served as a Navy pilot and foreign area officer interacting with militaries around the world. The third female officer is a physician who leads a major Navy medical command. Before he was selected by Dump to serve in the Pentagon, Pigsbreath had opposed the inclusion of women in combat jobs. Since then, he has moderated his position, saying that women should be able to serve in combat roles as they have since 2013 if they can meet the same physical standards as men. But then doesn't that mean that they're competing with men? And isn't that like anti-man. Are you saying women can be as strong as men? Doesn't that kind of undercut your whole like transgender and sports issue? I don't know. I'm kind of feeling it. Still, his actions have raised questions about whether he believes that female officers are fit to serve at the most senior levels of the U.S. military, his critics said. In late May, Jessica Rittenberg, who retired as a lieutenant colonel and flew Air Force refueling tankers in Iraq and Afghanistan, noticed the striking absence of any women on the Navy's one-star list. She did not know that Mr. Pigsbreath had pulled female officers off the list. The military I left in 2021 feels very different from the one we are watching today, she wrote in an online essay. In some ways, it feels like we're watching hard-won progress move backward in real time. That is the part I cannot shake. Because if I'm honest, I now find myself wondering, would I want my own children to enter a system like this? Well, I hope no children enter a system like that further. And frankly, I hope the whole like military thing goes away. Oh boy. Oh, man. Okay, let's see what else we got here. I have a couple of older stories that I kind of want to read. Do 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 do. We'll read this. We'll read this. Tina Peters, you're Tina Peters, you're Tina Peters, yes you are. I'm Tina Peters. Tina Peters. Weehaw. La la la. Okay, I'm teeing up the 11 a.m. thing. All right. Tina Peters. Tiny Peters. Hey, my chat is like stopped. That could just mean that I have bored you beyond extinction. Beyond distinction, I should say, which is understandable. Or you're all asleep, which is actually great because that means I'm doing my job. I'm kind of helping people chill. I recall a case, I think a dissenting opinion in an affirmative action case that I've been looking for and unable to find, but the gist of it was this. I recall a case, I think a dissenting opinion in an affirmative action case that I've been looking for and unable to find. But the gist of it was this. We'll come back. And I'll continue the song. Tina Peters walked out. Oh, then we've got to do that. Hold on. That's got to happen. Wait. Integration of the U.S. military was the single most significant social engineering project to lead toward good integration. But still work to be done. Yep. And the kind of like the somewhat unfettered sexual violence within the military and other things. So there's definitely miles to go. Now, of course, we're back a few miles. Tina Peters. Oh, whoops. Wait. Giving effect more or less society-wide and across all classes to the beginnings of hope of real diversity. The more perfect union. Not perfect, but more perfect. Tina Peters walked out of a Colorado prison Monday morning and headed for Steve on the war room, where the convicted election denier told the MAGA faithful I want a job in the Trump administration. She wants a job. I would like for
President Trump. I'd like to be more. You have an upset stomach? I'm sorry, Jane. Get some. Just lay down. Put a heating pad on your tummy. That's what I do. Pig's breath is striking directly. Yes, exactly. Dissembling, I think someone wise once said. I would like for President Dump. I would like to be more involved in prison reform. Peter said on the back of his face. If that's the way the Lord leads me, if that's the way, I will serve. If called to serve, I will serve. I'll serve. Peters said,
Peter, 70, was released Monday from La Vista Correctional Facility in Pueblo after serving less than a quarter of her 9-year sentence for election interference. Colorado Democratic Governor Jared Polis commuted her sentence. Is he really a Democrat? Commuted her sentence to 4.5 years last month following a sustained pressure campaign by President Donald Trump. Peters was convicted in 2024 on 4 felony and 3 misdemeanor counts after she snuck an unauthorized operative affiliated with MyPillow CEO Mike Lindell and Mike Flynn, and Patrick Byrne paid for her defense into her Mesa. It was actually a RICO. Okay, it was RICO. It was RICO. Sorry, but we don't go after planners. We go after dipshits like Tina Peters. Into her Mesa County Elections Office to copy Dominion voting systems equipment during a 2021 software update. On Bannon's show, Peters described deteriorating health behind bars. Well, it's all the toilet, it's like it's the commode Chablis. Okay. It's the poopy Pinot Grigio. Okay. It's the toilet wine, girl. Acid reflux. I mean, can you get gruel down? Blood sugar problems from a diet of salt and sugar. Well, stop eating all of the raisins. Stop eating all the Snickers. Raisins was a bad one. And raised concerns about the use of Suboxone, claiming inmates are put on a drug and can't get off. Well, that's something I would like to have more information about. We should definitely fight against that. They've rolled back. Disassembling. Dissembling is lying. Oh, sorry. How about disassembling? They've rolled back about 60 to 75 years of progress, environmental, climate, civil rights, public. I mean, it's just disgusting. And that was already too late. U.S. is eyeing new tariffs on goods from Brazil. Hi, Lee. Primarily in response to how Brazil has handled digital trade with the tech bro companies. Oh, penalizing for enforcing their laws if White House disagrees. So you know what's interesting is when I was working in anti-slavery, Brazil, we worked in Brazil with a couple of journalists actually primarily, and then one of the this priest that worked in the rural parts of Brazil on anti-slavery. Oh my God, he was so hot. His name was Francois. Oh my fuck, he was so hot, but he was a priest. Anyway, and he's an amazing person. He's an amazing humanitarian. Anyway, Brazil has some really, actually at that time, this was quite a while ago, but they had a dirty list, which was, like Zara, the clothing producer, was on the dirty list in terms of cleaning up their, being held by the government of Brazil to clean up their supply chains, from slavery and things. So Brazil actually has had some real forward-thinking policies when it comes to accountability for corporations and other things, at least in my limited experience with Brazilian politics. So it's interesting that, of course, with Lula, et cetera, I wondered how the Lula visit went. But hard to explain in chat. Totally, Lee, totally understand. Thank you for sharing that. Because now we have to look at Brazil too. God damn it. There's no way to rehabilitate them with the way the prisons are run currently. Well, then, you know what, Tina, join our cause. We're going to abolish prisons. Okay. But prison reform wasn't her only ambition. Peters made it clear she has no intention of abandoning her election conspiracy crusade, citing recent and upcoming races, including New York City mayoral winner Zoran Mamdani and Virginia Governor Abigail Spanberger as evidence that Democrats cannot be trusted at the ballot box. Yeah, she's a fucking true believer, bitches. Okay, that's why convicting her was kind of dumb, actually, unless you could convince her to flip. But no, I guess either prosecutors didn't think there was a conspiracy or they ignored the conspiracy or whatever. The problem, in Peter's telling, remains the same one that landed her in prison. Tiny Peter.
This is the quickest way to clear out clogged lungs.
Lungs cooked from smoking? Put this
Okay.
wild herb in some hot
Rumbling.
tea before bed, then
raw
take the
story. That's
the
fine.
other ones that have stood by me, and especially my attorneys. John Case has visited me almost every week while I was in prison, and
Who is
then the
this?
financial support. I
Who is
still
this?
have a fight to go. I still, even though Governor Polis reduced my sentence from 9 years to 4.5 years, I still have a fight to clear my name and bring out the truth.
Oh my
of
God.
Why they came after me the way they did. So it's still a long road.
Tina, what we did was so easy. It was you that had to endure this. Tell
You had
people,
to
let's
drink
just
the
get an
wine.
update on your health. I mean, the two things.
Okay, no, I don't give a shit about her health. You know what? This woman actually took advantage of her dying ex-husband. She literally took advantage of her dying ex-husband. There is a freaking lawsuit against her for trying to take advantage of her dying ex-husband. She's a fake. She's a fucking fake. Let's see this one. Oh, this is kind of weird. I want to read this. This is kind of weird. Hold on. I found this article. I think it was on Blue Sky. Tina Peters seems to have gained weight while she was staying at the Gray Bar Hotel. I don't know. What's the Gray Bar Hotel? Hey, maybe she'll be the new DNI. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? What, you guys don't like women, huh? All right, this one. Meta legal action forces Facebook whistleblower to sit in silence at Hay Festival. She was prosecuted by a Republican DA in a heavily conservative jurisdiction where Slumpo won by 30 points. You're absolutely right. No, Max, this was a good one. This was a righteous prosecution. Tiny Peters seems to have, in jail. Yeah. Oh, the Gray Bar Hotel. I get it. Oh, Jesus Christ. Sorry. A little. So I wanted to read this. This is from May 31st. It's from The Guardian. I didn't hear about this, so I was kind of curious. So we're learning together. Sarah Wynne Williams did not speak during an event after lawyers warned of possible sanctions from tech firm. Facebook whistleblower Sarah Wynne Williams was forced to sit in silence on stage at an event at Hay Festival after lawyers advised her not to speak because of ongoing legal action brought by Meta. Wynne Williams, whose best-selling memoir, Careless People, details her years working at Facebook, was due to appear in conversation with the investigative journalist Carol Cadwalder and academic Tim Wu. We love Carol. Instead, Wynne Williams sat on stage for the duration of the hour-long discussion between Cadwalder and Wu without speaking or responding. She was unable even to nod or shake her head. She who laughs last, right? Using her gold star mom was so disgusting. Oh, I'm not. She's a piece of shit, like as a human. Introducing the panel, Cadwalder said, "This might be a Hay first in which we have an author in a hostage situation. Blink once if you can hear us, Sarah. Twice if Zuckerberg is an asshole." Carol, I love you. At the end of the event, Wynne Williams received a standing ovation from the audience, during which she was moved to tears. Describing the situation, Cadwalder said, "I think we can say that Facebook is triggered. Wynne Williams, a former Facebook executive, has faced mounting legal restrictions since the publication last year of Careless People, which contains allegations about Meta's internal culture and decision making, including claims relating to political influence, the company's approach to China, and concerns about the well being of its child users. Meta has disputed the book's claims. Hayes program director Helen Bagnall told the audience that the moment was an important act of solidarity for the silenced. Meta, which owns Facebook and Instagram, secured an emergency legal order on the eve of publication, preventing her from publicly discussing aspects of the book, and she faces fines of $50,000 each time she breaches the order. The financial and legal pressure has reportedly threatened her with bankruptcy. Cadwallader described the spectacle as trolling-like behavior by Meta. This is not how you conduct crisis comms. Crisis comms would just be simply to ignore this and deprive it of oxygen. This is kind of trolling-like behavior against their enemies. Speaking on stage, Wu condemned the restrictions on Wynne Williams' participation. There they are. This is censorship, he told the audience. This is a demonstration that some of the worst abuses in our time are not confined to kings, emperors, governments, but to a class of companies that have assumed the sovereign affect and seek to assert their power the same way some of those despotic nations do. During the event, Cadwallader read a letter from Wynne Williams' lawyers outlining the company's latest legal claims. The letter stated that in March 2026, Meta filed a sanctions motion alleging that Wynne Williams violates the emergency arbitration order anytime she appears in public in a place where she should know that her book is available for sale and her presence might draw attention to it. Oh my God. According to the letter, Meta's motion specifically cited, isn't that retaliation? Like, that's fucking retaliation, isn't it? Meta's motion specifically cited her appearance at the Hay Festival as an example of conduct that should be formally sanctioned. It also referred to the identities of her fellow panelists. Meta argued that Cadwallader was a journalist, quote, primarily known for her negative coverage of Meta. No, I kind of know her from the Cambridge Analytica stuff, too. I mean, all that stuff. While Wu was described as another known critic. Following the letter, the Hay Festival withdrew Careless People from sale while she was speaking at the festival so as not to breach Meta's legal order. So I just thought that was kind of interesting. Meta's a real big bully and they're real stupid and whatever. And I kind of wouldn't mind reading that book, actually. All right, let me now move on. This is great. We're getting through so many good articles. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Let's take a minute so I can have a drink of coffee. Buying that book now. I know, exactly. I hadn't even heard of it. But now I want to buy it. Good job, Meta. Fucking idiots. Fucking evil, not even geniuses. Dumb. This world is so dumb. Anyway. Eat the rich. Okay. More than 100,000 American kids have had a parent detained in immigration sweeps, report estimates. I shared this yesterday too. Hay on Wye is the book capital of England. Great place. Oh, Lee, that sounds really lovely. Oh. This caption is volunteers escort a 2-year-old American boy to be reunited with his mother who awaited deportation in February. That's the caption of that photo. Since the Dump administration doesn't track how many children have been separated from their parents by immigration detention, a Brookings report tried to calculate it, and it cited ProPublica's reporting. This is from May 18th. Far more American children have likely been separated from their parents during immigration sweeps than previously understood, according to a report by the Washington, D.C.-based think tank Brookings. The report published Monday, again earlier, estimates more than 100,000 U.S. citizen children have had a parent detained since Dump mass deportation campaign began last year. The analysis cites reporting from ProPublica on the detention of parents, which can often lead to family separations. During Dump's first administration, a policy of family separation at the U.S.-Mexico border ended after widespread outrage. Now, the breakup of families is happening amid sweeps by immigration agents across the country. About 400,000 people have been detained by immigration agents since Trump returned to office, Brookings noted, but it's nearly impossible to know how many family separations that has caused since the administration does not track it. Families are now also being split up in ways that are more dispersed, more hidden, and harder to track. Brookings created its estimate by using census information to approximate the number of children that detainees have. It's estimated that roughly 200,000 children, including 145,000 American kids, have had a parent detained. The think tank notes that the actual number could be somewhat higher or lower. ProPublica used a different, more conservative approach that relied on government data obtained through a public information lawsuit by the University of Washington. We found that in just the first 7 months of Trump's second term, at least 11,000 American children had a parent detained. We also found that Trump had been deporting about 4 times as many mothers of American children per day as President Joe Biden did. As we noted, our figures are almost certainly undercounts. For instance, the government data relies on detainees self-reporting whether they have children. In some cases, agents may not ask, and parents may not share details about their families out of fear of what might happen to their children. Oh, thanks. There are a lot of families that are in a situation that are not being written down, said Tara Watson, one of the authors of the Brookings report. It's important for both the transparency and from a child health and well-being perspective to know what's happening to the kids. How many of them are leaving the U.S.? How many of them are staying in the U.S. with close family? How many of them do we really not know what their situation is? ProPublica also followed multiple families through their sudden separations and found a wide variety of outcomes for children. Doris Flores, a mother from Honduras, was separated from her breastfeeding infant after ICE officers arrested her and her fiancé at the same time. In the rush to find someone to care for the baby and Flores's 8-year-old daughter, she called on their local pastor to take the children in. In response to the Brookings findings, the Department of Homeland Security, which oversees ICE, sent an oft-repeated statement that the agency does not separate families, adding that the parents are asked if they want to be removed with their children or instead have them placed with a person the parent designates. DHS said this is consistent with the practices of past administrations. Oh, so that makes it okay. However, guidelines for ICE officers encountering parents have changed. A document known as the Parental Interest Directive was given a new name under DUMP, the Detained Parents Directive. Its preamble, which once instructed agents to handle immigrant parents in a way that was humane, has been stripped of the word. Yeah. 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 That's right. Let's see. Hold on just a minute. Hold on just a minute. Hold on. Oh, this is so good. We're getting through so much. I love it. Oh, I was looking up yesterday, what's happening with the vaccine panel? Reporter, if the president's in perfect health. Oh, thank you, gal. Hello, sweetheart. If the president's in such perfect health, why does he keep going back for checkups? Oz, is Oz speaking now? Oh shit, is he speaking now? Am I missing it? Am I missing? Bow. Chicka bow bow. Oh shit. Damn it, I want to see this. Thank you.
Deal. So we like to use the real product to be able to satisfy the needs of the American consumer. It's a brand. It's a brand name. Last question from the middle. Go. Last question.
I need to see it.
The McDonald's.
God damn it. I hate this. I thought this was later. I don't know why.
It's wrong. President demanded that we change it, and as most of you know, we spent much of last year negotiating with the 17 largest pharmaceutical companies that drive over 80% of the entire business in branded pharmaceuticals, and every single one of them agreed to a most favored nation drug pricing strategy, which simply stated means that these medications, especially going into the future, will be priced at the same amount as the rest of the world. It doesn't mean price fixing. We're not telling pharmaceutical companies what to charge. We're saying to them, whatever you charge us, you got to charge the other folks. which means we might be able to help you overseas to get better pricing so that you can make up some of the losses that you'll experience here. And the Council of Economic Advisors estimated that the benefit of the president's negotiated program is about $600 billion over the next 10 years, $600 billion of savings. The question then becomes, how do you actually get that savings to the American people? And we work together with some wonderful folks, Georgevia and Korstein, who have been building the TrumpRx.gov site. And I've got an announcement that today we are adding 160 more drugs to this site. Now, the site already has 700 or so, or 600 or so drugs, so it's going to take it over 750 total.
We had a whole
but
Netflix
that is an important number for other reasons. It means that 4 out of 5 medications that are picked up by Americans going into that same drugstore that I mentioned earlier now have the opportunity to double check that the price they're getting in that drugstore, wherever they're buying it from, is the best price out there. So it's a transparency site. It gives everybody the ability to make important decisions about medications they're purchasing with full knowledge of what the cost of those medications are. And that's important because transparency drives cost-effective changes in how we procure and consume products. You would never buy a car without knowing the cost of the car. Some of these medications cost what a car costs. And so these are important assets for the American people to have. I'll put some numbers on this. In the 2 weeks since we did the last event with the president on this topic, we're now up to about 12 million unique visitors to the site. Estimated savings are about $500 million, and again, climbing rapidly as more Americans learn about the program. And it is our great hope and belief that the average American, before they make a purchasing decision for a pharmaceutical product, will start using TrumpRx.gov as a standard, as a baseline, to take advantage of something that's been given to you. Again, there's no money made from the site. The government does not charge money to people using this site. It's an opportunity for you to be empowered. That stated, I want to add to that one additional insight that some of you would like to hear, which is that starting on July 1st, the patients on beneficiaries on Medicare who are eligible for GLP products, the weight loss products that the president speaks of frequently, will be allowed to obtain.
Do you want to know what happened on June 1st? On June 1st, they instituted work requirements for Medicaid and other benefits. So you know what happened? What's going to happen, Mr. Oz? People are going to die because they can't get access to fresh food or other things.
Those products for $50 a month. Now, the list price, as you know, for a lot of these drugs is well over $1,000 a month. We've been working hard to push down on these prices to make sure that these medications, which can be life-changing and even life savings because of their impact on weight loss and downstream complications like diabetes and hypertension and all the things that they cause, like kidney failure and heart disease and strokes and dementia, even cancers, all those risk factors are going to be mitigated, we believe, if these medications are used correctly. And so when doctors prescribe them, Medicare beneficiaries will be able to obtain them for $50 a month. And we are hopeful that over the next few years, we will show an actual savings to the American taxpayer if these medications are used correctly and appropriately and consistently, so folks get the weight loss they desire with the downstream benefits that I mentioned earlier.
Everyone to lose weight.
I also want to touch briefly on the crushing of fraud, waste, and abuse made possible by the Vice President's anti-fraud task force. The White House task force has been aggressively going after all of.
Do you want to know what he was doing in Los Angeles? He was going around to Armenian businesses, of which there is a very large Armenian population throughout Los Angeles County, throughout the valley, everywhere in Southern California. He stood in front of Armenian strip mall businesses, with a collection of different businesses, and started accusing them of fraud with nothing specific about those companies. But he's Turkish. Like, he should be a registered agent of the Turkish government. Yeah, lines of coke. I mean, really. And he's picking on Armenian businesses here in Los Angeles. Do the math. This guy's a fucking op or an agent or something, or corrupt as fuck, or all of the above.
government approach. I'll speak personally as the person in charge with
I don't know if he
the
sniffed
Medicare and Medicaid services.
RFK
When we
toilet
identify
seat.
by
I have
looking at
no
the
idea.
data, which we have plenty of, that there's an aberrancy in how these bills are
Routine-
coming
I don't
into us, so
know.
there might be fraud there. It's
Somebody put
incredibly
something in his
empowering for
bang.
us to
I have
quickly
no
call
idea.
the Office of Inspector General or the FBI, the Department of Justice, and to have Todd Blanche call back and say, here's what we're going to do about what you just
Calm
observed, or
the
call
fuck
Scott Besson at Treasury and
down.
say, we need forensic accounting. Something is going on here. Where are they hiding the money? And I want
If
to
this is not
emphasize
the
that this is
headline of this
sophisticated work because
presser,
our
I don't know
opponents
what-
are
who's
extraordinarily
watching or what people are
sophisticated
think
in
they're
their attacks
watching.
on our system. They just need to have a Medicare beneficiary number or some other ID, which is basically a credit card, and they can begin
No, they
charging
don't.
against the federal
That's not true.
tax dollars.
That's not true. That is not true. That is just a fucking lie. It's not easy to get benefits. That's a fucking lie. Oh my God. What's it going to take? What's it going to take to bring this regime down? What is it? What is it? Where's the line? Where's the line that brings this regime down? Because I can't take it anymore.
That go into Medicare and Medicaid. That's one of the reasons we're seeing such high amounts of fraud in different parts of the country, and we believe there are organized criminal groups behind some of these endeavors.
You
So I want to
believe
walk
that?
you
Is
through
that
a
your
couple of these
feeling?
examples, because our goal is to stop the money from ever leaving the
you
building.
just- if
That
you
is
say
the
the
best way to
California
protect the
one, that
American
was something
taxpayer.
California been
As you know,
investigating,
we were in Minnesota last week. Where the largest
Minnesota also
autism
been investigating their
takedown
own
occurred.
fraud, you
A
fuck.
mother and a daughter, adult daughter, were accused of tens of millions of dollars of theft. Just to put
They
this
take
in
credit for
perspective, the
everybody
reason these are
else's
so important is if
investigation.
you defraud the system, you don't just take money out of the system. People steal your money. The money from our most vulnerable Americans are going to steal their health. They'll steal their life. And that's what we have been seeing in some of these takedowns. Unfortunately, when these events don't happen in a timely fashion, you lose the whole program. So in Minnesota, the state itself stopped non-emergency medical transportation, which is when you need someone to take you to the doctor's appointment. They cut the whole program. It's gone. It's finished. Because they could not deal with the fraud. It went from an estimated $1 million a year, how much can it cost to take a card to a doctor's office, to over $100 million a year, so they killed the program. And that, of course,
Who
we
killed the
believe,
program?
because it doesn't provide the kind of care we desire for our fellow Americans, can be problematic. We don't want that to happen in other endeavors as well. So we've been working with the state of Minnesota. We're not happy with some of the things we've been encountering as we look at their receipts on the services they
For a
provided, which is why we
feeling?
deferred
Is that your
$350
feeling?
million to the state of Minnesota, and we're waiting to hear feedback from them. Other states have also been problematic. California comes to mind, where we've made several trips of late.
Yeah, I don't-
1/3 of all of the hospice in the entire country. And hospice is this precious, beautiful program built in the 80s
Oh my
to
God,
take
you're
care of
saying
people with
1/3
dignity
is
in the last months
fraud?
of their life. Classically, someone has metastatic cancer, they're going to die. It's going to happen in a few months. You give up your Medicare, because why would you want Medicare? You don't need all those things. Take hospice instead. But that trade has risks with it if you don't actually have a lethal problem. And when 1/3 of all the hospices in the entire country are in Los Angeles, not even California, and Los Angeles, that creates issues. First of all, it's not plausible, but it also means someone's been ignoring the problem. And in fact, there was a call 4 years ago by the state auditor in California to address these problems. It was not managed. So our agency has now suspended payments to 850, almost half of all the hospices in California now have been suspended, but they're no longer being paid. And we're going to keep aggressively going at this problem, because when we go after hospice in California, guess what happens? Hospice in Nevada went up 7-fold. Hospice in Arizona, hospice in Texas, they've all gone up. These scoundrels run to other areas.
Because people are dying. Because people are dying. You can't just throw out a number like half of the hospices are bad. Where's the facts? Why aren't we demanding the facts? Yes, every agency already had layers and layers of fraud prevention, detection, investigation, mitigation. People are dying. I just can't believe how any of this is like even beginning to be okay. I don't get it. I don't get it.
I just learned this morning, now they're infiltrating the home healthcare space in California, which is equally a problem because now they're taking advantage of a different sector of the population, this time Medicaid, but using nefarious techniques and technologies to do that as well. And again, these are organized criminal syndicates, we believe, in many instances. And that's why being a personal care service attendant, which is again doing something that your family would normally do for you, carrying groceries upstairs, driving you somewhere. That job is now by twofold the most common job in California, and it's the most common job in New York. Again, this defies belief.
There's a lot of people there. Do you know how hard it is to get home health care for patients on Medicare, Medicaid here in California? I know how hard it is because I've lived through my loved ones dying when they need Medicare and or when they have Medicare and then get whatever additional support. I've been alongside people who are poor, who are dying. I've watched it. And it was never easy to get home health care, any kind of deliveries. There was always confusion about oxygen deliveries and other things. I can give you specific facts. They're not my feelings. They're all facts. So it's not just you make a phone call and everything, you start getting tons of money or whatever. That's not even a thing. You have to beg to get coverage. You have to beg to get cancer treatments. You have to fight. This is so wrong. This is
that you could get that much growth in single sectors, but these are well-paid jobs that have become now ubiquitously available. There's not been strong guardrails.
Home healthcare workers do not make a ton of money. They make minimum wage. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Yeah, sure. There's probably some fraud in home health care. I'm sure, you could find it with the state attorney general and all that kind of stuff. But this is a witch hunt. This is trying to kill people. This is eugenics. This is trying to kill people. This is trying to deny services so there's more money for the oligarchs. That's literally the fuck what this is. And it's ultimately privatization of Medicare. That's what this is leading to. The states can't handle it. So we'll just have Oscar Health, who is Jared Kushner's brother, co-founded. We'll have Oscar Health come in and provide the health care for any kind of Medicare. Oh, but you're going to not have existing, you're going to get less coverage because, costs. Yeah, I've been there too. It's clear this clown has never walked the path of the death and dying. Yeah. This is just gross. It's gross.
The last administration did not think that this was an important endpoint. The endpoint was enrolling people and getting people onto these different programs. And that has led to a tremendous opportunity for corrupting the system.
Do they need more staffing? Probably.
With that in mind, there's lots we can do to fix these problems. We've been aggressively going after states, red and blue.
This is not the answer.
We wrote a letter to Florida. The difference, by the way, was Florida responded by saying, we know we have a problem. We're going to double down. We want a moratorium on all of our durable medical equipment suppliers. And why? Because there are twice as many durable medical equipment suppliers in South Florida than McDonald's.
That's because
Again, not really possible unless you're looking the other way. We're
not
looking the other way.
Or have you not done the math? Is it not possible? Or have you not done the math? Because again, what you're saying to me, sir, is a feeling, not a fact. Unless you can point to data, then I do not believe you, sir.
The way we're aggressively taking on these challenges. And I'm going to reemphasize something that I'm hoping everyone appreciates. But if you're defrauding our most vulnerable citizens in America, do not walk away from this threat. Run away from us because we're coming after you. All right. Give me 1 second. I was actually given a cheat sheet, which you all know I got. Shelby, the new media. Take it away.
Thanks. I actually wanted to ask about that nationwide moratorium. Industry groups are really concerned about growth and employment getting hurt if that moratorium expands beyond 6 months. Would you rule out an extension of that moratorium, or do you expect that it's going to be expanded?
I'm not going to rule out an extension. We have been talking to industry groups about these moratoria. In fact, this is for everybody watching, all of you as well. We benefit from whistleblowers. Our most important whistleblowers have been members of industry who know the game, know how you can cheat it if you're unethical, and they point out to us when these problems occur. So we do not want to hurt the folks who are earnestly involved in hospice, in durable medical equipment suppliers, personal care services. They're good people in these businesses, but we're going to slow down the growth of these sectors till we can get our arms around the problem, because it is of massive magnitude to us.
See, this is the thing. We don't have our arms around the problem.
Go here. Go ahead.
Dr. Oz, thank you so much. Kara Castronova.
But we go ahead and
TV with two important
Lindell TV. J6er, Kara Costernova, J6er.
questions that the American people voted for and care deeply about. Many Americans fear our future administration could reinstate COVID-era vaccine mandates through Medicare and Medicaid funding. Would you support and create reforms to prevent that from happening again?
No.
What can you do during your remaining time at CMS to ensure Americans are never forced to choose between their jobs and a forced vaccination?
Fuck yourself.
Well, the president talked about this a bit on Friday with an executive order that desires to provide states with better science to be able to make educated decisions. It is an embarrassment that during COVID we allowed ideology and fear
part of
to
Freedom
dictate
Corner for a minute.
healthcare policy. Many clinicians at the time couldn't understand where these ideas were coming from. It certainly soured the American people on the trust that their government had historically had in recommending public policy efforts. The president argues, and he's right, and Secretary Kennedy strongly believes we need gold standard science. We need that science to be able to help families make better decisions for themselves, and state governments, because these are state-driven issues usually, especially mandates, to make those decisions more wisely. If we can do this in the right way, it will be very empowering, because who loves children the most? Their parents. No matter what we might say, they're the ones who need to have the information. They should have the ability to make the wisest choices for their kids, not based in fear, but based in science. Stephen.
One more nursing home stuff, if you don't mind.
Let me go one at a time. If you ask multiple questions, I'm only going to answer one anyway, so we'll come back. I promise. I talk quickly. Go ahead.
Dr. Oz, thank you. And I actually have two, but we'll see what you like.
I'll answer one. Pick one.
Well, the first is on most favored nations, the policy. I was hoping that you could explain why the administration thinks it's important to pass legislation codifying these deals. Is the fear that a future president might walk away?
You haven't heard of
make of the congressional pushback? And also on my tragedy derived from Kratom, President Trump has expressed interest. Can you describe the debate within the administration?
Randy Ireland.
Let me answer the first one, because there's not a big debate on the second one. The reality around the most favored nation drug pricing is the president has dealt with the entire problem for this administration. But these contracts expire after this administration is done. So like so many things the president's trying to do, he's trying to set it up for the next administration so that they don't have to fight the same battle. Now, it's going to be difficult for pharmaceutical companies to pull back. But we still believe it makes sense for Congress to codify what we've been able to achieve, because it's been so helpful. Think about the $600 billion of savings to the average American over the next 10 years. It's a massive number that they voluntarily sort of gave back because the president went after them and said, you got to deal with this problem. And by the way, when we knocked on the door of these pharmaceutical company leaders, you know what they said? We knew one day you'd come for us. They weren't surprised. They knew that this couldn't continue. So the president wants Congress, which I know has a lot on its plate. But there are ongoing discussions around the great health care plan. Just last week, the Workforce Committee pushed something out that is going to be on PBM reform. Pharmacy benefits management companies are the middlemen that often are involved between the insurance companies and the pharmaceutical companies. So there's other parts of the legislation moving forward. But just to remind you, the great health care plan is codifying most favored nation drug pricing so it lasts for decades into the future. We believe it should. This is all forward-looking. Doesn't hurt these companies today. Just make sure America's protected in the future. We want plain English insurance policies so you can actually understand the document that you're being given. We want transparency, so when you go to a hospital, to a doctor's office, that you actually know what you're getting. Guys, as a doctor, when I prescribe something for you, I often don't know what it's going to cost you to pick up what I just told you to get. These are things that are fixable, and the pharmacy benefits is another part of this. Let's go to, I'm going to back, Daily Wire, Mary.
Thank you. My colleague Luke Rosiak just reported, and he's done a lot on this. His investigations into Medicaid fraud and home health have repeatedly brought him to foreign-born healthcare operators. Is CMS tracking what percentage of home health recipients are refugees or foreign-born, and why are foreigners using these programs at such higher rates than for Americans?
Well, we are tracking illegal immigrants taking advantage of all health care plans. We've already recouped, or we've actually told California they owe us $2 billion. We've got half of it back already.
Come for it.
I'm confident we'll get the rest because they have state-based programs that we don't have a lot of visibility into, but because of the Working Families Tax legislation and other rulemaking, we are no longer allowing foreign folks who are here illegally to benefit from these programs. Just to put it in context, in California, if you're on Medi-Cal, the Medicaid program in California, until this administration, you got full dental and full vision benefits.
No, you don't.
Now, I'm for those benefits. I like them, but we don't give that to Medicare patients.
No,
and so
you
we should at
don't.
least be equitable, and all of us together should decide what we are going to do as a nation. So if we as a country decide we're going to go in one direction, you can't have states splintering off if they're going to spend the other people's money. The fraud, for example, that I'm talking about and the use of money for illegal immigrants, the people who pay that bill when it, for example, the largesse of California allows folks to get benefits that the rest of the country doesn't think is appropriate for illegal immigrants or home health care providers. That money's paid by folks who are taxpayers in New Mexico, which is a blue state, and Mississippi, a red state. So this is not partisan. Everybody is taxed extra and has to put more into the kitty because some states are doing things that we don't think as a country we would like to have happen. That's why this administration has been so dogged in this issue and why the president has been so aggressive. Go on, Mary.
On Ebola, if Kenya does end up blocking the U.S. quarantine facility there, and it seems like they might since the Kenyan courts are delaying it, where will Americans who have been exposed end up going? And then why can't they just come to the United States? I mean, I think you would probably agree that the U.S. has pretty good health care here. So where will they go, and why not to the U.S.?
Jennifer, the main issue with having a facility close to the Democratic Republic of the Congo is if a patient is sick. Again, I'll speak as a heart doctor. I want to take the patient to the OR that's right next door to the room they're sick in, not to the building next to them, or to 3 buildings 2 blocks away, because that time is precious to us. You have a golden hour in many of these instances around trauma, but for illnesses, it's also relatively short. So we are confident, and the State Department's working on this diligently, that they're going to be able to work out something with Kenya. There has already been a fair amount of communication around this issue. We have and that's about it. There's a UK base there. We have other people who might be willing to welcome us, and we have our German colleagues as well. So there's many places we can send folks, but sending them across the world, especially when we're not sure what's going on with them, is probably not the wisest move. In red, take it away.
Thank you so much. Alina Shirazi from the Daily Mail. This is the 4th checkup that the president has had. He's supposed to have 1 a year. He's had several CT heart scans. What are the doctors looking for? And second question, I think you might like this one better. Who has been your favorite cabinet secretary so far to do the briefings at the podium?
That may not be my favorite question. That might, I mean, they're all obviously different. I think Scott Besant's dry humor is fabulous. Marco is just an earnestly funny person. We can tell all kinds of stories about Marco's entertaining commentary. I think JD was spectacular. You know, he's just very on his game, understands the issues, and he understands the American people, which is I appreciated his presentation so much. And I did watch them all, by the way, just to prepare. I'm a doctor. I try to do my homework. I prepped for the case. The first issue was about Ebola. No,
about the president.
Examinations.
He's had 4 already. The president's supposed to have 1 a year.
Yeah. So I actually have talked to the president about what he's sent to all of you. And I think it's just a routine, regular exam. You remember I had the president on my show 10 years ago, and he also presented records. And at the time, I was stunned at how well he was doing. Oh my God. Because so many of these numbers naturally over time will start going in the wrong direction. But if you look at these records, they're spectacular. You know, his cholesterol, blood pressure, all the numbers are starting in excellent parameters. His ability, and listen, I work with him frequently. Many of you get to see him almost every day. That amount of energy and that amount of mental acuity does not exist in a vacuum. You have to have a vessel to carry it. And the president has a unique ability to just keep going at all hours of the day with remarkable strength. Let's go. Right behind you. Yeah.
So the administration has been stressing reshoring manufacturing, pharmaceutical manufacturing is part of that. From those announcements of those 17 pharmaceutical companies, what's the timeline that we could see those projects come to fruition? Is it summer? Is it end of this year?
Well, these companies are already making investments in America. Some are ongoing, some have announced. I went to a ribbon cutting in one in Charlottesville recently. And so there's a lot of investment coming to America. But think about what you would do if you're a pharma executive. If you're a pharma executive and America's open for business and we're trying to support innovation, saving people from
we're going to go to
cancer, autoimmune problems, dementia, all these different, you want to be where the action is. So these companies are coming here. It's actually a brain drain from Europe in particular, but other parts of the world as well, of companies who want to come here. So it's not just that we're already going, it's going to get bigger and bigger and louder. No, the jobs are starting when the first time you hire someone to build a plan for you, we have a job. If you're asking for people with picks and helmets, that's also coming quickly. But again, I've been to facilities that are already under construction, so they're starting, and it will get. And the president and I visited a facility in Cincinnati a few months ago. That again, they're already in. They already have the facility. They're already running the facility. They're making additional investments to upgrade their program. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. I know this isn't your wheelhouse, but you are speaking on behalf of the White House today. Can you respond to any of the criticism from Republicans on President Trump's decision to tap Bill Pulte, who has no known intelligence experience, as acting DNI?
Well, I think Bill's a great guy. I know him socially. I've not worked with him in his current job, but I do trust the president's judgment. He is a very sharp, quick study of people. Their emotional abilities and their ability to persevere in the face of hardship. So I have confidence in his decision.
That's what we do with the Director of National Intelligence.
Given the World Cup coming up and millions of visitors coming to the United States, on the U.S. preparation for this, who is in charge of proactive surveillance measures and what type of surveillance will the United States be doing for visitors coming in? Will that be expanded beyond the DRC, Uganda, and Sudan? Can you describe what is in place, knowing this influx of people coming soon?
So Jay Bhattacharya, who I spoke to this morning, who is our brilliant leader of the NIH, but also CDC now, is running this program. He's got a lot of help from Dr. Heidi Overton and many others at the White House. So it's a well-constructed game plan. They aggressively got into, and they're funding now, a lot of the treatments that are being offered in the DRC and the Kenya facilities, just an extra way for us to take folks who are Americans who need help. But we have very purposefully put up.
That's what I was looking up earlier. So are you telling me that instead of treating people with Ebola in country where they are, i.e. the Democratic Republic of the Congo, are you telling me that they're airlifting them to Kenya to treat them? Why in the world would you bring Ebola into another country? Why in the world would you do that? Like I was in Liberia during a minor Ebola outbreak. I know exactly what happens when Ebola is found in West Africa, at least. Everybody springs into action, okay, to tamp it down. Now, the DRC is complicated because they're fucking killing each other. And Rwanda is kind of a real fucking pain in the ass. So I'm going to tell you right now, I could see where the response in DRC would be challenging, but it is not by any means impossible. Okay? It's just not. And plus, you've had Eric Prince over there doing his whatever operations in the DRC, widely reported. Why hasn't Eric helped secure the area so that treatment can occur, as there have been some disruption of caregiving on the ground in the DRC? Sir, what the fuck? TWIV guys like bringing American doctors home for best care, which I do understand that, but you can stabilize with an infectious disease. I would think you could stabilize. Why would you I just don't understand that. I'm sorry, I don't understand it. Okay, maybe I'm wrong, and maybe I just don't know what I'm talking about, which is entirely 100% possible, if not a certainty.
Testing tools and mechanisms at the major airports that people will be traveling through. I have great confidence in Jay's ability. He's a brilliant scientist and knows a lot about viruses. He wrote one of the most important papers really describing the true reality of what was happening during COVID early in the pandemic.
Oh,
It got him in
really?
the hot water because it was not convenient to hear it, but he's a brave man who will make the right
God.
decisions and be transparent about them. In pink.
Just back to the question about Bill Pulte. Congressional statute says any appointee for the position of the Director of National Intelligence shall
bad
have
we left the
extensive
who.
national security expertise. What
I
extensive
guess,
national
but I
security
don't.
expertise does he have?
All right.
Ma'am, you're asking me a question that's out of my lane. I'm so focused on making sure Americans are healthy that I have not been looking at what other agencies. Yes. MAH, go ahead. Yellow tie, go.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. All right. Okay. That was fun. Dr. Oz, just now you said that it should be surprising to people that personal care service attendant is now by twofold the most common job in California and the most common job in New York. The U.S. healthcare industry has been growing rapidly, 7 to 8% annually. It's an estimated $5.3 trillion in growth. Healthcare accounts for about 18% of GDP. Why should people be surprised that in two of the most populous states in the country, a healthcare-related job like that would be a common job when it is, again, one of the fastest growing and continuously growing industries in the U.S.? I mean, what's going on here? Like,
The primary difference between paying for a
much
hernia
nitrous
operation
corn
and
syrup.
paying someone to be a personal care service is the reason it's concerning to us. If you're having a hernia operation, you have a scar. So I know you got something, and you have a doctor who is licensed, and you had it done in a facility that's also credentialed and has been inspected. When you get personal care services, it's an unlicensed person in an unmonitored setting promising they did something.
Unmonitored.
That's a lot of handshakes and, finger crossing and
Name your
hoping that
data.
it worked out okay.
What is the
This is a
data?
problem that has been growing for years. It's just gotten now to a crisis mode. It is just difficult to imagine that it's twice as many jobs as anything else. It's not that healthcare jobs aren't important, of course they are. But if we put guardrails around these programs, we'll allow them to thrive. I'm here because I love Medicaid. The president has already said he loves and cherishes Medicaid and Medicare. These are, Medicaid in particular, is the ultimate
off
payer of last
Medicaid
resort.
right
We
now
cannot
because of
allow
you.
these programs to be defrauded into
People are gonna die
a
because of
turmoil that they cannot pull up from.
You're
And
gonna
so
murder
if we
people.
love these programs, we'll make the difficult decisions. Let me pivot from that just to describe
Everyone
what came
ends
out
up on
yesterday,
the side
which
of a
is
wall
the work
bit.
requirement rule
Tell you
that
that.
our
I'm
agency,
sorry.
and Dan Brillman
Way it
and
is.
Caprice Knapp did a fantastic job writing this, dealt with a lot of states, but as you know, in the Working Families Tax Cut legislation,
Yeah,
which
exactly.
I believe
Boomers.
saved Medicaid.
Bye, Teresa.
And the reason I say that is
Later.
our actuarials told us
We'll
we would
knock
be
them
spending
out.
$5.4 trillion more for this program over the next decade if we didn't deal with some of the legalized money laundering
Oh my
that was
God,
siphoning
I'm
money out of the
exhausted. I
program.
need to take a
Part
breath.
of the reason that this is so attractive to states is they could take money in ways that it was not designed to be used, paying people along the way so they didn't have to pay for it themselves. I
Where's
get it.
the
I
data
understand why
on
the
that?
governors did it, but
What's
it didn't
the data?
align the president with the governors.
What is
With
the
that
data?
law, we also had a work requirement rule. Now, what was that? The work requirement was based on concepts that date back from when Bill Clinton was president with the temporary assistance for needy families. When the Democratic administration said
God
the
forbid
fraud
we
is getting so
feed those
bad, the
needy
abuse
families.
so big in these programs, we need to clean them up. We need to get people to try to work.
Yeah,
It's a
for
path to
the aging
prosperity.
place.
I believe, I hope you share this belief, that we're put on this earth with agency to change our future, change the country's future, to make the planet a better place. We're put here to make a difference. But if you're sitting at home, which is true for the millions of people who
Millions?
who are
How many?
able-bodied on
How many,
Medicaid, on
Bit?
average,
How many?
you're spending 6.1 hours watching television or just hanging around. That's not why you're here. So
Oh
as a path to
my
prosperity,
God.
Congress very
This is a class war. And we know this. We know this. This is a class war. That's what this is. And what it's been. Oh my God. Wow, man. Bamboozle is just not strong enough a word, I think.
Wise, he said, let's get you back into the workforce. Let's require you to get free healthcare coverage to be able to work.
There's a study in Georgia. I'm going to find that study. Hold on. I want to find that study. They tried this in Georgia, the work requirement, and there was an actual study done of it, and it didn't work. I mean, I'll just tell you. I'll cut to the chase. Georgia study on work requirement. Yeah. Pathways to coverage. Here we go. I'm going to find it and I'll link it. Georgia's Medicaid experiment is the latest to show work requirements restrict healthcare access. Hi, J Rance. How you doing? Yeah, there was a study. Who did the study? Let's see. Can't. And I'm quickly picking it up. I will go ahead. This is from the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities. So I'll go ahead and link this in the chat. But they tried this, and this might be one of many. I don't know if there's other studies, but there probably are. I would imagine. I'm certain that California will be doing one. I hope. But that's the study from the CBPP on Georgia's Medicaid experiment. So, just as additional context for this nonsense.
For 20 hours a week, or volunteer to make up the difference if you haven't worked 20 hours, or get an education, just participate.
Oh,
and
yeah,
so
is
that
that
rule
easy?
came
Do
out.
they have
It's
children?
I think
Do they have
beautifully
children?
written effort to
Can they
try to
afford
define for our
childcare?
nation what your part of the puzzle is. Because if you are
Yeah,
going to
I'd
get
rather
something that
eat
of
other
value from the American people, there should be some
That's Dan.
obligation if you're able to. If you're not able to, if you're
Maytag is
disabled, if you're, and one of the categories that are well defined in general, not able to work, it's different. But if you can work, you should get up and work again, because that's historically how it always was. In 1965 rather, when Medicaid was created, that was the deal. There were 11 million people in the program. We've perverted that. Yes, sir.
Dr.
That
Dickey,
sounds like
since
a
you're here
film.
speaking on behalf of the administration, part of the reason we're asking about the president's decision to appoint Bill Pulte to be the head of national intelligence is it's been 4 hours and we've been asking the White House why he's qualified to do so. You're a heart surgeon or a heart doctor?
Yeah.
Would you recommend a patient go see someone who isn't?
You're asking the question with the premise that Bill Pulte is not qualified. I don't
He's
know anything
not.
about his situation, and I appreciate you want an answer. I'm not to be the one giving it to you. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. This is Elizabeth with the Daily Signal. What are you doing, first of all, to remove any illegal immigrants who are still receiving Medicaid from the program? You mentioned earlier that's something you've been working on. And then secondly, Medicaid reimbursement for Planned Parenthood will resume July 4th unless Congress acts to extend the One Big Beautiful bill. As CMS Administrator, what's your message to Congress on that?
On the illegal immigrant side, I'll take one
yeah.
question at a time, if you don't mind.
He's
Just a lot of
doing a
folks.
stand-in for Caroline.
We have, because we now can do it, a very straightforward way for the 44 states that don't have state-based Medicaid plans for us to be able to audit it to people that we're paying
It
for
is
our
complicated,
citizens or not.
right? I mean,
in
that
the
makes
states, in the state-based plans, like I mentioned in California, and there's a few other states, Colorado, Washington, et
This is so
cetera,
dumb. Yeah,
Illinois,
Pulte is UNI,
they have
man.
their own plans. So we have to now audit their plans. This is a challenge, and that's why before I came here, I met with a bunch of Medicaid directors from many states, red and blue, and they want us to help rebuild the tech infrastructure of Medicaid in this country. Imagine 50 balkanized programs. You spend $20 billion a year, $20 billion for tech infrastructure, and we're not getting our money's worth. So we're putting $200 million more because the working family.
You know what? Let me go one step further. Let me really blow your mind. Okay? Here's the deal. Everyone who has feet on this soil should have access to Medicaid. You want to know why? Because as just being selfish, which I know MAGA is really good at, if you're just being selfish about it, why would you want anyone in your community to be sick? Because that's only going to make you sick later on. You always complain about your kids getting sick at school. Well, guess what? Maybe what you need to do is make sure everybody has access to really good quality medical care, and then that won't happen. What about that? What about that, Cheryl? What about that, Cindy? What about that, Joanne? Huh? Tiffany, what do you think? Why in the world wouldn't you want your community to be well? Oh my God. I had to get access to Medicaid for a certain period of time. And I didn't understand it. And I speak English really well. And it was impossible to get anyone on the phone. It was impossible to get an appointment in person. It was just impossible. I gave up. So, it's impossible. So yeah, I was always in awe of people who were able to navigate the system, because I'm like, this is not easy. They do not make it easy. They just don't make it easy. And so I'm sorry, if anything, it should be easier to get access to these services. Oh boy.
Tax cut legislation. We've negotiated, Dan Brillman did $600 million of in-kind contributions from the vendors to be able to get the work requirement done in an effective way. But I think it's the first step of a much larger national opportunity to fix how data flows. And one more bit on this, Medicare's billing system, which many of your relatives are using, was a 1979 era COBOL-based system. I don't even have engineers who know how to use that system. So if you're going to really use cloud-based tools, if you want to use technology to help Americans connect better with the healthcare system, you have to update them. The president has been supportive of this, so we are upgrading the system. And my hope is that we can use the tech transformation tools of this government to bring people to work with us from the private sector. And every major tech company is a partner of ours. I'm pledging 700. Yes, go ahead.
Hey, I just wanted to follow up on her question behind me. If the president's in such perfect health, why does he keep going back in for checkups?
I think he likes the results. He does really well. He aces the test every single day.
Goddamn
answer. I do actually believe that he is curious to make sure everything is going in the right direction. He's a very meticulous person in so many ways that are often underappreciated. But for him to want to know all the numbers and keep on top of them, it's the same reason he calls people at odd hours, because something's on his mind. He wants to deal with it. Yes, in purple.
You think that's a real answer?
The UFC fight here at the White House next week.
Boy,
the president recently invested in the parent company of UFC. Is it a conflict of interest for him to be promoting this event while he's invested in UFC's parent company?
I don't think the president sits in the Oval Office and makes individual investment decisions, but I don't know about that issue. But knowing him, I suspect someone else is making those decisions for him. Wait, go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Oz. The Obamacare subsidies expired earlier this year. What negative consequences have you seen, and do you see any policy adjustments that need to be made?
Let's talk about Obamacare. Let's take a step back. 2015, 16, 17, 18, 2020. There were 9 million people
drug tested,
on Obamacare. 9 million. Today, it's more than 20 million. Like, what happened? What happened was we completely took the guardrails off.
What?
And I know this because I'm working in the agency that actually was told to take the guardrails off.
What?
And because there wasn't an earnest desire to keep track of whether you're appropriately on it or not, but more importantly, just get the number.
Okay, people pay for Obamacare. And the only way they don't pay for Obamacare is if they're so poor that they literally cannot afford it, even at its lowest amount. Okay, of course, that's gone because the subsidies are gone. So now people who before couldn't afford it and were able to get a subsidy, now they cannot get a subsidy, so they cannot afford it. When I looked at Obamacare way back when, the minimum premium was something like $700 a month for any level. I think it was the silver. It might have been a bronze plan even. I'm telling you right now, this is not your beautiful wife. And these are not the droids you're looking for. This is literally, this government is lying to you in order to try and strip resources, life-saving resources, from poor people or seniors who are on a fixed income. That's literally what they're doing. I'm not just being a bleeding heart liberal. I'm telling you the fact of what the outcomes are with the actions that this regime is taking and codifying into law. Like, this is bad. And the fact that they're just doing it in order to see this outcome happen of more people dying, frankly, decrease the surface population. Boy, that Scrooge story really sticks, doesn't it? Really stuck that landing there, didn't you, Dickens? But that shouldn't even be a partisan issue. Like, this should not be a partisan issue. This should literally be a conversation. Now, you can have conversations about how to manage something better, how to make it more efficient. That's what OIGs are for. That's what audits are for. That's what, there's mechanisms. There's very good mechanisms for evaluating the efficacy of programs and, blah, 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 blah. It's all there. The data is all there. Okay. So it may be a manpower issue. I don't even know what the issue might be, or just inefficiency, or, lack of priority. There could be a million different reasons why agencies weren't or weren't as evaluated, or what. I don't even know. That seems like a lie to me, but whatever. Even if you just buy all of that argument, the action with factual addressing of specific situations of fraud, waste, and abuse. Because not once has this man or any other dipshit in this administration stood before you and said, here are, the exact stories. Yeah, they can mention a couple of them, like one in Minnesota and one in California. Well, those were already under investigation in those states. So you can't just take credit for someone else's work. But yet they can't tell you anything else. They can just make these grand statements that actually impact people's lives. I hope everyone understands that there will be people in your lives that are impacted by this. If only for the fact that they're on a fixed income, and these additional costs really fucking make it hard to go month to month. And I hope that's not the case, but I think, unfortunately, that's going to be the reality for all of us, is that if we're not touched ourselves by it, there will be people we love who are touched by it. It's a war on poor people. It's a war on you and me. It's a war on all of us. I don't just mean poor people. I mean all of us. All of us who are not the haves. The 99%. It is a war. And the more they chip away at these things, the more they kill communities with pollution mongering, pollution gathering, data centers and bullshit, and Grok's wind turbines outside of Memphis and Boxtown, Tennessee. Like if those things those are continuing, those are happening every day. Like, man, this is not a drill. Like, they're doing the thing. The insurgency won, and we're well past that moment. Now it's full speed ahead. They also know that November is coming, and they do think that some of their power will be sapped. Whether or not people believe that or not is not my issue. But these guys definitely believe that it's going to be better if they win in November than if they lose. Let's put it that way, to put it mildly. Because they do think it's going to hamper their ability to execute on all of the, corruption. That's why they're shoving shit down people's throats. Between tariffs, ICE trolling my neighborhood, and these constant attacks on the vulnerable, I'm about at the end of my rope. Lee, I hear you. It's like, it's kind of shocking.
To where we all feel good about ourselves, we had massive increases of people joining the program. We believe that 35%, roughly, of the people that are using the Affordable Care Act, Obamacare exchanges, because they've never used the program once, they've never filed a claim, may not be legit. And that actual number may translate to 5-6 million people we could be paying premiums for because they don't have to contribute.
What is this fantasy fever dream you're having, sir? Where are your data? Where is the data? Why don't we respect ourselves enough to demand specifics? Do we have so little self-respect for ourselves as a population that we won't demand full transparency, which, by the way, just saying you're transparent is exactly the opposite of being transparent, because the data has not been shown to you. Demand it.
Anything. So they don't even know they're getting it. These are people who have Medicaid, and someone, often a broker, is dishonestly enrolling them on in an Affordable Care Act, or they're in 2 states at once getting full insurance paid for by us.
How?
In multiple states at once. So we have evaluated these numbers. They're extremely concerning.
What happens?
There's a very strong effort by us. We actually made a rule 2 weeks ago that's.
Do they pay their premium twice? Do they pay their deductible twice? So how exactly is this working? How exactly is it working, sir? If the patient is the one registered in 2 states, which first of all seems impossible, if the patient is registered in 2 states, are they not then paying 2 deductibles? I'm very confused. How are they doing that? Are they seen in both states? Like, really? Come on. What the hell?
Starts the process. We had tried to do this when we first came into office. Court enjoined us. They did not feel we'd followed appropriate APA guidelines, government guidelines, and so we redid it and now went back out again. But if you care about the ACA, then you'll want us to take the fraud out. And let me just take a step back. If we want you to go back to work on Medicaid, what's going to happen? You're going to start making money. As you make money, you're going to make enough money. You get above the poverty level. You're going to want to buy an Affordable Care Act product. Or private industry, commercial insurers are going to start using it. That's a good thing. We're getting America back up. They're getting into work, getting them into the stratosphere, building prosperity. So we want these programs to work together. But if you've got millions of people, literally, who are getting insurance that they don't want, they don't even know they have it, and we're all paying for it, that's tens of billions of dollars we're throwing away. That increases premiums for everybody. It drives affordability down. We're not going to tolerate it anymore. Sir in the back, in the beard. Yes.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rose. We are happy to see you. I'm sorry, I will ask 2 questions because I'm Turkish American.
No, only one question. Doesn't matter. One question.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you, the Turkish president, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, and American president has a good relations. And there's a report they are going to meet in Turkey and United States game in Los Angeles. Have you heard about it? And also there's a NATO summit in Turkey in July. So you're Turkish American, I don't know, do you have any idea? Are you going to join? And what you're thinking about Erdogan and Trump relations?
I have no idea about these meetings. I've not been invited to anything. I suspect I won't be invited to everything because I've got a lot of work to do here. I'll give it right there. Go ahead.
Sir,
Yes.
Jordan Conrad's from Gateway Puppet. Back to the illegal aliens on Medicare and Medicaid. Last October, you announced that you had found over $1 billion in federal tax dollars going to illegal aliens. How much money?
Where'd you get that number, bitch?
Increased as of today, and it's kind of like fish in a barrel. Are these people being referred to immigration for prosecution and deportation?
The number has doubled from what I said last year. We're about $2 billion. The good news is that many states realize this is a problem, and they themselves have stopped doing this. Listen, it's the same basic story again and again. We as a nation make a decision because we're one people. Individual states have to take that decision and use it to the best of their ability. Some states don't do as good a job as other states. That's why we're looking to individual states for leadership, for better ideas to deal with many of these social problems that unfortunately begin to pile up over time, and they threaten the very foundation of our social net that supports all of us. That's why this matters so much. If you quiz the vice president, he grew up in an environment where he saw people abuse this. I know that's the case of people who are in the task force right now.
I'm sorry. Did you just accuse? Wait a minute. Wait just a minute. Did you just accuse the vice president's mother of Medicaid fraud? Did you just do that? Did you do that? Did you just accuse the vice president's mother of like some kind of Medicare fraud? Wow. Interesting. Interesting.
Now, the Anti-Fraud White House Task Force.
Yeah,
So
big
there's a
congrats,
passion about this, and for good reason. I mean, the president calls the vice president Elliot Ness.
Exciting.
He wants him, he likes the fact that he's taking this seriously, he's going at it, and he's doing what's best for the American people by making some tough decisions.
Back to Bill Pulte, but with a national security angle. The president has pushed very hard to renew FISA. Section 702 expires in 10 days, just ahead of the World Cup. And there's this heightened threat environment with the war in the Middle East. We've heard all these intel agencies talk about the threat environment these days and how people can be very concerned about it. On Capitol Hill, you've had lawmakers today raising concern about Bill Pulte, and on the Democrat side, questioning his ability to carry out that role fairly and not weaponize it. What can you say about to allay their concerns, and can you also answer a question that was posed by Susan Collins about whether Pulte has a security clearance himself?
I don't know anything more about Bill Pulte than you do. I did not think that would be one of the questions that would even come up here. I hadn't even heard the news when I walked out. Okay, let me leave you with. We have one last question, but I do want. Okay, go ahead, ask me. I'll come to you. I have a GLP question. What's your question?
Do you have any medical advice for the Americans out there that are suffering from a very serious ailment called Trump derangement syndrome?
I am concerned about folks who have focused their entire life energy on dislike of the president. It's disheartening to see people lost in that way, but treating stupid is really hard, and it becomes a real problem. And these folks are off. Now, GLP-1s. I mean. Let me just answer because I'm out of time. And
very quick one. Are Americans getting real deal medication brand name like Wegovy, Ozempic, or it will be generic on Trump RX at $50 monthly rate?
The Trump RX product is the real deal, the true API, the pharmaceutical product that's made by the two major providers right now, which are Novo Nordisk and Eli Lilly. There are other companies coming into the space. We have these products that are given by these companies as part of this deal. So we like to use the real product to be able to satisfy the needs of the American consumer.
No, it's called
It's the brand name. It's the brand name.
Picosum. We call it Picosum. Don't ask why. Yeah. It just looks like this. It looks like the same thing. Happy birthday. What the fuck? Yeah, I don't know. I don't really. How about Mike Flynn registering as a foreign agent? Yeah, how about it? I can't click on links for some reason. I'm not sure why. Oh my God, that's scary. Okay, I'm gonna have to figure out how that is in this new software because it doesn't give me the ability to click on it. Like not even. Like right click on it. Okay. We have to join Markwayne Mullen Muffin Head in progress. Oh wait, is that already done? Oh no, that's Marco. Marco. Wait, are you doing things? I don't even understand this. Hold on. Markwayne Muffin Head. How are you today? Markwayne Muffin Head. Where is he? Where's that whippersnapper? Oh, there's Turd Blanche. Okay, that's in an hour. Yeah, a little bit over an hour. But where's Markwayne Mullenhead? Okay, that's not what I wanted. There he is. There's a little whippersnapper. Hold on. Markwayne, shut up. This didn't start very long ago, actually. Jiminy Cricket pies. Jiminy Cricket pies. I'm going to miss Katie Britt, though. I hope everybody's okay with that. Hi, Adriana. Oh, my God. I love you. How are you, girl? I miss you. I love you. Boy, Katie Britt won't shut up. Sorry, everybody. Let's see. All right. Okay, I'll start. I have to go to the little girls' room because we're in a marathon Lolo's Lounge today, if you didn't know. So anyway, okay, let me share this. Scoobly-doo, scoob, scoobity-doo. Okay, this is my Markwayne Muffin Head, people. This is about his budget. He's going to fudge it in his budget. Sorry. Okay, I'll BRB.
Across the nation are equipped with the knowledge,
Oh,
skills,
is she
and
really
tools
low?
needed to
God
protect
damn it.
and serve our country. I was profoundly disappointed to see that the FY27 budget request includes a reduction of funding for the National Computer Forensic Institute, which helps state and local authorities respond to, prosecute cyber crimes. I don't need to tell you, Mr. Secretary, that computer crimes are only becoming more sophisticated and that we need more points of security by state and local officials, not fewer. I look forward to further discussions on the NCFI, and I appreciate how the Secret Service has been responsive to my initial concerns about the future of the facility. As with budget requests, there are still some questions outstanding that we need to get a better understanding of what we need to do to actually be able to draft this bill. For example, want to understand the future of TSA and what you think that looks like. It seems like we're moving in a direction of less resilience on federal screeners, but we do need a better understanding of where you want that to go in 5 or you see it going in 10 years. We also will be looking forward to discussions about the future of FEMA now that the Review Council has finished their report and has a better understanding of the plan and pathway forward. Lastly, we look forward to continuing to engage the department on how funding provided through reconciliation process is being executed and how it intersects with base funding. Mr. Secretary, in conclusion, I appreciate you appearing before us to testify on FY 2027 budget request. You have an incredibly difficult job and have stepped into it during a very important and difficult time. I want to thank you for your service to the people of the United States and your commitment to keeping them safe. I look forward to your testimony today and to working with you during fiscal year 2027. And I would now like to recognize the ranking member for his opening remarks. And Mr. Ranking Member, do you mind if I recognize the chairman first? Thank you. Would you? Okay, go ahead. Thank you. Ranking Member Murphy.
Thank you, Chair Britt. Thank you, Secretary Mullen, for being here today. Mr. Secretary, I think you were crazy to have taken on this job, but at your confirmation hearing, you did promise that you would get DHS out of the headlines. We took you at your word, but nothing has really gotten better. In fact, you've spent the first 2 months of your tenure threatening to suspend international arrivals in states represented by Democrats. Not only would that throw our entire air travel system into chaos, it's completely illegal, which underscores the main issue of this.
Well, then let's do it 2 times.
The reason why Democrats and Republicans were not able to find agreement on the underlying DHS appropriations bill is because never before in the history of our nation has a federal agency been run so far off the rails as the Department of Homeland Security. Every day, this agency is breaking the law at scale and wasting billions of taxpayer dollars. DHS does not implement the law any longer. It makes up the law. Don't take my word for it. 10,000 times in the short 18 months this administration has run DHS, judges have overturned this agency's immigration decisions.
11,000 of 13,000.
Every case that gets before a judge gets overturned. The agency has locked up American citizens.
That's data.
It has killed peaceful protesters just for getting in the way.
That's
It
data.
has applied a completely made-up set of immigration laws and deported hundreds of
Bullet has
thousands
never
of immigrants
had his
who broke no
balls
laws,
gently
who were playing by the rules, who had legitimate claims to stay in the United States. A federal judge recently cited DHS for violating 96 different court orders in one single state. Not that this agency violated the law 96 different times in that state. No. On 96 occasions, DHS was caught violating the law, was ordered to obey the law, and 96 times ignored the judge in one state.
Wow.
That is stunning, and it should be unacceptable to anyone on this committee who claims to care about the rule of law. To make matters worse, this agency is spending money like stone-drunk sailors. Let's just take the massive detention centers that you are building. Social Circle, Georgia, DHS allegedly paid almost $129 million for a property previously valued at $29 million.
Oh my God.
In Socorro, Texas, a property previously valued at $11 million was sold to DHS for around $123 million.
What?
A 1,000% markup. Somebody is getting rich, fabulously rich, off of those deals.
Yes, Homeland, right?
Or take the company
How
Geo Group.
neo-Nazi of you.
Geo Group was a small contractor in 2024, net income of about $31 million. But then Geo Group made enormous contributions to the president's political operations, and a revolving door started between Geo Group and DHS. Tom Homan worked for the Geo Group, now works for DHS. David Venturella, Geo Group executive, is now poised to be the next head of ICE. And guess what happened? In just a year, as its executives have gone to work for the agency, as the political contributions flowed to the president, their revenue went from $31 million to, wait for it, $254 million, an 800% jump in just 1 year. When President Trump came into office, ICE's budget was $10 billion.
Well,
Today,
I just thought here.
with the obscene cash infusion this Republican Congress has given your agency, ICE's effective annual budget is now 11 times that, $115 billion.
Dumb.
And with these real estate deals and these contractor deals, at times the agency seems to be lighting this money on fire.
That's right.
But for this committee, that should be unacceptable, because the money that is being wasted, it is earned by plumbers and security guards and teachers. They entrust it to us to spend it wisely.
Wow.
We swear an oath
That's
when we
fucking
arrive
amazing.
here
I didn't
to
hear
ensure that
that.
their money is not used to fund unconstitutional or illegal behavior.
Wow.
Every single day, this agency is violating the Constitution and the law. This cannot continue. For Congress to approve of this budget, you must assure us that this Sherman's march of illegality ends. You must stop padding the pockets of immigration industry CEOs. You must rein in this out-of-control overspending.
It's the payday, guys.
But as I stated at the
you
outset,
don't
the
understand.
worry is the opposite is about to happen.
This
You
is
are
the
reportedly
payday.
considering suspending international
I'm telling you, they're
arrivals
getting it out
at
while they
airports
can.
and states represented by Democrats.
They're scared.
You will say that is because you disagree with our state's immigration policies, and that is your right to disagree. But the law unquestionably does not give you the right to close international travel in states that don't have the same political leanings as your party.
Idiot.
And so I will say the same thing that I said to your predecessor in this forum. I know that you do not like our nation's immigration law. You believe that it lets in too many people. You don't like states' immigration laws that treat immigrants fairly. But the law is the law. Your disagreement with it does not give you the permission to just make up a different law. If you want more, if the agency wants more authority, if you want stricter authority, come to Congress.
Get the
and
bank,
ask for it.
man.
Do not
Let's
ask
talk
us
about
to
the
fund
bank.
an
Fuck,
agency
man.
that just makes up its own law.
Fucking Deutsche Bank.
Thank you, Senator Murphy. Secretary Mullen, we will now turn to you for your opening statements. You'll be given 5 minutes for that, and then all of your written testimony will obviously be entered into the record.
Thank you so much, Chairman Britt and Ranking Member Collins. Or I'm sorry, Chair Collins.
It's a long way to November.
Murphy. You know, I do have an opening statement here, but wow.
Oh, is he gonna?
Senator Murphy, the outlandish claims you made there is just flat
I would
wrong.
like to punch you in the face.
You start saying we're breaking the law, and you really start looking at it, and we're enforcing the laws that Congress did pass. That's reckless. When you start saying it's unconstitutional, what's unconstitutional that we're doing? We swore to uphold the Constitution.
Let's talk about the fucking court orders, bitch.
Throw my 275,000 employees underneath DHS, and with a broad stroke like that is reckless.
No, we're talking about you. Don't worry. Don't
We're
worry.
doing the job that Congress
gave
us
the
authority
Nazis
to do. And our men and women out there every single day is enforcing the laws. If you don't like the laws, you can change them.
No,
We're not
bitch.
picking and choosing
You are breaking the law
simply
as
enforcing
told to
the
you
law.
by courts.
Period. Full stop.
Let me find that.
When you throw out reckless terms
It's not reckless, bitch. It's data.
and you start referring to our agents as being dangerous,
They are.
and lawless.
Sorry, babe.
That's why our
Sorry.
agents' death threats are up by 8,000%.
Your agents, whatever I don't know how you're measuring your death threats, but bitch, it's because your agency became the outright Gestapo Stasi, okay? You became the stormtroopers for the empire, you idiot. Duh. Are you that stupid, MARKWAYNE Muffinhead?
No, that's not what you want. But your political theater, that's what it causes.
It's not political theater. It's
when you start
actual
looking at assaults on our officers, they're up by 1,300%.
Idiot.
Senator Murphy, is that what you want? I don't think it is.
Shut the
I really
fuck up.
don't. But I understand the political theater. I understand wanting to get sound bites. And that was obvious because the whole time you was giving your testimony, you wasn't looking at me. You was looking at a camera. I get that.
What?
I get it. If you have bigger political ambitions, fine. Just say it. But don't do it at the expense of my officers.
This guy's too much. He's so offended.
Really talk about funding? You haven't funded my officers. CBP and ICE has been willing to do the job for free. Why? Because of a reckless administration. Prior to President Trump coming in and saving America, you had a reckless administration that was destroying America by letting millions of...
Okay. This is a Politico piece from Kyle Cheney's piece from May 13th. Explore the data. More than 11,000 rulings against Trump in ICE cases. Under President Trump, ICE is locking up immigrants at an unprecedented scale, holding tens of thousands of people, many with no criminal records and deep roots in the United States, in detention facilities to await the outcome of deportation proceedings. Politico is tracking the surge in litigation triggered by the administration's novel policy that began in July and releasing our database below of the 13,000 plus cases in which federal district courts reached a ruling on ICE customs and ICE's detention practices. At least 11,550 of those rulings were against the administration, handed down by judges appointed by presidents across the ideological spectrum. Judges overwhelmingly rule against ICE detention decisions, regardless of appointment. Politico compiled the data, blah, 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 blah. Let me see if there's our journalism. Many of these really, most of these rulings pertain to the Trump administration's unprecedented legal argument that it can detain anyone present in the country who is eligible for deportation without a chance for a hearing, due process for all persons on the soil of America. Our analysis also includes rulings that hinged on other due process violations, such as alleged violations of ICE's internal regulations, prolonged detentions, or extreme medical need, which we have classified as due process. Rulings based on a Supreme Court case allowing people to seek release if they're unlikely to actually be deported, and some for which judges' reasoning was unclear. So, this is it. Like, so far, MARKWAYNE, the evidence is against you on this, bitch. You are doing things that are illegal as adjudicated by the courts. Yeah, and answer why DHS is ignoring court orders. Cunty McCunterson. Idiot.
Into our country.
Idiot.
We're a nation of laws, and we're going
calm
to
down.
Those laws.
Yeah, well,
what
then you should
us
follow
from other
them.
Countries is because people respect the rule of law. There's a reason why people are flooding to our country and not flooding to leave. And it's our job to protect the homeland. And we do that every single day. Every day I walk into that office, I feel so blessed that President Trump
You can't make someone do that.
because I protect my backyard as hard as I protect your backyard. And I do it with pride. And every one of the employees, all 275,000 employees at DHS, they do it with pride too. And they don't separate a blue state from a red state.
Dude,
they look at it
okay,
as a
you're
whole.
He literally said to block flights going into towns like Newark and Los Angeles if they were troublesome spots. Okay, literally, this guy is also just like, he's such a steroid machine. He's just like, you made me mad. You hurt my feelers. I'm going to be really mad at you. You know what I mean? Like, this is stupid. This is stupid. This is dumb. Come on now. Grow up. Grow the fuck up, MARKWAYNE Muffinhead.
But your reckless tone is getting
your reckless tone.
hurt.
bitch.
And it's got to stop.
Looks like Murphy struck a little bit of a nerve
and ICE hasn't been funded now
Yeah, he's a
for a
stupid man.
historical amount of time is absolutely appalling. It should never
You know what's appalling? The human rights abuse is happening in detention centers across this country,
If your
and
party
God
is
knows
for
what
open
happened in the
borders
renditions.
and an amnesty, then be honest. Because if ICE can't do their job, then who's supposed to be getting the illegals out? That's what they are stood up to do.
They're not
That's what
illegals.
Congress
That's
passed
not
and
how
gave
you
them
refer to
authority
human
and
beings.
created the agency to do. If you don't want Customs and Border Patrol, and their job is to control our borders and the custom
I don't think
entry
anyone's
points,
saying that.
if you don't want them, then be honest with the American people
We
and
know
say,
the difference
we want open
between
borders.
border patrol
Don't sit
and
there and
customs.
accuse us of a bunch of stuff that you know yourself isn't true.
There's cases.
I'll go back to this.
11,000 rulings.
It's an honor.
11,000. 11,000
I take it
of
with great
13,000.
to be Secretary of
Almost
Department of Homeland
12,000 of
And I'm
13,000.
surrounded with great men and women every single day I walk into that office.
You know what? We're not telling you
Regardless of what
that.
you
That's
say
not what
or
he's
some other
talking
people
about,
say,
you stupid idiot.
we're doing a
You're
great job,
grandstanding.
and we have a
You're
zero-fault mission.
grandstanding. Or your
We
5
take that
minutes
to
are
heart
up.
every day.
Your 5 minutes are up.
And one of the people that I'm surrounded with is Troy Edgar, my
Oh my
deputy.
God. Why don't you get down and suck it?
I couldn't do my job
I'm not
without
gonna say it.
people around me.
I'll be
And
nicer.
so thank you, Senator Britt. Thank you,
I'm gonna be
Ranking Member
nicer.
Murphy, for allowing him to be up here with us.
Oh,
But some of
fuck
the
yourself.
questions he may be better suited answered. With that, I yield back.
Because I would like to.
Thank
That
you,
was
Mr.
dumb.
Secretary. We're going to
That
go
was
into
really
the question and
fucking
answer
dumb.
portion of the hearing. Each member is going to be given 5
You
minutes of time
wasted
for
your
their
5-minute
questions.
intro for your
Senators
budget
are going to
request,
have an
idiot.
opportunity to ask those questions in order of
can't.
seniority and then
Everybody's so
arrival.
dumb.
If the 5 minutes is up, I will
Everybody has
tap
a
the
big
gavel
butt.
to note that to the senator that's
And
speaking.
that's
so that
several
they
hundred
can
more than we
quickly
need.
wrap
Yeah.
their question. I'll give you an opportunity to respond, but we're going to keep this to 5 minutes, and we're going to do that.
Okay,
on
shut
both the
up
Republican
and get on with
Democratic
it.
side. So if I can have cooperation there, I would greatly appreciate it. And then
Yeah,
I'll go
cooperate,
ahead and
muffin-head.
start. We are honored to have both Chair Collins and Vice Chair Murray with us here on this subcommittee.
Are they concerned?
And Vice Chair Murray, I will turn to you first.
Why? Where's Susan?
Well, welcome, Mr. Secretary. I think from where I sit, I think it's pretty fair to say that DHS under
she's so
President
cute.
Trump has been a debacle. From day one, we saw rampant abuse of power and corruption, from awarding millions in
Majority
no-compete
League.
contracts to companies with direct family ties to DHS officials, to blatantly politicizing disaster relief and slow walking or outright blocking funding to blue states like mine, to making this country less prepared for disasters and leaving communities in the lurch. And then you have the absolutely shameful, unacceptable, un-American conduct we have seen from some of ICE and Border Patrol members. After Republicans gave nearly $200 billion last summer in their big ugly bill with effectively
Right?
no strings attached, President Trump
Weird.
and Stephen Miller built up a paramilitary force and essentially promised it immunity and set it loose on some of our American communities. We all witnessed the consequences. A family heading home from a basketball game that was tear gassed, a priest in Chicago shot in the head and body with pepper balls, an American citizen dragged out of the house in the freezing cold in his underwear, Renee Good, Alex Preddy, others murdered in broad daylight. Those actions shock the conscience and have shocked the world, which is horrified by what has unfolded on American streets. So, going back, as we negotiated the FY26 DHS funding bill, I fought very hard alongside my Democratic colleagues to secure very basic reforms to make sure nothing like that happened again. Steps like requiring body cameras and ensuring that the footage is retained and available. Restoring basic training and hiring standards.
Cooperating on
ending
investigations.
racial profiling. Banning enforcement actions in sensitive locations like schools
Yeah.
and hospitals and houses of worship. Taking off the masks and requiring visible identification. Those are very basic protocols the American people overwhelmingly support, and, by the way, police departments follow every day. But unfortunately, after weeks of back and forth and at times good discussions and good progress, Republicans did ultimately walk away from the
I remember that
talks to
one. I love that.
enshrine those
Thank you,
protections
Haggard.
into law. And they chose instead to circumvent Democrats through reconciliation and are now trying to fund ICE and Border Patrol for the remainder of Trump's presidency, not just this year, without any oversight or accountability measures in place.
This regime is pretty desperate, folks. I'm sorry. I think they're scared of the midterms.
And I want to be very clear, Secretary Mullen. I'm
I
watching
could be wrong,
closely
but
to see what steps you now take as the new DHS Secretary. And I have to say, I have yet to see you take back the reins from Stephen Miller, because even now we are seeing some
that's not his
outrageous
job,
proposals.
Patty.
You plan
I'm
to
sorry.
withdraw CBP officers from airports in cities that don't roll over for Trump? That is insane. It is not only dangerous, it would also spell economic crisis for blue and
Is he
red
going to
states.
deny that he said it? Because
Meanwhile, DHS is already on track to break last year's record for people dying in custody. And last week, ICE agents tear-gassed a United States senator who was simply working to peacefully mediate between ICE and protesters after federal law enforcement, we know, shoved a different senator to the ground last year. And you continue to deport upstanding community members instead of the worst of the worst. Accountability is desperately needed, and I know we will all keep fighting for that. So let me ask you, throughout our negotiations over the 26 bill, the White House and border czar Tom Homan told us we didn't need to put any reforms into law because DHS was already making changes like ending the roving patrols, restoring stronger training standards, requiring body cameras to be worn by all agents and officers. And I know that at your confirmation hearing, you said you do not support the warrantless search and seizure policy the administration put in place. And you reportedly were recently talking about legislation to require judicial warrants, restore training standards, and protect sensitive locations from raids. But while you and Tom Homan say you've made some of those changes, the American people haven't seen the proof of that. So I want to ask you today, what are your current training requirements for agents? Training requirements.
Thank you for the question.
I'll get them for you. I don't know
I
them.
want to remind the senator that I was part of the negotiating those reforms, and I think you're aware of that. So I actually know what happened
I know you were
during
not
those.
in the room, but I do know you were aware of them.
No, I was very involved in it.
But you were not
the
in
back
the room.
and forth. No, I was very involved.
I was
in
the room. You were not in the room. I know you
We
were.
was very involved in it because we were talking with the
Doesn't matter.
House,
I asked
and
you a question.
you know,
What is the training
Senator, you know that we agreed to all this stuff that you said. The fact is that you guys walked away because you had primary elections.
No,
we had agreed.
Mr.
You had asked for
Secretary,
3, and we asked for
walked away
9.
because you would
we had
not
agreed
put it
to
in
9, and
writing.
you would never get to yes. And so we walked away and did reconciliation because you was never going to get to yes between Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries, and you know that to
Mr.
be a fact.
Secretary,
And you can't pull the rule over.
No,
me
actually,
because I was
she's
part of
saying
the
what
Your
happened.
side, I'm telling you, I was in the
When
room
you start
and we turned away. I want to ask you.
It was interesting. I was involved in that too.
What
so
are your
if you want to
training
start talking about training, we're going to July 1st. We'll go back to the 71, 72 hours of training. The training policy is going to change a little bit because we're going to be doing crowd control and fit today's needs. But all training always is willing to change.
It's
back and
the
forth.
the secret.
When you
It's
start
what
talking
is that?
about,
The
warrants,
Gestapo?
I was very clear in my confirmation
I don't
that
know. What's the
judicial
difference between the
warrants
Stasi
are
and the
used when
Gestapo?
we're entering a residence unless we're in pursuit of a criminal. Or the criminal continues to evade by going from one place to the next, and we're trying to lock the person down. But I was very clear when we started discussing that. And on the sensitive locations, it's been asked multiple times.
Hold on.
We're not
Oh my
actively
God.
being at sensitive
Hold on.
locations. We do.
What? I don't know what this is. It's like somebody's fucking ad. Oh my. Oh, this fucking ABC News bitch. Oh my God. I hate the makers of the internet with every fiber of my being. Fuck you, ABC News. I'm going to have to get rid of that fucking link because it's going to do it again.
Can you give this committee in
Sorry,
writing
everybody.
what your
scared me.
current training requirements are? You said as of July 1st.
It was at
If you could
50 or
give that to us
something.
So we can see what those are. And how about the updated departmental protocols for agents engaging with protesters?
I'm sorry?
Yeah, you have an updated department protocol for agents who are engaging with protesters. Can you describe that?
And the time has expired, so if you can
Okay.
get your answer quickly, I'd appreciate it.
Well, let me just ask you then, if you could give the committee in writing that answer.
An ad started playing, Jay,
Whether or not you've ended roving
on
patrols.
another tab.
And whether or not every officer and agent in the field is now wearing a
No.
body camera in
No.
writing so we can see what your protocols are.
We don't have the money for all the cameras. We had it in the funding bill, but since you guys decided not to vote for it, we don't have the money to put it on all of our officers. But if you remember, during the funding bill, we had
Excuse me?
$20 million
You
set
had
up for
20
it.
and
It's currently unfunded because the Democrats were refusing
We had
to
20
fund
million
CBP.
in it, and I will tell you this, that was not enough, but what I'd like to know is.
We'll respond
if
to you in
will
writing.
respond to that in writing, what your current policies are, so we know that they
Wow.
are actual policies being implemented. Thank you.
Is that the priority?
Thank you, Vice Chair Murray. I'll turn to Chair Collins.
Maybe
for
sell that
questions.
plane.
Thank you very
Hey, did you
much,
sell that
Madam Chair.
plane, Markwayne?
Welcome, Mr.
Stasi, I
Secretary.
think, was East
I'd
Germany.
like
Got
to
you. Thank you
ask
so much.
you about a particular kind of
No
visa,
problem.
the H-1B visa, which are for
Thank you
highly
so much, Sharon
skilled
Brown.
international employees. Many rural areas in Maine face shortages of qualified medical professionals, which makes attracting them and recruiting them critical to the health of our communities. Well, I can understand why the administration might consider
We should stop
assigning
paying so much
fees
for
to
warehouses,
H-1B
huh?
visas
There you
in
go.
the tech area or other sectors where there's a significant domestic workforce. That's not what we're talking about when it's medical providers for rural areas. I want to give you an example of a hospital in Presque
All
Isle,
of it.
Maine, that's in northern Maine, very close to where I grew up.
I love it.
And recently, this
Teamwork
rural
makes the dream
hospital
work.
was forced to pay the $100,000 H-1B fee for a much-needed surgeon. Would you be willing to consider carving out an exemption for medical professionals from this fee when a community can demonstrate that there is not a medical professional available?
Senator Collins, thank you so much for the question. We looked into this. I'm misunderstanding when you and I visited a tad bit about this. Was this doctor currently in the United States, or did you have to bring them in from outside the United States?
He had to be brought in from another country,
Right.
and there did not used to be a $100,000 fee associated with that visa. The doctor
Oh, audio?
qualifies for the visa.
What happened?
That's not the issue. The issue is the extraordinarily high fee
Is the audio
that
okay?
the hospital in Presque Isle had to pay.
So we do have some authority and flexibility to be able to waive some of this on case by case. We had 286,000 applicants year to date for the H-1B visas. Out of those, over 200,000 of them paid the $100,000 to be able to come in because it allows us to process them in a little bit faster of a manner. In fact, when we do that, we're able to process them in about 15 days because we're able to throw stuff out. If people want to look for an exemption and come that
like it's
process,
okay.
which we had roughly 80,000 look for a different path forward, it takes about 7.5 months to go through that process to be able to exempt them. We can speed that up to some degree, but to actually have a carve out, it would be difficult. We're happy to look into it, look at language, try to get it better. Because I agree, from a very rural area, I understand how hard it is.
Okay. Let me explain something about this for those of you who may not be understand or may not have familiarity, I should say, not understand, but not have familiarity with the H-1B visa process, because I do have experience with the H-1B visa process and how you go about documenting that the person that you want to hire for a position, even though they're from outside the country, is the only viable candidate, given that you have surveyed, you've posted the job domestically, you have to demonstrate all of that. It's a very rigorous situation. And I did it during the first Trump administration, and we were denied multiple times for a teacher who had already been in the country for about 10 years or so. So believe me when I say I understand this process. First of all, there were thousands of dollars involved with the H-1B visa process at that time, but not 100,000. And that would have been an absolute, that would have broken the system. We would not have been able to hire. There was no way I could find 100,000 to justify hiring a teacher for any subject. It would mean that I probably wouldn't offer the subject if I couldn't find a qualified teacher to go ahead and do that job, right? I would cut that offering. So I guess what I want to say is that this is the absolutely most ridiculous thing. And the fact that he would talk about this particular individual Presque Isle situation, which is an isolated island in the Casco Bay, or maybe it's up north actually, or down east. I think it is down east. So very rural, very, very disconnected from, whatever. So yes, I could see very much that you could justify how you're going to recruit, but you would have already had to try to recruit said doctor from a domestic base. That's how H-1B visa processes work. You can't just say, I want this person and they're really, really great. You have to prove that you don't have any potential applicants that exist. And guess what? It's the Department of Labor who reviews that and tells you whether or not they're qualified, not you. They're the ones who determine who's qualified. So I'm sorry, but there's a lot more to this than meets the eye. Again, facts. I know, crazy. Data.
Is to get doctors, but I'd say most of them, when they need
Oh
it,
boy.
they can, and they're not willing to wait 7.5
Boy, they
months to
really
get somebody
count on
come
us
through,
being
because
ill-informed.
we do still have to do our due diligence.
They really
on going
do.
through their background and making sure they do qualify for it. But
really
on these cases,
toilet
and there's
research,
many
disinformation.
several people, maybe not on this dais, but have
How we
called
got
me
here.
since I've been in for 8 weeks, has asked for me
That's
to
why we
look
can't have
in
nice
some of
things.
these circumstances, and we're always happy to look into them and see how we can work with you the best.
Why? Why would you have to look into one
I
that's
would
so
suggest
inefficient?
that there's a huge difference between bringing in a computer expert from another country to work in wealthy California and Silicon Valley versus
Go
a
fuck
much-needed
yourself.
surgeon to work at a rural
Yeah,
hospital.
there's a
I'm just jealous you
difference,
got a
but
real
don't
surgeon
equate us
to
with
come in,
that.
because we're looking for them all over Oklahoma.
Well, you can't have this one, but let me switch to another kind of visa that's extraordinarily important to the state of Maine, and that's the H-2B visa. As you know, many of our communities in Maine rely heavily on H-2B visas for staff during our busy tourism seasons. Last year, just to give you an idea, more than 13 million tourists came to the state of Maine, and we're very grateful that they do, but that is 10 times the entire population of our state, and they mainly come in the summer and the fall. So employers in the hospitality sector are simply unable to hire workers to meet that demand. So that seasonal H-2B program is critical, and the workers come, they work, and then they go back home. They're not trying to stay here. They come back year after year. There are ways that we could speed up the
She makes me want
process
to fall
for that.
asleep.
One idea that the Maine Chamber of Commerce
Like I could
recently
literally fall asleep
proposed to
listening to her.
me is that employers who have long utilized the H-2B program and have consistently followed the rules should have an exemption for a certain number of workers from the cap for employers if they have
Wow.
that good
They just are
5-year
blowing-
compliance record. Another
They are blowing states apart between rises in burden on Medicaid and other that the states have to bear, the burden on states to pay for education, the burden on states, to pay for infrastructure. the burden on states to pay for the fallout from data centers and other over mining and over construction. They're just trying to kill states. And guess what? Guess what happens then, kids? We're back to the old privatization. We're back to the old scary network state concept, but just modernize it and call it what it is. Corporations having a fire sale and buying up infrastructure. I mean, would it be so surprising if that were the outcome after all we've experienced? Would it really be that surprising to see, whoever coming in and buying certain counties? Would that surprise you? If those counties were going bankrupt? Would that shock you? Really?
Her idea would be reinstituting the returning worker exemption from the cap. That existed
I don't have an
during
MBA,
President
but I don't know. It doesn't
Bush's
sound very smart.
administration.
I'm just
It
saying.
worked really well. It
Or I
was
don't
the
have
same
a
workers
political
coming
science
back
degree,
to the
but
same seasonal businesses year after year. They became like family. And in fact, a lot of times the
Susan.
employers would keep their belongings for them in anticipation
oh my God,
of their
really?
return the next tourism season. Is the administration considering
Nina from Norway left her teddy
ways
bear
to
in Connecticut
simplify
or in
the
Old Orchard Beach?
H-2B visa process for employers who have followed the rules for 5 years, or reinstituting the returning worker exemption?
So we've looked at this.
Yeah, I haven't
right
watched
now,
that.
year to date, I think we've had 170,000 or 107,000 H-2B visas that's applied for FY26. The number, I do have some flexibility with the number. You guys gave me that authority in 2017. Well, not me, but the department. But to raise the cap, which would mean putting the exemptions in place too, the way that we understand it. We was talking to council today about this. Troy was in the room with us, and so you're welcome to correct me if I'm wrong here. But to raise the cap above a significant number, Congress will have to set that new number or give me the authority to do so, and then we'll be happy to. I have.
Oh yeah,
listen,
you're so
being
right,
from,
Tom. She should
the
be
construction background,
retired.
and
She should be in
understanding
Old Orchard
the
Beach.
farming and ranching background where it is very seasonal. We do need some
She
flexibility
has a
there.
nice house.
Returning
She has a
workers, I
couple homes,
agree.
I
If
think.
they've been able to go through the process over and over again, they
Hang
come
up,
in when they're
if you
supposed to,
will.
they leave when they're supposed to, and there's no issues here.
Oh really? What
I'd be
report is
happy to
that?
do
Oh, that's
something like
cool.
that and
Wow, there you
streamline the
go.
process.
Shocker.
We have been working with USCIS to try to streamline this. That's one of the most challenging things I have since I walked in as secretary, is that we have handcuffed ourselves through so much bureaucracy that we're trying to cut back and get to the basics. And any way you see that a system can work better, Senator Collins, I'll be happy to work with you, but I'm limited on some of my authority.
Thank you. Thank you.
Troy, you have anything to add to that?
Mr. Secretary, you have now been at the department for just over 2 months. I realize you were there for just a little over a week.
My beard has turned gray since
I can see it.
I
can
know.
see it. You were there for just a little over a week when the president actually submitted his
Maybe you
budget
should ask
request, so I
yourself
know you
why.
probably
Here's the
had very
article on that,
limited,
Jim.
Opportunity to provide input into that while fully supporting, obviously, what was
Wah,
put forward.
wah,
I do want to ask you, from your
wah.
perspective, in the 2 months that you've been there and looking at the request in front of us, what do you believe is most critical that we invest
waste the money.
there at the
Oh,
Department
and
of Homeland Security,
and one
that's in
dead
front of us
National
today
Guardsman,
to make sure that we keep our
and
borders
one
secure,
injured.
but we keep Americans safe, and that the mission of Homeland
But
Security.
the gardens might look, the roundabouts look good.
Thank you. The biggest issue we're having right now is with personnel, because we went through a historic shutdown. 76 days, the longest shutdown in the government history. That's our fourth shutdown in a year. So you can imagine morale has been tough. Without people, it doesn't make any difference what you implement. You're going to fall short. Now, as I said when I first walked in that building
I liked
2
OOP.
months ago, I inherited the greatest group of people, the most dedicated, patriotic workforce in the nation, because they're all there working, still showing up for free. But some people couldn't sustain it. it's unrealistic to think that someone's going to show up and commute back and forth, because there is no buses that stop out in front of St. Elizabeth. There isn't, you know, the metro that has a metro stop right there. Everybody has to drive or pay Uber to come back and forth, so it gets very expensive for them. Some couldn't sustain it, and we lost a tremendous amount of workforce, in fact, about 8%.
Wow.
And
Wow.
trying to bring that workforce back and hiring the best and brightest, and say, by the way, we've been shut down four times in a year, and I can't guarantee we're not going to be shut down September 30th, because we've already heard rhetoric from the left saying they're willing to do that.
Yeah, sure.
That makes it very difficult for us to deliver on the mission. But I will
Really?
say that
Because
two
you guys
things
don't have any resolve or any belief in your mission?
that I've recognized that needs to happen, Chairman.
Why would it matter
Chairwoman,
what
is-
political rhetoric is
Can I
if
just
you
call you
believe in
Chair?
your
Yeah,
mission?
I like that. That's
Or
good.
friend.
Yeah.
I'm
for that one
confused.
too.
Works.
But
Real confused on that
the
one,
two biggest things
Muffinhead.
that we have is
Oh, God, that's
DHS
tragic.
was stood up with 22 components, and we grew very quick. And we've only been around for 20 years.
No, it didn't
the
end. It
foundation for
didn't
the
end
department hasn't
violent
been
crime.
fully
It
established
had a
because
bit of
we've
a
been running
decline in
hard
property
ever
crime,
since.
which is not.
We're still trying to bring everybody underneath
But-
one campus. We have buildings. We have people spread all across the area in Washington, D.C. Out of 275,000 employees, we have less than half that will all work
It
together.
also didn't free up the
So
DC
to build a
police to
foundation
redeploy to high
actually
crime
build
areas
upon is very
instead.
important. So we need to go back and put and not put the brick and mortar, but actually put the
I know.
foundation underneath us and get
so
everybody out of their
sorry.
silos. 22
Oh,
components are
poor
in
baby.
silos, and we're not always speaking to each other. We're not working together as a cohesive team. And that's true in the last 20 years. One thing that can help with that is the technology allowing us to all interface. And as you know, technology is very expensive, but we have the largest law enforcement
Why are none of these these guys?
in the country.
These guys have had a year and a half in office. Why have none of them made any of the very, very critical and urgent, time critical, so important it should have been done yesterday, technological updates and upgrades? Why haven't they done anything about that? Do you think it's because they don't care about whether or not those pieces survive? Because once Peter Thiel buys up, you know, Mississippi, it's going to be fine. They're not going to need that shit anymore. Is that what you think? That might be what I think. I'm not really sure.
And we have the unique authorities that no other agency and no other law enforcement has, from cyber to sea to land and to air. And with that, we need to be talking. So when Secret Service has an interaction with somebody, that what they're interacting
You're
with
painting it
will also
blue?
be able to recognize throughout all the other agencies that maybe USCIS has already had an interaction with, or ICE, or CBP, or the Coast Guard. And we are currently getting bids on what that's going to cost.
Okay.
And that'll be important to us.
Okay. Mr. Secretary, in my minute remaining, I do want to ask
You have a minute
about
remaining?
TSA. I noticed in
How?
this budget request there's a significant drawdown in staff, with expectations of fewer staff would be needed because smaller airports would be compelled to join the screening partnership program. Look, I have also seen obviously the Gold Plus program. It seems as though TSA is moving in a direction that might culminate years down the line and serving as more of a coordinator or a regulator of security rather than
inspection
performing
pond,
security
yeah.
screening functions themselves. Can you just tell me what your vision is for
Yes.
TSA? And we only have 26 seconds here, but 10 or 15 years down the line.
So ultimately, we want to have TSA is the most forward-facing government agency we
Oh,
have.
I'm
in the
sorry,
United
your time's
States.
up.
They interact with more people every day than any government agency does, and we want to have the best performers. 10 of our top 20 airports are part of this program, but it only deals with personnel. San Francisco Airport
Oh, here we
and
go.
Kansas City International
Sorry,
Airport
your time's up.
both are part of this program. What we recognize,
Sir,
with the
your time's
shutdown,
up.
is those
Time's up.
airports didn't miss a beat. They were able to continue to perform. So what we're
You're
asking
going to name
is
a bridge
let's
across the
expand
Mississippi
on
River
that
after
since we
Trump
know
at
it's
the
a
Louisiana.
success.
Really?
And let's
That's
partner with the
shocking.
public, and let's partner with the private industry with
Was
some
it
of
called
the best
Trump rapes,
technology
credibly
to move us
alleged
to the
of
gold
raping
standard
children in
of
the bridge?
traveling moving down the road. And we can get there faster because private industry can adjust faster
What I would have
than we
called it.
can, but to lower the mission or the requirement to keep our skies safe is not an
Good for
option.
them.
We want to actually elevate that, and we can do that with the
I don't
help
know. Rolls off the
of
tongue.
private sector.
Absolutely, and appreciate the men and women of TSA and what they've
Okay,
done,
shut up.
particularly in some of the
You're
challenging
done.
circumstances over the last few months.
You're done.
Now
Shut
turning
up.
to Ranking Member Murphy.
Thank you.
Uh-oh, Chris
Mr.
is gonna
Secretary, this is
eviscerate
from
him.
a federal court decision regarding ICE's activities in Minnesota. ICE is not a law unto itself. ICE has violated nearly 100 court
That was
orders.
under,
This list should be
Bovino.
applies to anyone,
I know what he's
no
gonna say.
matter
I could
his
have
or
played
her
this
political
role.
beliefs, who cares about the rule of
Worst
law.
thing.
ICE has likely violated more court orders in January 2026 than some federal agencies have violated in their entire
Well, I think we have
That's not a
aspirations just
Democratic
like the rest of
appointed
them,
judge. That is a
Canada.
Republican-appointed judge describing the scale of illegality.
Republican appointed.
Your MO and others in the administration's MO is to attack us personally or to claim that we're inciting violence when we point out the widespread illegality. But this is a Republican
Oh, yeah.
appointed judge
That's right,
who is
Dan.
saying the
Remember
exact
that.
same thing that I am saying. This is a really important discussion for us to have, because this is, whether you want to believe it or not, at the root of our disagreement, is that it is very hard for us to figure out how to fund an agency that is violating the law. Again, that's not me saying it. That's a Republican-appointed federal judge.
It's actually a lot of Republican judges.
Widespread violation of court orders, admittedly,
A lot.
largely happened before you got on the job. And as a senator, you always struck me as somebody who cared about the rule of law. And so maybe the easiest question is this. When DHS
Thank
gives
you to my one viewer on
telling them that something they are doing is either illegal and
I appreciate you.
unconstitutional. Prior to you taking office, the approach was to ignore that court order. That's what this judge is saying. 94 times you got a court order, you didn't implement it. Now that you are on the job, can you
Wow.
commit to us that if a court judges something ICE is
No, just
doing,
ask him.
something
Aren't you
DHS
now?
is doing is illegal and
Have you
unconstitutional,
changed that
tells you to
policy?
Stop, that you will comply
Period.
with the court order?
Ranking Member Murphy, I will tell you that we will never break the Constitution, and we're not going to break the law, but we're going
Girl.
to enforce our nation's laws.
Girl.
And we're going to enforce the laws that you guys passed and that we implement.
And if you don't like
we
them,
will
you
never
should
go
pass
outside
differently.
that, and if we do,
No,
we'll hold each
hey,
other accountable for
no,
that.
Haggard, he
But that doesn't
didn't.
sound like the same thing as committing that you will obey a court order. Obviously, the entire structure of the federal government gives the power to the federal courts to divine whether you are obeying the law or not. I mean, I
Right.
think it's an easy thing to say.
Yeah.
Will you or will you not implement
You
court
cannot
orders?
choose which
If we
court
didn't
orders
think
you
that- if we didn't
adhere
think
to.
courts were politicized, then I would
Nope,
probably
they're
stand for
actually
that. But we see
adjudicated.
courts over and over again that use their bench for their political
This is not. This
opinion,
is. This
not
is
just the rule of law.
treason.
And we can see that because we
This is treason. I'd have to look it up, but I'm pretty sure that this is treason. That you're basically defying another branch, a co-equal branch of government, which is part of our Constitution. You cannot just say, I'm not going to adhere to court orders. You can appeal them, but you cannot defy them. Because that's what criminals do. And the federal government is not supposed to be a criminal organization. Now, I get that it is, which is why we're here. But there is a process for addressing court orders with which you don't agree. It is not to ignore them. And no one should be in favor of that. Maggots.
see how many times they're overturned.
Choose
I
which
didn't say
court orders you obey based upon whether you believe that
what I
appointee
said.
to be
No.
political
Don't put words in my mouth. That's
what are
not-
you saying?
God, what are
I'm
you
saying
such
is
a
we'll
fucking
enforce the law.
brute
We're never gonna
for?
break the Constitution.
That's not
You
the
just said
question.
that you will not follow every
You
court order
have
because
broken
you
the
know
Constitution.
Senator, don't start putting words in my mouth. That's not
Oh
what I
my
said. I
God.
said I will never break the Constitution. We're going to enforce the law.
Will you implement
You already
court
have.
orders when they tell you to stop an activity?
You're making an assumption on court orders I haven't
Will you
seen.
or will you not?
I am going to enforce the law.
Oh,
and I'll
adhering
never
and
break the
providing aid and
I think
succor.
this-
Okay, what is that
if you're a
then?
Republican
Is
or
it
Democrat
separation
on
of
this
powers
committee, you
that
should be
crisis?
really, really freak out.
Constitutional
We should be really
crisis.
concerned about the rulings
Finally,
that come out of the courts and how often they
hot
get
dog.
overturned.
It falls apart if you are telling me that you
They
Yeah.
fall apart when you have a judge that makes a
No,
political
it falls
opinion
apart
from a
when you
bench,
ignore
and they're
them.
outside the law too. Not all judges are above the law, but sometimes
Oh
they
my
think they are.
God.
That's why we see lower courts get overturned by higher courts constantly.
Let me ask you about what's happening in Delaney Hall.
Well, that's
You
kind of
said
dumb, isn't
that,
it? No
detainees
enforcement
are
mechanisms.
protesting there because they want their, quote, ethnic food. I have 3 official letters that were sent to the administration from about 300 detainees there. It won't shock you that there's no mention of ethnic food in these letters. These letters allege that there has been spoiled food, delayed medical treatment, sewage backups, undue pressure to sign deportation paperwork. Madam Chair, if I could submit these letters for the record.
Without objection.
Nowhere in these letters is a demand for ethnic food. They describe pretty horrific conditions. This administration has defunded the ombudsman, the independent office that used to exist inside DHS that would do an independent investigation of claims like this. Can you just tell us, you know, if you're taking these claims seriously, these allegations seriously, and looking at them, or whether you've prejudged this to be, as you stated, about a demand for ethnic food? These seem pretty serious.
I don't know what the answer is. Is there a censure?
Since the history of that facility being open, not one single health violation has been written. In fact, just recently, the state of New Jersey's health inspectors went in. They didn't find one single violation.
They were only allowed in the kitchen. They were only allowed in the kitchen. They weren't allowed to actually inspect the entire place, which is what they need to do. Okay. No, this is like, again, facts. These are facts.
System is state prison system.
God
They
damn.
have 3 prisons that are in deplorable conditions. Quote, that's what the health inspector
Oh my
said.
God.
Delayed health care is average of 32% delayed within 48 hours. We have more health. We have 2 times. No, yes.
Are you doing an
I looked
investigation on these allegations?
Ranking member, this is why I had this information, is because I went through and looked at it and looked at what we have. 0 health inspections.
Not everyone is a health inspection allegation.
You made some pretty damning claims saying that there's deplorable conditions.
Or not?
I said we looked into it. Health inspectors were just there.
Time has expired.
And we had 0 violations. 0 violations.
I'd also like to point out, this is one of the things that we had included in the bipartisan appropriations bill was an inspector general that would have been able to investigate the conditions there at different detention facilities, and is one of the reasons why, yet again, and I appreciate Chair Collins' work on making sure that that was incorporated. Senator Kennedy.
Oh God. Maybe not. Maybe not if I can't stand him.
Welcome.
Bye, Lee. I know. Hey, you're going to miss TURD Blanche. Coming up in 15 minutes.
Do you hate people who are different from you?
Okay, I'm not doing this.
No, sir,
I
I
don't
wake
give
up
a shit
every
about
single
his fucking bullshit opinions.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you, Mr.
Let me
Secretary, for
prove that
being
Mark
here,
Wayne Muffinhead is
and,
not all
to
right.
our Deputy Secretary, thank you for being here.
Because coming
as
from
well.
me, that means a lot.
Before I begin, I want to note that we are getting some really positive feedback from my stakeholders at the state level in Mississippi regarding FEMA's
How do we end up with
recent
2
progress,
idiots in a row?
particularly that funding is moving more efficiently.
I don't get it.
Responsiveness appears to be improving, and we're
Secretary Edgar. And Mr. Secretary, I also very much appreciate your willingness to engage with me on a call last week to talk about a list of concerns
There you go,
that
Orrin.
we
That's
have
a
in New
good
Hampshire
answer.
with
That's a good
respect
question.
to issues within the Department of Homeland Security. One of the
Why
things
don't you
that
leave your
we discussed
8,000
and we
children
owed
there?
you some information was a college that we have that's applied to the Office of Students Exchange and Visitor Programs in your department for approval to enroll F1 students in their new doctoral program. As I explained on the phone, there is real urgency about this because without approval by July 1st, they're going to potentially lose 2,000 students, graduate students. This is a university that prepares students for jobs in artificial intelligence, national security, healthcare management, a lot of other high-demand, high-skill professions. It's very important to the community in which it where it is, and also very important to the state of New Hampshire. So can you give me any kind of an update on the New England College Form I-17 application to allow those F1 international students to enroll in the college's new doctorate in business administration program?
We've got the point of contact. We'd asked for the point of contact for the college. I believe we did receive that, and we give it to USCIS. We could give you an update. I don't think there's going to be much of one because we just talked about this Thursday, I believe. And so I think we're working on it. I'm assuming they've already made contact with the college. I don't know that for a fact, but we'll get back to you and get you that
All
information.
right. Well, thank you for that very state-specific
When we last
question,
talked,
which is
they had not
fine.
yet heard from the department. So I appreciate that. And as I said, there's some real urgency about
And they haven't heard
an
back
answer.
from them. They will hear back from them today. Tomorrow.
Yeah.
Thank you. I very much appreciate that.
Don't overpromise.
The other issue we discussed was
I'm
one
meowing star.
affecting
Mine
our
was
northern
nice and
border
low
in New
today.
Hampshire.
Yes,
We
101 over
have
67. Girl.
Very difficult communications
go.
across
Yeah,
our
blood
northern
pressure is
border.
very
and,
important.
We border Canada, Vermont, Maine, and New
Very.
Hampshire are all there in a very small region. We don't
Especially
have
with what
good
we
cell
watch.
service
It's
in much
terrible.
of that part of New
And I'm
Hampshire.
sure it's rising
We have a
since
cell tower
listening
that
to
we're
this.
trying to
Well,
get
get
up
ready because
in
TURD's coming up
Pittsburgh,
next.
New Hampshire. We
You're
have
gonna
a
really cap off the
cell
day with a good
company
one.
that is prepared.
God.
They've
What's
gotten
he
power
doing
from
with this?
Canada. We've gotten Canada to bring
God, we've
power
had a real
down to the
day.
station.
Oh, my Lord in
And they are
heaven.
still waiting for an application that has been into DHS since March. So will you commit to following up and trying to see if we can get an answer on this agreement as soon as possible so that it's a safety concern in northern New Hampshire?
Yeah, so immediately after your phone call with us, I turned around and called the director and had the conversation with him. There's a couple of paperwork because it's between.
I keep wanting to type
it's a
TURD and I
combination
can't,
between
right?
us and
Like I
Canada.
shouldn't be
There's
doing
something
that.
that's still sitting at the State Department that I believe they're waiting on some paperwork to be done. I'm trying to recall this from memory, but I believe we're ready to move, but there was just some final paperwork that either got to be clarified by the contractor or something. I will get you an update on that, and we'll try to get that to you tomorrow.
And we will certainly, if there is something missing at the New Hampshire end, we will work to make sure that gets done.
But I believe we're waiting on some clarification on some information. That's what I was. I believe that's what I was told. But we will, whatever the
I
update
do love
is,
the
we'll get your
look,
office
the
update.
style of the woman behind
again,
him.
there's
Is that
some
his
real
wife?
urgency because
I'm
of
not
safety
sure.
Oh, I completely
I feel
understand.
like she was in the room before when he was in the room, but I
on
could be wrong. Maybe she's a
broader
staffer.
issue beyond New
Anyway, I just
Hampshire,
love her
the
red
Department of
hair and her
Defense has
makeup
provided
and her
hundreds
dress.
of millions of
I
dollars
really love
in
that.
non-reimbursable support
really
to
pretty.
Homeland Security for immigration enforcement. Last year, with
Markwayne,
several
would you
other
leave your
senators, we
mama
visited Naval Station
your Nana
Guantanamo,
in there?
and the amount the department is spending there for
Where's
just a
her mom?
handful of DHS detainees is really shocking. And I know that given your background, you want to spend money in a way that is most efficient and effective. And we know that DHS has a discretionary appropriation, and ICE and CBP continue to increase staffing levels so that the need for U.S. military to conduct immigration and detention enforcement is not, I think, not just wasteful, but it appears to be only for optics. So can you talk about how you're working with the Department of Defense to address this support and whether they are being
He's gonna get all
reimbursed
mad she
and whether
called
you're
it the
going to
DOD.
evaluate the importance of continuing that
That'll be
mission
5
at
minutes itself.
Guantanamo?
And Mr. Secretary, the time has expired, but if you will answer this
Yeah,
question.
I'll do it. Senator, we we looked into this. It was a high contract and the beds we weren't using. There is a need. It's not optics because we don't talk about it. There is no optics for it, but there is a need based on some of the terrorists that we do find come across the border before they enter the country that we need to put them someplace other than a detention center with normal population. We saw that
with the non-criminals. You mean?
So we are looking at a different contract.
You mean with the children?
That we're going to be having moving forward that will be a less cost instead of us having so many beds that we're renting off of them every single month. It'll be on a case by case situation. And we looked in this early on because we are trying to get our hands around some of the money that was leaving DHS too.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I have some further questions, but I will follow up with QFRs. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, do that.
Senator Capito. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Great to see you. And thank you, Deputy Secretary, for being here. I want to make a point. When I look at the videos of what's going on in New Jersey, I wonder the calculated measures that the rioters are taking to try to provoke a response.
Okay. Good night, Irene.
FEMA employees under the
first about the sign off from the bridge and the final agreement between the two countries.
So as far as
let's get to Gary Peters
You're
here.
talking about the bridge, not the facility. Separate performing.
All right, here we go.
the Senate. And Secretary
Shut
Mullen,
up,
welcome
Capito.
back to the Senate here today. Secretary Mullen, in response to a question for the record from your nomination hearing, you committed to taking action on implementing a law that actually Senator Collins and I passed that would create a northern border mission center. And in that question, you responded that within 1 month of your swearing in, you would work to get that center set up. So unfortunately, it's been 2 months now, 2 months since you've been sworn in. Have you taken actions as required by law to advance?
Who has the guns?
We have the personnel there. We're fully staffed. We just haven't got the structure built. You can't do that in 2 months. So we're still looking for funding and contracts, but we are mission capable with the personnel in place.
So you've directed components to assign staff that are
really
that was as of today.
Oh, great.
This morning. Well,
Jersey can handle
this
us
is the latest as of today that I was briefed on this, that the personnel is in place, except the structure obviously hasn't been built. I think there's a contracting. I can't. Troy, what was that?
Look at it. Looks like I'm actually in the room.
The facility's done. The contractor is finishing off items. So at this point right now, the contractor building is ready. The staff is ready to go in there. And I think that there's also some discussions going on with Canada as we're going through.
Todd.
No, you're talking about the bridge.
Oh, they are.
Yeah, you're talking about the bridge, not the facility. Separate things. Sorry. Look at that. I referred to him on a question.
That'll be the next question.
Oh, Troy.
No. So this is this we haven't. We're still waiting on the structure, but the personnel are in place and they are performing the mission.
And other training. So I appreciate your continued effort and hope you continue.
Okay, well, thanks for that.
The Gordie Howe. Here we go. The Gordie Howe International.
Oh, here we go. Gordie Howe Bridge.
That that
I'll let Troy answer this question.
Yeah. Okay. He's already warmed up on it. It's been in the works for decades now. This bridge that has been built. Was paid for by our Canadian neighbors, which was nice, but they used American steel and union labor, and it's actually going to be a critical component for not just Michigan, but for the country. As you know, it's the second busiest border crossing in North America. Right now, everybody is excited about it across business, all sectors of Michigan's economy and the Midwest. The only person that I know, there's one billionaire that's against it, and that's a person who owns a competing bridge, a private bridge that's competing. Other than that, there's just universal support. So my question, this is the Secretary
privately owned. What?
Is DHS and specifically CBP prepared right now to facilitate trade and travel at the bridge?
Yes, we are. Once again, we have the personnel dedicated, ready to move. The contractor hasn't signed off on final stuff. He had a deadline the 1st of May. He didn't make that deadline, so we're still waiting on that to take place. We're prepared, we're staffed, we're ready to go. Once that's done, there's still negotiations between Canada and the United States. That's not within DHS. That has to be resolved. But we're as far as we can go without the sign off from the bridge and the final agreement.
The bridge has to sign off.
Two countries.
That's hard. It's hard for them to hold the pen.
We're good to go.
Okay,
yes, sir.
Mr. Secretary, as you know, natural disasters affect all Americans, regardless
And
of
getting
their
it to hold
politics.
the pen is
No
really hard.
administration should ever limit or deny disaster survivors aid because of their personal politics or because they live in a state that happens to be either Democratic or Republican. In fact, I was extremely concerned by reports that FEMA employees under the Biden administration were actually skipping houses.
Yeah, that was
Survivors that
bad.
happened to have a Trump sign in their front yard, which was absolutely outrageous.
And fully
I even
investigated
co-sponsored a
and
Republican
adjudicated.
amendment that would prevent political affiliation from being considered by FEMA when approving assistance
Does
applications.
FEMA still exist?
I'm
I didn't
very
even think
aggressive
they
against
still
the Biden
existed.
administration with that incident. But now, under Trump's second tenure as president, we have witnessed the politicization of disaster assistance, unfortunately, I think is a massive scale. There are reports that President Trump has approved nearly 90% of disaster requests from red states, but only 23% from blue states, even when the request met the FEMA established threshold for federal assistance. I have behind me a chart that's up there now,
kind of makes
showing
sense.
this unprecedented politicization of disaster assistance by the administration. I don't think there's any other
more than
precedent
skipping
since
houses,
the
isn't it?
establishment of FEMA has chosen to
Am I
actually
right?
punish American citizens that have survived a flood or a wildfire because their home state
Or are we just
governor
having less
or
disasters?
senator's political affiliation. So in these disasters, as you know, Americans have lost their homes, their possessions, suffered so much. Could you just tell me yes or no? Do you think it's right for a president to approve disaster aid based on whether a state voted for him instead of the amount of damage that actually occurred in the state? And you see this chart is
Your time's up.
Senator
Mr.
Peters,
Secretary, the time has expired, but please answer his question.
Senator Peters, that's not my experience with the president. As I said, we've had
That's the
37
data, though.
states approved for public assistance disaster underneath President Trump. And
That's the data. Doesn't matter what you feel. It doesn't matter what you think. It doesn't matter what you suppose. He is showing you the data. What do you have to say when confronted with the data?
And everyone with the exception of 2, because they didn't quite qualify, that was blue, that was brought in front of him, he approved, including a large a number. In fact, one of the
Yeah, we
largest
said
numbers
it's
approved was from
down
Washington State
to
and
23%. There's still some being approved, idiot.
briefly, I mean, this chart, I think, speaks
Come on
volumes.
now.
So
Stop
I would like
it.
to have further
This is
discussion with
ridiculous.
you at an appropriate time because what
This
we're
is
saying,
stupid.
I don't think I know you. I would think that you would be appalled by some of this
Yeah.
as well. I'd like to
Yes.
have that discussion. You can
Senator,
see
I agree with that. And look, you and I don't agree on every issue. I do agree that it shouldn't be politicized. I will tell you my experience with the president as I sat down in front of him.
But not the data.
Last time I sat down in front of him last Friday, he had 15. They're red and blue states, including tribes. He approved 100% of them. I didn't have, no, we went through, talked through it.
Okay.
Last time to sit down in front of him, he actually denied 2, and 1 was red and 1 was blue. And
Why?
there was reasons because they didn't quite meet the threshold, and we were having to try to get there. So my
I
experience,
don't know.
since I've been in
Neil,
office for 2 months,
these guys are
hasn't been that.
idiots.
Okay, well,
They're
I'll look
just
forward to
dumb.
following, further discussions. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Exactly.
Senator
This is
Murkowski.
it.
Well, I sure look forward to the day when we don't talk about disasters as being red or blue. They're just disasters that have happened in America. And I
Well,
think
Lisa, guess
that's
what? That's your fucking party, idiot. You stupid cow.
we're all working to do to address
You
unfairly.
stupid bitch.
Mr. Secretary, it's good to see you, although we could use your help back here on this side too. Just know that we appreciate you.
I'm not going to say I don't miss it. I do miss the people,
Oh,
but I
fuck
don't
off.
miss, actually, I love where I'm at, and I feel
You
very
don't
honored.
need to offer any apologies or explanations. I want to talk about Coast Guard just real quickly. You've shared that you've had an opportunity to come up to
see what's
speed
going on
with
over
the
there.
Commandant, with all that the Coast Guard is doing. We are very excited about the investment that this country has made, led by this administration, for investment finally in an ice-breaking fleet, more than one at a time. And so the effort.
Sorry.
And definitely in recent history.
Issues that we need to work on. Dollars mainly to get the people for the.
Hard to get the people unless they know they're
Still
going to be
going
able
on.
to have decent housing. We're excited about
woman
the
who I
opportunity
actually
to be
despise.
home
I
porting
know.
more of these Arctic security
know.
cutters in Alaska, and anticipating
I know there's a
announcements on
special
that
place
soon.
in hell. That's
But
what
these
fucking
communities
what's her
need to
name
get
said.
going now
Madeleine
to
Albright.
help build this out. Mr. Secretary, I'm going to follow up
true.
with you about the issue that I raised previously with regards to H-1B visas for teachers. I know
I'm
Senator
keeping an eye
Collins
on
raised
TURD.
it for
He
medical
hasn't started yet.
professionals, but we're really anxious about this as school districts are looking to bring on and hire more of our teachers. So I'll follow up with you on that. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank
Yeah,
you,
well,
Senator
good luck.
Murkowski. Senator Van Hollen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Welcome, Mr. Secretary. You'd agree that it's important for the American public to be able to trust
Yes,
what
Margaret
DHS
Thatcher
says,
too.
right?
Yeah. Oh, hell yeah.
And that it's important that the department put out factual information. You agree that that's important?
I think it's important for elected officials to do that.
I think it's very important for everybody. So
Are you going to
I'm
blame
holding
him
up
for
a
drinking?
press release
Don't they pick on
Secretary,
Van
dated
Hollen for an
January of this year,
$8,000
it's
bar
before your
tab?
time. It says that a person named Julio Sosa Silas violently assaulted a DHS agent. I want to read the quote in here from former Secretary Noem. She said, quote, "What we saw last night in Minneapolis was an attempted murder of a federal law enforcement. Our officer was ambushed and attacked by 3 individuals who beat him with snow shovels and the handles of brooms. Fearing for his life, the officer fired a defensive shot," unquote.
He's just going to say, "Oh, I don't know
untrue
her.
statement, isn't it, Mr. Secretary?
I don't even know her."
What we have been briefed on, yes.
Yeah. And it came to light because the city of Minneapolis had a camera system, and state authorities from Hennepin County have pursued the investigation and recently arrested this officer. Are you aware of that?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah. So this is part of a pattern we've seen, because I do want to turn to the case of Alex Preddy. And in that case, Secretary Noem said that he was engaged in an act of domestic terrorism. She said that it looked like Alex Preddy intended to, quote, "inflict maximum damage and to kill law enforcement," unquote. That wasn't true either, was it?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the
That
statement.
wasn't a true statement either.
Of her statement?
Yeah.
I can't speak on her behalf, but it's not what
See,
I
told ya.
recall seeing.
You agree the facts don't support that statement?
Well, I didn't make the statement.
I didn't say you did.
I
I asked
told
you
ya.
whether you understand that the facts don't support this.
The investigation would say that's probably not accurate.
Yeah, okay. So again, we know that because of the video. Secretary Noem also asserted that Renee Good was engaged in an act of domestic terrorism. So look, the reason I'm asking you this, Mr. Secretary, is I want to know if you're going to be willing to provide state investigators access to evidence they have requested in their ongoing investigations into the killings of Alex Preddy and Renee Good.
Sir, as you know, the FBI is set up to do the investigation on federal law officers, and we investigate it from the federal side as a federal action, not a state action.
But you're aware of the fact that the state has authority and jurisdiction as well, right, under federal case law?
Actually, under the authority, the federal prosecution stays within the federal government, and so the FBI is set up to do those investigations. And I do want to say something too. We arrest between
Mr. Secretary, I'm sorry, I have limited time.
No, but you said you accused there to be a pattern.
If the chair is going to permit additional questions,
I was answering what you
very
said is a
specific
pattern.
questions.
You made an accusation that it was
And
a
I meant,
pattern.
and
at
Mr.
CDC
Secretary, I
and
went on, there was a
ICE.
pattern. The
You did say there
Secretary,
was a pattern.
Secretary Noem said the same thing.
But you said
All
there's a
statements
pattern,
regarding
not a pattern. So
That's a
we
pattern.
arrest-
She
we
said it was
arrest
Renee
Sorry,
Good, too.
1,900
he's
people a
banned.
day. There
Mr.
is not a
Secretary,
pattern of this.
Please, the
That's an
reality
exaggeration of words.
words matter.
They do.
And I will tell you,
you of all
have
people
a
should know
false-
that words
you have
matter.
a-
And so
yes,
when you say
they
there's
are.
a pattern, there's not a
Yeah.
pattern.
Oh, I would say 3 in a row is a pattern.
No, sir.
Secretary.
That's not a
Well,
pattern. We arrest
Let's get out the
1,900 people
dictionary,
or more,
put
more a
your
day.
semantics aside. The reality is this is a big
There
problem.
is no semantics behind
Because-
this. A pattern of 3 people and we
You
average
know,
1,900 a day is not a pattern.
You've just acknowledged your predecessor made statements that were not factual. You're not willing to share evidence with the state authorities who are trying to get to the bottom of this. And I will just say, Mr. Secretary, that given the statements that came out of this administration, including the White House, it is hard to trust this administration to do an independent investigation. That's why it's important.
But yet you
to
trusted
share
the
that
last administration?
I didn't. I'm
What?
talking about giving it to the
What does that even
authorities
mean?
I'm just
of
saying, we're
Minnesota.
calling Apple what an
Let me
apple
ask
is.
What about
I
ism?
want to ask you.
What about ism?
Picking one administration to believe
I
in
just
another
said, what
administration.
about
Secretary,
ism?
Just
Just
Please
shut
calm
up.
down. I'm going to ask you about Kilmore Abrego
Shut
Garcia.
up.
Are you aware of the fact that in that case, he has agreed to be removed to Costa Rica and that Costa Rica has agreed to accept them?
No, I'm not.
Okay. So I'd like you to look into this because essentially what the administration did was say to him when he was returned to the United States after being wrongfully deported to El Salvador, and the administration admitted it, wrongfully deported him. After he was returned, they leveled new criminal charges against him. And they said to him, if you plead guilty to these criminal charges, we'll send you to Costa Rica. And if you don't, we'll send you to Liberia.
Great haiku.
Well, he said, I'm not going to plead guilty to these charges. And it turns out that just a short time ago, a federal judge determined that the administration had engaged in a vindictive prosecution against him. And so my question now is, will you, the administration,
leave him in peace,
agree to have him removed to Costa Rica rather than engaging in punishing him for pursuing his constitutional rights? That's the question. If you don't have full information here, Mr. Secretary, I understand.
Well, my question is the gentleman here in this country legally?
Secretary, the time is expired.
The person was illegally removed
Been adjudicated,
to El
bitch.
Salvador, and this administration has
He is
admitted
still
that.
in this country illegally.
This is why this is the
Never
point. Is
mind.
he has said he will be removed to Costa Rica, and Costa Rica has accepted that. The point, Mr. Secretary, is
Great. If he's willing
is
to
the
do that, we'll have to
administration.
send him.
The point is that they're engaged in what a judge already found to be an vindictive prosecution,
Exactly.
and now they're trying to leverage all this to try to get him to go to Liberia instead of Costa Rica.
Oh
It's
my
a
God.
gross
Miss-
abuse of
Mr.
process.
Secretary,
Anybody looking at this can see that.
The
Mr.
senator's time has
Secretary.
expired.
I'm good.
Thank you.
Yeah, he doesn't have anything to
All
say
right,
to
Mr.
that.
Secretary, we're going to
Oh,
go
let's
ahead
see.
and
I want to see if
move
this is.
into another.
Hold
We have
on.
Senator Haggerty that's on his way.
Okay.
I can't tell you how pleased.
All right. So we're going to actually switch gears and go over to good old fucking what's his name? What's his name? Oh shit. Oh, Turd Blanche. So this is Turd Blanche. We're on the move. New set of white guys. Let's see. This is Hal Rogers. I think he's the fucking whatever chair. Okay, so this started just a couple minutes ago.
That has been stalled
The
to
chairman.
the delay of several grant programs, including the prescription
Yeah,
drug
good
monitoring
gravy,
program,
right.
which I worked to start in response to the opioid crisis.
About
And
8,000
that's vital
years
for
ago.
many communities like mine. It's critical for this department to move with speed and meet congressional intent. Finally, to date, we're still waiting on responses to questions for the record from 2 fiscal 26 department hearings. While I would have preferred to start the fiscal 27-year cycle differently by having this conversation prior to last month's markup, this hearing is hopefully the start of productive dialogue between the subcommittee and the department under your leadership. I look forward to hearing your priorities and vision for the department and responses to our questions regarding the recent announcements.
I thought I had
Your
a turd
testimony will
picture.
still be valuable to the committee as the fiscal year 27 appropriations process continues. Over the past year, the Department of Justice has made great strides in combating drug cartels and curbing the flow of illicit drugs, including fentanyl. Drug Enforcement Administration and Department of Justice have taken down some of the most notorious cartel bosses, such as El Mayo, the founder of the Sinaloa cartel, and Nicolas Maduro, the leader of the cartel of the Suns and former president of Venezuela.
God.
While these are significant wins, the department must continue this fight to eradicate the flow of illicit drugs and bring more cartel leaders to
What is
justice.
a turd picture?
While issues such as illegal immigration have been addressed head-on, other issues have emerged over the past year, I applaud the department's efforts to tackle emerging issues, such as fraud.
I'm speeding him up.
The underworld against American and their hard-earned taxpayer dollars, and we look forward to hearing more about the department's plans to continue these efforts. I also look forward to hearing about the Department of efforts in supporting state, local, and tribal law enforcement agencies. Over the past year, from Washington to Memphis, Tennessee, the Department of Justice has aided local law enforcement agencies in surge operations to combat violent crime. American streets are safer now because of the actions of this department and the Trump administration. General Blank, I stand ready to support you in your efforts to ensure that the American public lives in a society that is free from crime and abuse. I look forward to hearing more from you today regarding areas of progress, areas of need, and plans, and to continue the department's momentum. While the fiscal 27 appropriations cycle has already commenced, there are critically important funding decisions ahead of us, and I hope we gain a better sense of your priorities today so that we can make the best decisions on behalf of the American people. Before I turn to Mrs. Ming for opening remarks, on behalf of this subcommittee, I would like to send well wishes for a quick and healthy recovery to former Attorney General Bondi.
Okay, wait, I got to turn.
Let me now recognize the ranking member of this subcommittee, Mrs. Ming, for any remarks that she cares to make.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Hold on, I got to just fix this. Grace does not need that assistance.
And welcome Acting Attorney General Blanche, and thank you everyone for your patience as we finished up the prior hearing with Secretary Rubio. Tens of thousands of public servants at the Department of Justice work very hard to protect public safety and try their best to uphold the rule of law. However, the leadership of the department has greatly damaged it over the past 16 months. Hardworking Americans continue to struggle with higher and higher costs of gas, groceries, and other necessities. Yet the Trump administration is doing nothing to help them. President Trump himself has said that he doesn't, quote, think about Americans' personal financial situation. At the same time, a growing number of Trump administration officials and their family members are enriching themselves in the millions of dollars by making personal business deals directly connected to their official government decisions. Working and middle-class Americans are paying their taxes, but the acting attorney general signed an order 2 weeks ago directing the IRS to permanently avoid auditing past tax returns of the Trump family. Members of the Trump family are now off the hook for at least $100 million in taxes. On top of that, the Trump administration and the Justice Department are actively working to hand $1.8 billion in taxpayer dollars over to insurrectionists and other violent felons, hundreds of whom assaulted police officers here in the Capitol. One of the insurrectionists, Jared Wise, openly encouraged fellow rioters to attack and to kill police officers. He was hired last year by the Trump administration as a senior advisor and counselor at the Justice Department. There have been many other outrages over the past
My favorite
16
Turd
months.
Blanche picture.
Under this department's leadership and following an interview by then Deputy Attorney General Blanche, Jeffrey Epstein's closest associate, the convicted child sex trafficker Ghislaine Maxwell, was moved to a cushy minimum security prison and was given special treatment and unique privileges.
Two questions. One, kind of housekeeping. Since you are announced as the acting attorney general today, when is Pam Bondi's last day on the job? And is this a position that you would like full-time?
As to whether or not I want this job, I did not ask for this job. I love working for President Trump. It's the greatest honor of a lifetime. And if he chooses to nominate somebody else and asks me to go do something else, I will say, thank you very much. I love you, sir.
Have been fired or forced out of DOJ as part of a campaign
to
of
the lounger who
political
captured that.
retribution by the Trump administration. Just days before the launch of
Uber
U.S.
with a
military
dance.
strikes in Iran this year, at least 10 FBI counterintelligence agents and support staff, including those specializing in the Middle East and Iran,
That
were
hurts.
fired in retaliation for work they had been ordered to do several years ago in the Mar-a-Lago classified documents case. As the New York Times reported in March, after a year of continuous firings, resignations, and other disruptions to work, elite counterterrorism and counterintelligence units at the Justice Department have been stretched thin and left short-staffed. But the threats to our country are growing. As part of their retribution campaign, the Trump administration and DOJ have also deliberately targeted and investigated numerous current and former public officials for criminal prosecution on extremely flimsy grounds,
I'm
if
hungry
any.
too. I'm going to eat after I'm done
DOJ
with
has
this.
also trampled on the First Amendment by
We did
targeting
good today.
journalists engaged in investigative
We
reporting.
did good. Look at
Including
how
an
much
FBI
fucking
criminal
ground we
probe of
covered.
a
Fuck
reporter from
yeah.
the Atlantic magazine
I'm feeling
after
better
its recent
informed.
reporting about the FBI director's dereliction of his duties. Multiple news outlets have also reported on the administration's corrupt practice of receiving pay for pardons or clemency from millionaire and
what could
billionaire
go wrong?
criminals. For
Haven't you
example,
heard?
we
Bill
know that the
Pulte's the pardon attorney,
founder
or
of
no, somebody else
Binance was
is. I can't
pardoned
remember.
last October
Ed Martin?
after the
Yeah.
company took actions that enriched the Trump family by
Oops.
hundreds of millions of dollars.
Yep.
In December, President Trump
Justin's
pardoned the
son,
former
we read all
president
about
of
him.
Honduras, Juan Orlando Hernandez, who had been sentenced to 45 years in prison for allowing drug traffickers to export more than
Yeah, but not
400 tons of
anymore.
cocaine into the U.S.
Magically
Not
gone.
only was he pardoned, but the Bureau of Prisons helped relocate him from a federal prison in West Virginia to the Waldorf Astoria Hotel
Excuse
in
me?
New York City after his release.
Not
All
Trump
of this
Tower?
has happened in full public view, and the Trump administration has simultaneously gutted the DOJ's public integrity section and shut down the public corruption squad of the FBI
Yep,
Washington
that's right.
field
They
office.
did that pretty early
There's
on,
more.
actually.
Over the past 16 months, the DOJ's highly respected Civil Rights Division has been gutted. The FBI has stopped using a national database that tracks hate crime cases.
I'm gonna take
and
a bite
DOJ
of
is
some food,
proposing to
so I'll
eliminate
BRB.
the
Hold on.
3 grant programs aimed at fighting and preventing hate crimes, while hate crimes are at a record high. The administration also wants to eliminate the Community Relations Service, which was created by the Civil Rights Act of 1964 to prevent and resolve conflicts in American communities. At the same time, DOJ is seizing state voting records and has sued more than 30 states to access their voter information. Nearly all of the roughly 30 career lawyers in the voting section of the Civil Rights Division are gone. Last month, Acting Attorney General Blanche stated that he sees no problem with deploying ICE officers to polling places, even though 18 U.S. Code Section 592 prohibits sending armed personnel to polling places. And equally as egregious, the Justice Department has taken steps to allow criminals to own guns and continues to illegally restore the gun possession rights of convicted felons and domestic abusers. These actions and much more prove that since the start of this Trump administration, the Justice Department has failed the American people. I look forward to the discussions of these critically important issues today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Chair now recognizes the ranking member of the House Appropriations Committee, Ms. Lolo, for any remarks she may wish to make.
All right. Hell yeah.
Thank you very much, Chairman Rogers and Ranking Member Meng. Acting Attorney General Blanche, welcome. There's much I would like to cover today. The President's budget proposes steep cuts to important programs that combat hate crimes, protect civil rights, prevent gun violence, along with other changes that I believe will weaken efforts to keep our community safe.
Laura is a master class
In
in
an ordinary
detail and
time,
accountability.
During an ordinary administration, these are topics that I would focus on.
She knows her shit.
But these are not ordinary times. And this is not an ordinary administration. No, this administration has engaged in what are perhaps the most brazen acts of flagrant corruption I've ever seen. And you are at the center of many of them, Mr. Blanche. I know you do not like it when people bring up the fact that before you joined the Justice Department, you were President Trump's personal attorney. But when you are issuing memos granting the president, his children, and their companies immunity from audits or prosecution for tax offenses, your previous role becomes relevant information.
She is so smart.
When you preside over a deal to take
I had a
$1.8
light candle.
billion of taxpayer money to create a slush fund to pay out violent criminals who pleaded guilty to assaulting police officers, you cannot be surprised when people question your impartiality.
And
Federal
you lost
courts have
all those
blocked the
cases.
fund from paying out any claims for the time being. But I am
You
not at all
lost all
convinced
your
that
cases.
this
You're actually
administration
a
has given
shitty
up.
lawyer, too.
You left yourself a lot of room with your carefully worded statement, Mr.
Yeah.
Branch.
You little
There is
turd.
effectively no oversight to this slush fund. You appoint every member of the commission, and the president can fire any of them at any time for any reason. There is no definite standard for who is and is not eligible to receive a payout. Quote, weaponization
He's just going to say, they told
and
us not to do it.
lawfare are not legally defined terms. Who does and does not qualify appears to be entirely at the discretion of the people that you appoint. There is no transparency built into the fund. There is no congressional oversight. The public has no way of knowing who has filed a claim, of how much, or on what grounds. Conversely, we do not know who has been denied a claim or why it was denied. We do not even know the process by which claims will be filed or payments dispersed. All we know for certain is that President Trump's personal lawyer turned acting attorney general set up a $1.8 billion fund with taxpayer money that can be used to pay off just about anyone for just about anything. It can be used to pay out violent criminals who assaulted police officers and ransacked the Capitol on January 6th. I was evacuated from the Capitol on January 6th. These are the people who were arrested, they were tried, convicted, and then pardoned by the administration. And now he wants to raid the Treasury to pay them. It is unconscionable. This sort of a scandal that it would ruin any other administration and any other time. But because President Trump has rendered House Republican leadership so completely impotent, there will be likely no accountability until the next Congress. In addition to the slush fund, you issued a memo stating that the United States is, quote, hereby forever barred and precluded from prosecuting
It's the dumbest sounding
or
agreement,
pursuing
too.
any and all claims, end quote, against the president, his family, or their businesses related to ongoing tax investigations. Retroactive immunity would be a curious benefit to bestow on someone who has done nothing wrong. If the president, his associates, and family members were innocent of whatever they were being investigated for, the investigation would surely bear that out. But now we will never know. Congress and the American people are left to speculate what could have possibly prompted this unprecedented settlement that exempts the president from any accountability for his actions. This is staggering. I had not planned on using my time during this hearing to raise these issues, but I would be deficient in my duty as a member of the Congress were I to ignore this extraordinary display of self-dealing, self-service, self-enrichment by this administration, beginning with the president on down. All year on this committee, we have seen dramatic cuts to programs that help American families who are struggling with the cost of living. We do not have money for food or for housing, to bring down the cost for utilities or gasoline or health care. The president said there will be no money for daycare, for Medicaid, for Medicare. But by God, we do have $1.8 billion for a corrupt payout scheme for the president and his political allies. It is shameful. I look forward to hearing your answers to our questions today, Mr. Blanche. Thank you, and I yield back.
Oof. Ouch. Ouch. Ouchie
Now I'd like to
McGouchie.
recognize our witness, Acting Attorney General Blanche, for an opening statement. Without objection, your written statement will be entered into the record. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chairman Rogers and Ranking Member Meng as well, and members of the subcommittee. Thank you for the opportunity to present President Trump's fiscal year 2027 budget for the Department of Justice. As you all know, the request totals $41.2 billion, which is a 13% increase over fiscal year 2026, underscoring our department's renewed focus on reducing violent crime, combating the fentanyl crisis, strengthening the border and immigration enforcement, expanding fraud prevention, and ensuring that our law enforcement agencies have the resources they need to protect the American people. Violent crime reduction remains one of the department's highest priorities. Since January 20th, 2025, the Department of Justice has indicted more than 260 TDA members, crippling leadership and dismantling operational networks. Across our major law enforcement components, the results have been historic. Federal law enforcement helped drive a 20% decrease in the national murder rate in 2025, arrested 44,000 violent offenders, which is double.
I thought that the FBI padded their numbers. Yay, Teresa. I thought the FBI padded their numbers. So whose padded numbers are you quoting, turd? I won't. I promise.
The previous year, and seized over 2,200 kilograms of fentanyl. Last year, law enforcement captured 8 of the FBI's 10 most wanted fugitives, located 6,300 missing children, and arrested more than 2,000 child predators. The DEA has made thousands of fentanyl-related arrests and seized millions of fentanyl pills and hundreds of kilograms of fentanyl powder. In an August surge alone, DEA executed over 600 arrests, seized multi-ton quantities of narcotics, and recovered more than 11 million in drug proceeds.
And where's that
DEA
money?
continues to disrupt global supply chains.
Where's
from
that
source
money?
to street. The United States Marshal Service, which is one of the smallest federal law enforcement agencies with roughly 3,800 deputies, arrested more than 73,000 fugitives, conducted 308,000 prisoner movements, housed over 55,000 detainees, and provided protection for 18 federal protectees, including Supreme Court justices' residences. The Marshals also, as you all know, manage over $10.4 billion in seized assets and remain essential to federal judicial security. ATF continues to be a leader in the federal effort to combat violent crime. Since January 2025, ATF has arrested more than 8,700 violent offenders and seized nearly 44,000 illegal firearms, including 5,100 interdicted before reaching their destination of Mexico. ATF agents also seized 2.7 million rounds of illegal ammunition, more than 28,300 illegal explosives.
Okay, this is all great,
and conducted over 3,500 arson
so
and
what if
explosives
there's no comparison
investigations.
points?
To sustain these historic results, the fiscal
I'm
year
sure he padded
2027
too.
budget
Wouldn't they be similar
includes
numbers?
$22.2 billion for DOJ's law enforcement components and U.S. attorneys' offices. This is a 16% increase over fiscal year 2026. These investments build on our tremendous
doesn't he have
progress
the
and will
FBI
ensure
in his
continued
numbers?
momentum in violent
Right?
crime reduction
Is anyone
nationwide.
going to ask him about that?
We are also strengthening immigration enforcement efforts.
I guess he'll say, "Talk
The
to
Executive
Tim."
Office for Immigration Review has reduced the
Tim.
immigration case backlog by more than 447,000 cases.
And how did they
since
do
President
that?
Trump took office.
How did they do that? How did they get almost 500,000 cases resolved so quickly? Turd. How in the world did they do that? Please tell.
The budget provides almost $900 million for EOR to continue rebuilding its workforce and to modernize case processing systems.
What happened to Eeyore?
Across the entire Department of Justice, nearly $4 billion
Rogers
supports
looks like he's-
immigration-related enforcement
One jelly
activities.
bean away from
And finally, the department launched the National Fraud Enforcement Division to expand federal fraud enforcement and better protect taxpayer-funded programs. The budget includes $30 million to hire 100 attorneys and enhance data analytics capabilities with a goal of combating large-scale criminal fraud schemes. DOJ is also modernizing the grants process by consolidating COPS, OJP, and OVW into the new Bureau of Justice Grants. The goal is to provide a unified and simplified approach to federal grant making while preserving the missions of each office.
Yeah, you.
The department also faces serious budgetary constraints. Fiscal year 2026 marked the second year of flat budgets for several components, basically equating to a decrease in funding because costs and expenses increase year over year. The Bureau of Prisons remains under-resourced, funded at $8.1 billion, almost $300 million below fiscal year 2025. It risks
whose fault was
insolvency
that?
without additional support.
Talk to
The
Russ
President's
Vogt.
request of $10.3 billion is essential to restore staffing and to maintain safe and secure
No, we don't need
facilities.
any prisons, actually.
In closing, the fiscal year 2027 budget reflects our unwavering commitment to public safety, strong law enforcement partnerships, and responsible stewardship of taxpayer dollars. With your continued support, the Department of Justice will remain strong, effective, and fully equipped to protect the American people. Thank you, and I look forward to answering your questions, Chairman.
Just ask my friends. They'll tell you how I am.
We will now proceed under the 5-minute rule with questions for the
Are you going to ask first? Because I'm speeding you up.
by recognizing
Michelle? Oh, fucking hell. Okay, hold
we
on
all
just a
too
minute,
well
Grampy.
drug trafficking and drug abuse
All right, they're at 1.5
continue to
speed. Just
devastate
relax.
our communities and towns. In December of 25, President Trump designated fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction by executive order.
Crazy Ivan.
How has that historic designation
Crazy Ivan
aided the department in its fight against illicit fentanyl? And please share how your 27 budget request reflects that designation.
I hope he's okay.
Thank you. So, look, I think calling the men that are sending poison to this country terrorists is exactly what they are, and what it does by President Trump doing that.
You know what?
Is not only there's resources that are more readily available because of that designation, but it also allows our Homeland Security Task Force around the country, there's one in every single state, to effectively focus on not only the narco terrorists that are in Mexico and South America, the narco terrorists that are in Mexico and South America.
Middle schoolers in my district, and it's true around the country. I'm pleased to see that the department and its components, such as DEA, ATF, and others, directing its efforts to tackle this emerging threat, such as last year's Operation Vapor Trail. Please share how the department is tackling that issue and outline your plans to continue this effort in fiscal 27.
Look, this is an example of an all-government approach to tackle this problem. It means working with other agencies outside of DOJ. It means working with state and local partners to combat this very serious problem that affects the youth. It affects a lot of our most vulnerable, and it's been a priority for the past 14 months. It will remain a priority, and part of it is not only enforcement, but it's also education and making people understand the importance of and the dangers associated with this. And look, we've been doing that for the past year, and we'll continue to do it going forward.
As I mentioned in my opening statement, I applaud the department's efforts.
Looks like he's rotting
take
from
an
the
aggressive
inside out.
stance
Sorry.
on those who defraud the American taxpayer.
I mean, I'm not far behind him,
In
but
recent
really.
weeks, we've seen several examples of charges brought, guilty pleas entered, and successful convictions of those who have committed fraud.
Who?
Tell us about the department's new National Fraud Enforcement Division, and highlight some of the division's early successes.
We're already live. God damn.
This is one of the most important things we're doing at the Department of Justice.
Because we're going to just shove it down
We stood up a
people's
new
throats.
fraud division, not because we haven't prosecuted
we don't
fraud
have to show you
for a
data.
long time, but because we want to make sure that there's a renewed focus out of Washington,
It's the
D.C.
perfect
and every
boondoggle
U.S.
for
Attorney's
us.
office to combat
Act
fraud.
like we're doing something
these are
noble.
individuals, the people that we're targeting are literally
Don't
stealing
even
from this
ask
country.
us. How
So they're
dare
signing
you.
up for programs where they're not entitled to it, whether it's daycare
How
centers,
dare
whether
you.
it's whether it's SNAP benefits,
Fucking children
the
and their
focus will be
food.
not only on the big players, but on the small players too.
Yes,
And we've asked for
those
money
fucking
for
kids.
100 prosecutors to help with
Get
that
those
effort.
goddamn
But this
kids
is
out of
again an
here.
all DOJ effort to combat fraud. You're already, you mentioned it, you're already seeing results, and you're going to continue to see
From the
results
states that
in the
were already
coming
looking
months and
into
years
it.
as we continue to
Otherwise,
focus on this.
prove it.
The National Fraud Enforcement Division, established after the passage of the fiscal year 26 Commerce Justice Appropriations Act. For this current fiscal year, tell us how the department plans to fund and staff that division that seems to be hitting the ground running.
Oh my God.
So
This is so
a couple
dumb.
different ways. We moved prosecutors from the criminal
Why are you
division that were
working
doing
for
fraud
an
work to
incredibly
the
alleged
new
child rapist?
division.
That's my
A
question.
different prosecutor from every
How
U.S.
can you
Attorney's office has
reasonably
been
support
designated
a
to work
credibly
within this
alleged
division,
child
although they'll
rapist?
stay obviously in their U.S. Attorney's office. And then with
That's
the
it.
expected money
My
that we're
only
getting,
question, sir.
we're going to hire. And so it's a combination of existing talent within the department and then bringing more talent in over the next year or so.
How does this new division interact with other parts of
This
the
guy doesn't even
agency?
know what he's talking about.
So
That idiot behind
closely,
him
and
just
so
gave him a
it's a
list of
partner.
questions to ask.
It's working with
He
not
has
only
no
FBI
nuance, no
and
follow-up,
HSI and state
no
AGs and
working
state
knowledge
inspector
of the
generals,
issue.
but also U.S. attorneys'
How did this
offices.
dead guy get elected?
And again, this is not a new thing to tackle
Stupid
fraud, but it's
voters?
a renewed effort by the Department of Justice
Gerrymandering?
to combat what has become a very big problem in this country with a lot of people just stealing from the money,
Really?
from the
A
generosity of
lot?
the American
What's a
taxpayer.
lot? How many are a lot? How many are a lot? Give me a list.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Really?
Mr. Attorney
We're
General, I
paying for
wanted to
this.
ask a few questions about the anti-weaponization fund. We
Jesus
know that the
Christ.
department has agreed to pause this effort until at least June 12th. I wanted to ask what your plans were for the fund after June 12th.
So thank you. So look, we're not moving forward with the fund. You're right that there's a date that in the case in the Eastern District of Virginia in June, but we are not moving forward with the fund, period.
Okay.
The reasons
Bad
for the
idea.
fund is something that President Trump talked about for a long time,
Okay.
which is the fact that there were a lot of people in this country who had their government weaponized against them.
Yeah, well,
The
let's
reasons
talk
for
about
the
them.
fund, I
Lisa
think,
Cook,
were
Letitia James,
it
James
remain as
Foley.
important as they were before, but
Tom Schiff.
we are not moving forward with the fund.
Not moving forward ever.
Correct.
Oh,
Wow.
There's no more fund then.
Well, to the extent there was a fund, and remember, the fund wasn't set up yet. There were
Well,
no
we know
commissioners
that.
named. There was no no claimants brought
So it's
anything in
just
front
gone?
of. There was
So
no
you guys
claims
made a
made
big
yet. So
mistake?
yes, we're not moving forward with the fund.
So would you call that a fail? Like, would you call that an epic fail, perhaps? Would you call that getting over your skis? Really? Would you? Would you call that a mistake? Yeah, we found a different way. This is what it really is. We found a different way to sneak it in. Here we go. Oh, here we go. Thanks, SB. Hello, dear. Just now, Pentagon hires convicted January 6 rioter for sensitive counterterrorism job. The Trump administration appointment of Elias Irizarry, who was 19 at the time of the Capitol attack, has alarmed some at DOJ. Alarmed. What does weaponize mean? That's crazy. 10K plus patties are going to be hard to replace in the DOJ. Yeah. Oh, attorneys. 10K, 10,000 attorneys. Thank you, SB, for the breaking news. Jesus Christ on a cracker. Oh, it's hard to find words sometimes.
You and Associate
well, the fund
Attorney
is gone,
General Woodward
everybody.
signed early. Would both of you now sign and release documents reversing the DOJ's position on the fund?
We're not moving forward with the fund.
Oh,
I'm
but
not
you're
sure
not
what that
gonna
means to
issue
sign
anything in
documents
writing?
reversing. There's nothing
That's
to reverse. We're
convenient.
not moving forward with the fund.
We know about the court
What
case,
about
the
the what about the
decision,
settlement with
and
the
we've heard
president?
press reports, obviously. But is there any way
What about
that
the
you could
settlement with the
put this in
president?
writing? I don't know if there are other ways that you could
What
use
about the settlement with the president to never investigate him for tax fraud? Huh? What about that?
another vehicle to move forward with a
There you go. Grace
similar
did it.
fund or similar intention. And
Thank
we
you,
just want to
Congresswoman
reassure the
May.
American public. We've heard from both Republicans and Democrats, constituents and Americans across the country about this fund. And I think they would love to be reassured that
Okay,
this
get
fund
into
will
it
not
though. Get into it.
progress.
Come on.
I'm
Yeah,
telling
where's
you
the
it's not.
contemplated money right now?
I guess I'm not sure. I'm not trying to
Where's
be
it? No,
flippant with
he
you.
is
I'm just
trying
saying
to
I'm
be
telling you it's
duplicitous.
not.
Just forget it.
I'm not. There's
Ask him about the
we put out a
settlement with
statement
the
yesterday.
president.
There's been an injunction, a temporary injunction filed in EDVA. There's
Ask him about the agreement with the president. Oh, you're leaving? Oh, see you later. Thanks for staying, Oomph. I appreciate it. Talk to you later, bud.
litigation in DC, there's litigation in the Southern District of Florida, but notwithstanding what we do in those litigations and
Florida.
defending our rights and making sure our rights are protected,
Take care.
we're
dude.
not moving forward with the fund.
Okay, yeah, the statement I thought was just about until June 12th. So if it won't progress after June 12th, that's great to hear, and we hope to see this in writing. Yeah.
I mean, I think there'll be a transcript of what I say here, so that will be in writing.
Okay, well, we will work with you and hold you to it. Thank you very much. I wanted to quickly ask, with my remaining time, about hate crimes. We are concerned about the president's budget request eliminating 3 largest sources of federal support to local law enforcement for hate crimes responses and prevention. Legislation
Let's go
passed on a
DEI.
bipartisan basis, Jabara Hire, No Hate, Shepherd Bird, Hate Crimes Prevention, and community-based approaches to prevent and address hate crimes grant programs. Why are we proposing to eliminate the very programs that are helping our law
He's gonna lie and
enforcement
say they've been
and targeted
absorbed.
communities?
Well, look, there's a lot of money that we have asked for to combat violent crime, to combat this type of crime. A lot of overlap includes hate crime. I'm happy to have my team work with you to make sure that we're getting money where it needs to be. That's an
why
important
would
issue to
we have
President
to
Trump,
do
and
that?
it's an important issue to the Department of
Why
Justice
do we
as
have
well.
to do that?
Can you describe or name the areas of overlap?
Well, yes, I mean, sure, there's billions of dollars. I think we asked for $12 billion to combat violent crime and grants and things like
Okay.
that. A lot
What
of
does that have to
those
do with it?
grants will go to programs that at least part of it includes combating hate crime.
Really?
And there's other individualized grants, some of which are earmarked along the
But
way
less
that
money
that
overall.
we've funded for a long time.
less
and
money
that
overall.
We will continue to work with you on
So less
on making
money
sure that we're
overall.
addressing that.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we're working together as
Keeping
we
you
have
safe.
seen and work together here in Congress,
kidding.
bipartisan, bicameral ways that combating hate crimes isn't just about prosecution, but also about prevention and working with community organizations as well. So I don't have time left, but I would love to continue to work together on this issue.
I agree with
I
that.
yield back. Thank
I
you.
agree with that.
Good question.
Judge Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Attorney General, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
We appreciate very much hearing from you. I've got to ask you about something that's dear to my heart. I authored the Justice Served Act a while back, and it was its purpose was to help law enforcement use advanced DNA technology to solve crimes. And a lot of them don't have it advanced. Today is the forensic generic genealogy is the next generation of capability. The FBI has
It's so dear to
already
his heart, he
used
has
it
to read from his
successfully
notes.
in cases like Rachel Morin and Brian Noberger. However, many unsolved violent crimes remain at state and local levels. These agencies lack the funding to scale for these investigations. Can you discuss the DOJ's version of forensic generic genealogy and whether you can support the Carla Walker Act,
He can't even
which would help
muster the
state and
energy
local
to fucking know
enforcement
the thing that's so
solve
close to
violent
his heart.
crimes.
We very much support it, sir. And I
Bullshit.
think that it's extraordinarily important to federal law enforcement and to state and local law enforcement. We have, I think, over a dozen DOJ grant programs that are designed to further the research and further the technology in that space. I think that's an important place for us to be spending our money because it does solve crime.
I know.
In turn, local people are going to get the opportunity to petition you to get help
I know.
Correct.
on their crimes that they consider very important. As I think you may know, I was a former district judge in Texas.
When?
And I
In
see
the
the damages
1800s?
caused by lenient policies
23
and
years in
judicial
office, and he's
I think
already
that creates
97.
damages, and it,
What was he
not
doing
only
for the first 70
in
years?
moving cases along,
Milkman?
but also in the people's view.
He's 84?
Of
That's a
justice
rough
and where it's being-
84.
Justice is
I'm
being
going to tell
served.
you right now, that's a rough 84.
How is
I'm
the
sure he's
department
sick, and now I'm
responding
going to have to feel
to
bad
the
about it, but
activist
I'm not going
judges
to because he's an
who issued
asshole.
nationwide
Sorry.
injunctions against President Trump's
Save my
immigration
empathy for people who
and
deserve
national
it.
security actions? And what is your strategy
75 years.
for defending the executive authority in the courts?
Look, we are fiercely fighting for what we believe the law is, and when we have judges that disagree with that at the district court level, we are appealing constantly, and we have had extraordinary success at the appellate level,
You have?
even in places like the Ninth Circuit, but in other circuits as well, because we're right. We are not violating the law. We're complying with the law that you all passed when it comes to immigration and the way that we're handling the immigration enforcement.
Quoting?
We will continue to do that.
What numbers
when
are
we
you
lose at the
quoting,
district court level,
Sunshine?
which we do,
Which side of
especially
your
with some of
butthole
these
did you
judges that
pull
we
them
think
out
are
of?
just not following the law, we fight and we go back and we go back and
And
we
you
appeal.
lose.
And that's what the system suggests we do, and that's
Oh
exactly
my
what we're doing.
God. This is insanity.
At least where I come from, judges don't make new law.
Shut up.
Because we're right on the
You
law,
asshole.
and even if it's not at the first step with the district
rapture
court, when we
now.
appeal, we're having success. And
Oh, man.
our appellate lawyers, our civil lawyers are very busy.
Yeah,
but
because
they're
you
doing a
guys
good
are
job.
losers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Because you're losers.
Mr. Laurel?
Okay, please hit him on something.
Thank you, Mr.
hard.
Chairman. If I could just follow up on
Don't do this,
on my
Lachlan.
colleague, Congresswoman Meng's questions. I have here, this is the order on the settlement, the $1.8 billion. And then this is the addendum to the order, which is about tax immunity. And this is a copy of the settlement agreement, and the Associate Attorney General signed this. These two documents were signed by yourself. Now, this is all in writing. This is all, can you tell us here today that you are going to disavow this, that you're going to rescind?
Last year you looked 60, but they keep
what you
siphoning off his
said
life
to
force to
Ms.
keep
Meng
Trump
in
articles.
writing with these efforts. These three documents are in
one,
writing.
Star.
Is that a yes or a no?
So I can't answer that yet.
He's
No. You want an
actually
answer?
30.
Yeah.
Okay, so not yes or no. You gave me three documents. The only document I said we're not moving forward on today is the first document identified, which is the anti-weaponization fund.
Okay.
There still is
1.8.
there's still a settlement agreement, and there's still the second document I signed is not an addendum. It's a separate Attorney General order.
Okay. Okay. So, but you're not going to rescind the addendum, not an addendum, the second order?
No,
The only thing you're talking about here, so the blanket immunity is not something that you're going to move back on?
it's not blanket immunity. That's not true.
That's what it says.
It is.
No, it's not.
What is it then?
Read it.
Yeah, read it.
Okay. United States releases, waives, acquits, and forever discharges each of the plaintiffs from and is hereby forever barred and precluded from prosecuting or pursuing any and all claims, counterclaims, causes of actions, appeals, requests for any reliefs. I mean, this is an order from you, but you're not prepared. You are prepared to say that the president and his family will be barred
From future
are
crimes.
immune from. That's a yes.
Oh, really?
No, it was not a
Returning to
yes.
10. Oh,
I
yeah.
had not answered the question. I can answer if you want me to.
What are you doing with this?
Okay, so there was a settlement, which is one of the documents you
Yes.
showed,
Mm-hmm.
okay? Part of the settlement included the second order that you just held up.
Right.
Okay.
And that is still, nothing has changed with that. What I said today, what I've said a couple times today, as what we talked about yesterday, is we're not moving forward with the anti-weaponization.
Are you giving?
fund.
Okay.
So does that mean you're giving him the 1.8 billion? Does that mean you're giving him the 1.8 billion too? Is that the takeaway, turd? Is that the takeaway? That you're not going to make a slush fund for everybody to apply for. You're just going to go ahead and give it to him, plus his immunity from future crimes? Hello?
But you are
Wow.
moving forward with this second order.
It's not moving forward. There's a settlement. There was a settlement
Not
that the
moving
IRS
forward.
entered into with President Trump and others, his family and his companies. As part of that settlement, as is customary in IRS settlements,
You're an attorney.
there's the separate AG order.
Wow.
Friends, listen to what is being said.
Thank you.
Here, today here. This is really pretty extraordinary. Barred and precluded from examining or prosecuting the president, his sons, and the Trump organization's current tax filings. Simply put, you just gave the president and his family a tax immunity
Yeah.
to the tune of about $100 million.
Yeah.
Not true.
Yes.
Well, yes, you
What
have,
the
my
fuck?
friend.
How is it not
You know,
true?
How
is it not
I just want
true?
to say this. The Save America paid you nearly $10 million between March of 2024 and December of 2024 to serve as the President Trump's personal defense attorney. My
What did you
God,
say?
don't you not find there's any conflict of interest in what you are doing here as the acting Attorney General of the United States?
I didn't, what are you saying is a conflict? I don't understand what
Oh
you're
my
saying.
God. Well, then you're stupid.
Listen.
The fact that I used to have a job and I have
I'm
a
gonna,
current job?
You know, I've got less time left, but I take.
Shut up. Shut up.
On what you're doing on this is that you've taken one piece and you said, okay, we have had a ton of backlash on this on this $1.8 billion slush fund. However, so we'll not move on that, but as part of the settlement, which you've said, which is this immunity for the president and his family and his business, et cetera, that stands. Thank you for that.
It's not immunity, ma'am.
Oh, fuck off.
Thank you.
It's a
Thank
promise.
you. It's immunity.
It's a promise.
It's not immunity.
It's not immunity. It's a promise. It's not immunity. It's a promise.
Two questions. One, kind of housekeeping. Since you are announced as the acting Attorney General today, when is Pam Bondi's last day on the job? And is this a position that you would like full-time?
As to whether or not I want this job, I did not ask for this job. I love working for President Trump. It's the greatest honor of a lifetime. And if he chooses to nominate somebody else and asks me to go do something else, I will say, thank you very much. I love you, sir.
Yeah. Yep. He said it. I didn't. And I will say, I love you, sir.
It's not.
And wait, it's like that Flight of the Conchords song. A kiss is not a contract.
Not immunity.
She might have
Okay,
said
so it's
fuck
not
off.
immunity. What it says is like anytime the IRS
What do
settles
they
with an
say?
individual taxpayer or another company
What do they
as
say?
part of the settlement, it's standard, it's typical
Okay.
to get rid of past ongoing audits. It's not a forward-looking
future.
document. It's nothing that gives any sort of immunity in the future
It
to
doesn't?
the president or his family or his organizations.
Really?
And so by you saying that, it's not true.
By you saying what you've said, it is not true. So thank you, and I yield back.
Time of the gentlelady.
Wow.
Mr. Clyde.
Thank you.
Crazy.
I never got to.
Crazy. for feeling.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you,
Yeah,
Acting
talk to the
Attorney General
lawyer.
Blanche, for being here today.
Okay, wait, I'm going to go ahead.
I want to commend the
Volunteer, go
Department of
ahead.
Justice's work in protecting Americans.
Americans.
Yes, although my
American.
disagreement respectfully is on the intent of Congress. If that's the congressional intent, I welcome it. It's not an objection the department has to the goal you're talking about. It's just understanding the congressional intent when it comes to whether the tax is extended.
Well, if it's a tax law and you eliminate the tax, then, then the registration, in my opinion, has no foundation, and I wrote it. So
Where's the monster?
Pretty good
okay.
on intent, I suppose.
If the NFA registry
go.
no longer records the
I like
payment of a
this picture.
tax on the zero tax firearms, and it exists solely to register them, then this appears to be in direct conflict
I
with
took
the
that
Firearm
picture
Owners
somewhere.
Protection Act of 1986, which explicitly prohibits any federal database or system that tracks firearms or their owners. And I would like to
Quit tracking my criminal friends.
repeat that for you. And it says in 926, section USC 18, 926, it says, no such
Look how
rule
big
or
his shoulder
regulation
pads
prescribed
are,
after the
Matt.
date of the enactment of the Firearm Owners Protection Act may require that
not
any
immunity,
system
it's
of
a
registration of firearms, firearms owners, or firearms transactions or dispositions be established.
Yeah,
That's the
he's
FOPA
something.
of 1986.
Do you
So,
think that jacket matches that shirt? Blech.
in your view, is the Department of Justice complying with the FOPA's prohibition against a firearm registry for these zero-taxed firearms?
Look, I think
Look.
I am familiar with this issue. I know it's under active litigation, so I want to be careful.
Then
I will
just
tell
don't say
you
anything and move on because you guys are
that
boring.
is something that we're working on getting to a good answer
I
to.
don't even care. That was
Okay,
dumb.
well,
That was dumb.
I encourage you to have a
Waste your
great
time,
answer,
bitch.
and that is to
Oh, I
eliminate
thought
the
you were
registration
Biggs.
for those things that are not taxed
Clyde.
when the database is indeed a
Bullshit.
tax
Get them all
database.
mixed up.
Understood.
Thank you. No, I was happy to see
He
that
literally
this
owns gun
committee
shops.
to
That's all
take
he ever
action on this
asks
very
about.
important issue by issuing, by prohibiting
Thank
the
you, Gal.
registration of zero-tax firearms in the FY27
Oh, no. What did I
CJS
do that
Appropriations
for?
Bill. And I look forward to continuing this fight moving forward. So I'm going to give you some ammunition there.
What happened?
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Oh, there we
Thank
go.
you. Now, Acting Attorney General Blanche, I also want to applaud the fantastic work the Trump administration and your DOJ have done in curbing the waste, fraud, and abuse of taxpayer dollars.
God.
Vice President Vance's task force to eliminate fraud is already leading to
can take
results
much more of
uncovering
this.
billions of dollars in fraud, and specifically your department has created the National Fraud Enforcement Division to lead the federal government's efforts to investigate, prosecute, and remedy rampant fraud. My constituents want accountability for the fraud that has siphoned away their
Yeah, I want
hard-earned tax
accountability,
dollars. So I
too.
certainly welcome the click of handcuffs
Excuse
on
me?
those stealing from the American
Go
taxpayers.
fuck yourself.
So can you elaborate on
Yeah,
some of the most
exactly,
egregious
Pat.
cases that your department is prosecuting or has already prosecuted?
I mean, look, yes. So, there's a couple of examples. The most egregious cases are when
look and the
individuals
listen.
create completely fictitious organizations, whether it's a daycare center, whether it's an autism center. And so this is money, our tax
Yes,
dollars,
Shirley.
going to completely fictitious entities.
Fictitious?
And it runs through the state.
Fictitious?
And what we found in some states is there's virtually no compliance. There's no check
Oh,
on the
there's
system.
virtually no
And so
compliance?
it's
That
in
sounds
some
like a
ways a very
feeling.
easy crime to catch.
See, again, that sounds like a feeling and not a fact. Because there have been and are ongoing fraud investigations in states. If you want to fund them more, that's great. But I'll tell you right now, or if you want to update all these systems that you keep complaining about that you've sat on for a year and a half and not done anything to even institute a systems development project, tell me more about that. Methink you doth lie.
Identify it because it's
It's a rug.
completely made up. And so this isn't an example of a doctor checking the wrong box, but is actually performing a service. This is pure theft.
No, it's
And we've seen that, unfortunately,
Yeah, it happens.
too
but
much in
it's
this
not.
country. And
Well,
so
what's
that's,
too
again, one of the
much?
main reasons why we
What's
started
too
the new
much?
fraud
Where's the
division, is
data?
because we will save
Where is
hundreds
just
of
one
millions, if
state
not
worth of
billions of
data
dollars through
that
this
you've
effort.
done?
Thank you very much, and Mr. Chairman, I
Your
yield
state
back.
of data. I just want
Shafi?
some data. One state that
Thank
you've
you,
actually
Mr.
done.
Chairman. To the ranking member, I did want to follow up on ranking member Mang's questions about Binance,
Yes, Justin's
which
son.
frankly looks to me like
And we know about Justin's
a
son.
blatant pay-for-pardon scheme. So let me walk through some of the facts that lead me to that conclusion. In late 2023, Binance and CEO Zhao agreed to pay a penalty of $4.36 billion.
Wait, that's a different
The
one.
U.S.
Oh my
judge
gosh, that's
approved the
right.
guilty
Justin,
plea
no, Justin's son, I thought was
for multiple
finance.
federal crimes and a civil settlement for anti-money laundering and sanctions, and that was in
I'm probably wrong.
2023. Donald Trump is elected president November 2024. December 2024, Mr. Zhao and Mr. Witkoff meet in Abu Dhabi at a Bitcoin conference. In March of 2025, a couple months later, you're confirmed as Deputy Attorney General. March 25th, 2025, World Liberty Financial announced that it would launch a stablecoin called USD1. World Liberty Financial is a family-owned business by the Trump
And the Witkoff.
Trump family.
Son.
Two of his sons are in it. Mr. Witkoff's got interest in it as well. 1 month later, in April 2025, Binance's founder, Mr. Zhao, was sentenced to federal prison for money laundering and other federal crimes that included funding to terrorist groups like ISIS, Al-Qaeda, and the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. On May 1, World Liberty Financial announces that an Emirati company called MGX, that also has ties to Mr. Witkoff, would use $2 billion on the stablecoin I just mentioned, USD1, to invest in Binance. This gave President Trump and his family a revenue stream that could be worth tens of millions of dollars. According to the Wall Street Journal, Binance took steps that catapulted the Trump's family's ventures into stablecoin product, enhancing its credibility and pushing its market capitalization up from $127 million to over $2.1 billion. Now, on May 5th, Mr. Zhao publicly stated that he had applied for a presidential pardon for the crimes that he'd previously pled guilty to and had been sentenced to jail for, and the restitution amount of $4.3 billion plus was put in place. A few months later, on October 21, 2025, President Trump grants him a full pardon with no explanation, by the way, in the document, at least that I saw. So this looks like a pay-to-play kind of scenario.
It sure does.
You've got the meeting that takes place. You've got the money that's transferred to an entity that's owned by the Trump family. I don't think the president has actually divested his interest there necessarily, but
I don't care.
You can stand corrected on that, but certainly his family still has interest in it, as does Mr. Witkoff. And then a few months after that, he issues a pardon. So why haven't you appointed a special prosecutor to take a look at this? This looks, on its face, it just looks like a quid pro quo scenario that should be investigated. Why haven't you taken that step?
Yeah.
Well, the power to pardon in our Constitution is given to the President of the United
clause,
States.
I guess, or
The
whatever that
Constitution
is.
does not require him to provide any explanation for who he chooses to pardon or not pardon, or commute or not commute. And so I very much reject the idea that the premise that this looks like something is a basis for me to appoint a special
Let me
prosecutor.
reclaim my time. The Constitution gives him absolute power to pardon. It does not give power to pardon in exchange for payments, clearly. And a $2.1 billion payment to his family, and we'll set aside the fact that he should have divested from all of those interests anyway, but the fact that he gave the $2 billion piece, and then a few months later pardons the guy who was guilty of money laundering and providing money to, or helping to finance the money laundering operation for ISIS and Al-Qaeda, and the guys we're fighting in Iran right now, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. That's not a problem?
Who he chooses to pardon is not a problem, period. And you're saying all these things that are just not true.
What's the legal basis for that statement?
The Constitution of our United States.
The Constitution does not give him the authority to pardon in exchange for payments. It does not permit bribery.
Payments? You told me nothing about exchange for payments. You said there's.
Well, I just told you.
Put a bunch of facts together.
Well, that's why you need a special prosecutor.
This is why this guy lost all the cases that he tried for Trump, by the way.
Somebody be appointed, a truly experienced prosecutor, to take a look at this and conduct the investigation. And then if he reaches a conclusion that you're right, that's fine. But if he finds that there's a problem with what the president did or his family, then he should he should move forward with prosecuting that case.
Has expired.
I very much disagree.
Oh, okay. Well, that's weird.
Thank you, Chairman
Okay.
Rogers and Ranking Member
That's
Mead
fucking
for
weird.
convening this hearing. Acting Attorney General Blanche, thank you for being here with us today. Committee approved last month include a planned investment in advanced training and operational support at Redstone Arsenal as part of the department's broader efforts to strengthen the FBI's readiness.
Okay. I think I'm going to go ahead and cut it there. I just don't know. I'm sure we're going to miss some good sound bites, so hopefully we can pick them up. But it's been 5.5 hours, and I don't know how much more we can all take of this lying and obfuscating and pearl clutching. And that's just turd Blanche. I do have a question though for the room. I have a question because there were a few of us that were going to watch a movie tonight, but then I also know that it's the primaries. So do you think I should stream the primary results instead of doing any movies? What are the thoughts of people? What are the thoughts? Would you rather see the live coverage of the primaries or ignore the primaries for tonight and just report on the results tomorrow? Lies, 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 yeah. Lies, 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 yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. How about this? Oh, why are you supposed to stop? What's it doing? Why is it doing that? Why are you doing that? Oops, cancel. Oh, that's weird. I don't know why it won't get rid of that. Hide. Okay, there. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Yeah, primary for governor. It's a bunch of different ones. It's not just California. I'm afraid to watch the primaries myself. I know. That's why I'm like, I'm not sure. Well, for everything, there's California. There's a few actually. Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me check. Because I thought there was a few states, not just California. Isn't Texas? No, maybe not Texas. Okay, hold on. Let me check. Primary. Because if it's just California, then I can read it in the newspaper. It ain't gonna change anything. Primary coverage tonight. Primaries today. Primaries today. Tuesday is a big primary day. It's a big primary day. Yeah. Here we go. Tuesday's a big primary day. Here are key races to watch. California, Iowa, Montana, New Jersey, South Dakota, and New Mexico. Most of the attention is on California and Iowa. I mean, I don't know. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't feel compelled to actually watch the results. You know what I'm saying? Might as well rip the Band-Aid off early. Yeah, we could do that. That's several states. Yeah, it is quite a few states. But it's not necessarily, I mean, not to diss on South Dakota, you know what I'm saying? Like, they're really important, but, All right, I got to think about it. Let me think about it, and I'll get in touch with people on social media, and then we'll go there. But it has been a little bit of a long morning, so I might just see how I'm feeling and see if I'm up for it. But I definitely will do something tonight. So just keep... Yeah, maybe we'll just do that. All right. I will be in touch with you guys. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you for coming to my show. Really, thank you so much, everyone. Everyone who showed up, thank you. It's so nice to see everyone. And I mean that literally. Like, it is so nice to see you guys pop into chat. Thank you. That's a gift. Don't forget to vote if you had to. And because it's important to vote. It's important. I don't know. This isn't very sticky now that I stuck it on my face. It's important to vote. Okay. Bye, Audrey. I love you. It's so good to see you. There's a bunch of special elections, a recall, some local elections. Yes. All right. We're going to figure it out. I'll just need to have an Abu Dhabi day. All right. I'll see you guys later. I love you so much. It's not even funny. Thank you really seriously for hanging out with me this morning. I appreciate it. And I will see you guys at some point somewhere. All right. Nithya Raman for Mayor of Los Angeles. God damn it. Thank you.